Chapter 8. The Spread of Islam among the Mongols and Tatars. There is no event in the history of Islam that for terror and desolation can be compared to the Mongol conquest. Like an avalanche, the hosts of Chinggis Khan swept over the centers of Muslim culture and civilization, leaving behind them bare deserts and shapeless ruins where before had stood the palaces of stately cities, girt about with gardens and fruitful cornland. When the Mongol army had marched out of the city of Herat, a miserable remnant of 40 persons crept out of their hiding places and gazed horror-stricken on the ruins of their beautiful city, all that were left out of a population of over 100,000. In Bukhara, so famed for its men of piety and learning, the Mongols stabled their horses in the sacred precincts of the mosques and tore up the Qur adjective, a ns, to serve as litter. Those of the inhabitants who were not butchered were carried away into captivity and their city reduced to ashes. Such, too, was the fate of Samarkand, Balkh, and many another city of Central Asia, which had been the glories of Islamic civilization and the dwelling places of holy men and the seats of sound learning. Such, too, the fate of Baghdad that for centuries had been the capital of the Abbasid dynasty. Well might the Mohammedan historian shudder to relate such horrors when Ibn al-Athir comes to describe the inroads of the Mongols into the countries of Islam. For many years, he tells us, I shrank from giving a recital of these events on account of their magnitude and my abhorrence. Even now I come reluctant to the task, for who would deem it a light thing to sing the death song of Islam and of the Muslims, or find it easy to tell this tale? Oh, that my mother had not given me birth! Oh, would that I had died ere this, and been a thing forgotten quite. Many friends have urged me, and still I stood irresolute, but I saw that it was of no profit to forgo the task, and so I thus resume. I shall have to describe events so terrible and calamities so stupendous that neither day nor night have ever brought forth the like. They fell on all nations, but on the Muslims more than all. And were one to say that since God created Adam the world has not seen the like, he would but tell the truth, for history has nothing to relate that at all approaches it. Among the greatest calamities in history is the slaughter that Nebuchadnezzar wrought among the children of Israel and his destruction of the temple. But what is Jerusalem in comparison to the countries that these accursed ones laid waste, every town of which was far greater than Jerusalem? And what were the children of Israel in comparison to those they slew, since the inhabitants of one of the cities they destroyed were greater in numbers than all the children of Israel? Let us hope that the world may never see the like again. But Islam was to rise again from the ashes of its former grandeur, and through its preachers win over these savage conquerors to the acceptance of the faith. This was a task for the missionary energies of Islam that was rendered more difficult from the fact that there were two powerful competitors in the field. The spectacle of Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam emulously striving to win the allegiance of the fierce conquerors that had set their feet on the necks of adherents of these great missionary religions, is one that is without parallel in the history of the world. Before entering on a recital of this struggle, it will be well in order to the comprehension of what is to follow briefly to glance at the partition of the Mongol Empire after the death of Chinggis Khan, when it was split up into 4 sections and divided among his sons. His third son, Agate, succeeded his father as Khakan and received as his share the eastern portion of the empire, in which Kubilai afterwards included the whole of China. Chagatai, the second son, took the middle kingdom. Badu, the son of his firstborn Juji, ruled the western portion as Khan of the Golden Horde. Chalai, the fourth son, took Persia, to which Hilagu, who founded the dynasty of the Ilkhans, added a great part of Asia Minor. The primitive religion of the Mongols was shamanism, which, while recognizing a supreme god, offered no prayers to him, but worshipped a number of inferior divinities, especially the evil spirits whose powers for harm had to be deprecated by means of sacrifices, and the souls of ancestors who were considered to exercise an influence on the lives of their descendants. To propitiate these powers of the heaven and of the lower world, recourse was had to the shamans, wizards, or medicine men, who were credited with possessing mysterious influence over the elements and the spirits of the departed. Their religion was not one that was calculated to withstand long the efforts of a proselytizing faith, possessed of a systematic theology capable of satisfying the demands of the reason and an organized body of religious teachers. When once the Mongols had been brought into contact with civilized races, had responded to their civilizing influences, and begun to pass out of their nomadic barbarism. It so happened that the civilized races with which the conquest of the Mongols brought them in contact comprised large numbers of Buddhists, Christians, and Mohammedans, and the adherents of these three great missionary faiths entered into rivalry with one another for the conversion of their conquerors. When not carried away by the furious madness for destruction and insult that usually characterized their campaigns, the shamanist Mongols showed themselves remarkably tolerant of other religions, whose priests were exempted from taxation and allowed perfect freedom of worship. Buddhist priests held controversies with the shamans in the presence of Chinggis Khan. And at the courts of Mangu Khan and Kubilai, the Buddhist and Christian priests and the Muslim imams alike enjoyed the patronage of the Mongol prince. In the reign of the latter monarch, the Mongols in China began to yield to the powerful influences of the surrounding Buddhism, and by the beginning of the 14th century, the Buddhist faith seems to have gained a complete ascendancy over them. It was the lamas of Tibet who showed themselves most zealous in this work of conversion, and the people of Mongolia to the present day cling to the same faith, as do the Kalmucks who migrated to Russia in the 17th century. Although Buddhism made itself finally supreme in the eastern part of the empire, at first the influence of the Christian Church was by no means inconsiderable, and great hopes were entertained of the conversion of the Mongols. The Nestorian missionaries in the 7th century had carried the knowledge of the Christian faith from west to east across Asia as far as the north of China, and scattered communities were still to be found in the 13th century. The famous Prester John, around whose name cluster so many legends of the Middle Ages, is supposed to have been the chief of the Karaites, a Christian Tartar tribe living to the south of Lake Baikal. When this tribe was conquered by Chinggis Khan, he married one of the daughters of the then chief of the tribe, while his son Agate took a wife from the same family. Agate's son, Kayuk, although he did not himself become a Christian, showed great favor towards this faith, to which his chief minister and one of his secretaries belonged. The Nestorian priests were held in high favor at his court, and he received an embassy from Pope Innocent Roman IV. The Christian powers both of the East and the West looked to the Mongols to assist them in their wars against the Musulmans. It was Hayton, the Christian king of Armenia, who was mainly instrumental in persuading Mangu Khan to dispatch the expedition that sacked Baghdad under the leadership of Hulagu, the influence of whose Christian wife led him to show much favor to the Christians, and especially to the Nestorians. Many of the Mongols who occupied the countries of Armenia and Georgia were converted by the Christians of these countries and received baptism. The marvelous tales of the greatness and magnificence of Prester John that fired the imagination of medieval Europe had given rise to a belief that the Mongols were Christians, a belief which was further strengthened by the false reports that reached Europe of the conversion of various Mongol princes and their zeal for the Christian cause. It was under this delusion that St. Louis sent an ambassador, William of Rubruck, to exhort the great Khakan to persevere in his supposed efforts for the spread of the Christian faith. But these reports were soon discovered to be without any foundation in fact, though William of Rubruck found that the Christian religion was freely tolerated at the court of Mangu Khan, and the adhesion of some few Mongols to this faith made the Christian priests hopeful of still further conquests. But so long as Latins, Greeks, Nestorians, and Armenians carried their theological differences into the very midst of the Mongol camp, there was very little hope of much progress being made, and it is probably this very want of union among the preachers of Christianity that caused their efforts to meet with so little success among the Mongols, so that while they were fighting among one another, Buddhism and Islam were gaining a firm footing for themselves. The haughty pretensions of the Roman pontiff soon caused the proud conquerors of half the world to withdraw from his emissaries what little favor they might at first have been inclined to show, and many other circumstances contributed to the failure of the Roman mission. As for the Nestorians, who had been first in the field, they appear to have been too degraded and apathetic to take much advantage of their opportunities. Of the Nestorians in China, William of Rubruck says that they were very ignorant and could not even understand their service books, which were written in Syriac. He accuses them of drunkenness, polygamy, and covetousness, and makes an unfavorable comparison between their lives and those of the Buddhist priests. Their bishop paid them very rare visits, sometimes only once in 50 years. On such occasions, he would ordain all the male children, even the babies in their cradles. The priests were eaten up with simony, made a traffic of the sacred rites of their church, and concerned themselves more with money-making than with the propagation of the faith. In the western parts of the Mongol Empire, where the Christians looked to the newly risen power to help them in their wars with the Musulmans, and to secure for them the possession of the Holy Land, the alliance between the Christians and the Ilkhans of Persia was short-lived, as the victories of Baybars, the Mamluk Sultan of Egypt, 1260–1277, and his alliance with Baraka Khan gave the Ilkhans quite enough to do to look after their own interests. The excesses that the Christians of Damascus and other cities committed during the brief period in which they enjoyed the favor of this Mongol dynasty of Persia did much to discredit the Christian name in Western Asia. In the course of the struggle, the adherents of either faith were at times guilty of much brutality. One example may be taken from the middle of the 13th century as told by Al-Jazjani, who claims to have heard the story, while in Delhi, from the lips of a certain Sayyid Ashraf al-Din who had come there from Samarkand. The eminent Sayyid thus related that one of the Christians of Samarkand attained unto the felicity of Islam, and the Musulmans of Samarkand, who were staunch in their faith, paid him great honor and reverence, and conferred great benefits upon him. Unexpectedly, one of the haughty Mongol infidels of China, who possessed power and influence, and the inclinations of which accursed one were towards the Christian faith, arrived at Samarkand. The Christians of that city repaired to that Mongol, and complained, saying, "The Musulmans are enjoining our children to turn away from the Christian faith and from serving Jesus, on whom be peace, and calling upon them to follow the religion of Must, a F letter 1ea1 Macron, on whom be peace. And in case that gate becomes unclosed, the whole of our dependents will turn away from the Christian faith. By thy power and authority devise a settlement of our case." The Mongol commanded that the youth who had turned Musulman should be produced, and they tried with blandishment and kindness, and money and wealth to induce the newly converted Musulman to recant, but he refused to recant, and put not off from his heart and spirit that garment of freshness, the Muslim faith. The Mongol ruler then turned over a leaf in his temper, and began to speak of severe punishment. And every punishment, which it was in his power to inflict, or his severity to devise, he inflicted upon the youth, who, from his great zeal for the faith of Islam, did not recant, and did not in any way cast away from his hand the sweet draught of religion through the blow of infidel perverseness. As the youth continued firm in the true faith, and paid no heed to the promises and threats of that depraved company, the accursed Mongol commanded that they should bring the youth to public punishment. And he departed from the world in the felicity of religion. May God reward and requite him. And the Musulman community in Samarkand were overcome with despondency and consternation in consequence. A petition was got up, and was attested with the testimony of the chief men and credible persons of the Musulman religion dwelling at Samarkand, and we proceeded with that petition to the camp of Baraka Khan, and presented to him an account of the proceedings and disposition of the Christians of that city. Zeal for the Muslim religion was manifested in the mind of that monarch of exemplary faith, and the defense of the truth became predominant in his disposition. After some days, he showed honor to this Sayyid, appointed a body of Turks and confidential persons among the chief Musulmans, and commanded that they should slaughter the Christian company who had committed that dire oppression, and dispatch them to hell. When that mandate had been obtained, it was preserved until that wretched sect had assembled in the church. Then they seized them all together, and dispatched the whole of them to hell, and reduced the church again to bricks. For Islam to enter into competition with such powerful rivals as Buddhism and Christianity were at the outset of the period of Mongol rule, must have appeared a well-nigh hopeless undertaking. For the Muslims had suffered more from the storm of the Mongol invasions than the others. Those cities that had hitherto been the rallying points of spiritual organization and learning for Islam in Asia had been for the most part laid in ashes, the theologians and pious doctors of the faith either slain or carried away into captivity. Among the Mongol rulers, usually so tolerant towards all religions, there were some who exhibited varying degrees of hatred towards the Muslim faith. Chinggis Khan ordered all those who killed animals in the Muhammadan fashion to be put to death, and this ordinance was revived by Kubilay, who, by offering rewards to informers, set on foot a sharp persecution that lasted for 7 years, as many poor persons took advantage of this ready means of gaining wealth, and slaves accused their masters in order to gain their freedom. During the reign of Kayak, 1246–1248, who left the conduct of affairs entirely to his 2 Christian ministers, and whose court was filled with Christian monks, the Mohammedans were made to suffer great severities. A contemporary historian, Al-Jazjani, gives the following account of the kind of treatment to which a Mohammedan theologian might be exposed at the court of Kayak. Trustworthy persons have related that Kayak was constantly being incited by the Buddhist priests to acts of oppression towards the Musalmans and the persecution of the faithful. There was an imam in that country, one of the men of learning among the Muslims, named Nur al-Din al-Khwarizmi. A number of Christian laymen and priests and a band of idol-worshipping Buddhist priests made a request to Kayak, asking him to summon that imam of the Musalmans that they might hold a controversy with him and get him to prove the superiority of the faith of Mu letter 1E25, a MM, a D, and his prophetic mission. Otherwise, he should be put to death. The Khan agreed, the imam was sent for, and a discussion ensued upon the claim of Mu letter 1E25, a MM, a D, to be a prophet, and the manner of his life as compared with that of other prophets. At length, as the arguments of those accursed ones were weak and devoid of the force of truth, they withdrew their hand from contradiction and drew the mark of oppression and outrage on the pages of the business, and asked Kayak Khan to tell the imam to perform 2 genuflections in prayer, according to the rites and ordinances of the Mohammedan law, in order that his unbecoming movements in the performance of this act of worship might become manifest to them and to the Khan. Kayak gave the order accordingly, and the imam and another Musalman who was with him performed the ritual of the prayer according to the prescribed forms. When the godly imam and the other Musalman who was with him had placed their foreheads on the ground in the act of prostration, some infidels whom Kayak had summoned greatly annoyed them and knocked their heads with force upon the ground and committed other abominable acts against them. But that godly imam endured all this oppression and annoyance and performed all the required forms and ceremonies of the prayer and in no way curtailed it. When he had repeated the salutation, he lifted up his face towards heaven and observed the form of "Invoke your Lord with humility and in secret." And having asked permission to depart, he returned unto his own house. Argun 1280–1291. The 4th Ilkhan persecuted the Musalmans and took away from them all posts in the departments of justice and finance, and forbade them to appear at his court. In spite of all difficulties, however, the Mongols and the savage tribes that followed in their wake were at length brought to submit to the faith of those Muslim peoples whom they had crushed beneath their feet. Unfortunately, history sheds little light on the progress of this missionary movement, and only a few details relating to the conversion of the more prominent converts have been preserved to us. Scattered up and down throughout the length and breadth of the Mongol Empire, there must have been many of the followers of the Prophet who labored successfully and unknown to win unbelievers to the faith. In the reign of Agate, 1229–1241, we read of a certain Buddhist governor of Persia, named Kurgaz, who in his later years abjured Buddhism and became a Musalman. In the reign of Timur Khan, 1323–1328, Ananda, a grandson of Kubilay and viceroy of Kansu, was a zealous Musalman and had converted a great many persons in Tangut and won over a large number of the troops under his command to the same faith. He was summoned to court and efforts were made to induce him to conform to Buddhism, and on his refusing to abandon his faith, he was cast into prison. But he was shortly after set at liberty, for fear of an insurrection among the inhabitants of Tangut, who were much attached to him. The author of the Muntakab al-Tawarik asserts that Ananda built 4 mosques in Khanbalig, the modern Peking, which provided accommodation for 1 million men at the time of the Friday prayer. But no credence can be given to this, or to his other statements regarding the spread of Islam in China, In view of the fact that he represents Ananda to have been the successor of Timur Khan on the imperial throne, and gives an entirely fictitious account of his descendants, several of whom are represented as having professed Islam, though none of the five had any existence except in the imagination of the writer. The first Mongol ruling prince who professed Islam was Baraka Khan, who was chief of the Golden Horde from 1256 to 1267. According to Abulghazi, he was converted after he had come to the throne. He is said one day to have fallen in with a caravan coming from Bukhara, and taking two of the merchants aside, to have questioned them on the doctrines of Islam, and they expounded to him their faith so persuasively that he became converted in all sincerity. He first revealed his change of faith to his youngest brother, whom he induced to follow his example, and then made open profession of his new belief. But according to Al-Juzjani, Baraka Khan was brought up as a Musalman from infancy, and as soon as he was old enough to learn, was taught the Qur adjective, an, by one of the ulama of the city of Qujand. The same author, who compiled his history during the lifetime of Baraka Khan, states that the whole of his army was Musalman. Trustworthy persons have also related that, throughout his whole army, it is the etiquette for every horseman to have a prayer carpet with him, so that, when the time for prayer arrives, they may occupy themselves in their devotions. Not a person in his whole army takes any intoxicating drink whatever, and great ulama, consisting of commentators, traditionists, jurists, and disputants, are in his society. He has a great number of religious books, and most of his receptions and debates are with ulama. In his place of audience, debates on ecclesiastical law constantly take place, and, in his faith, as a Musalman, he is exceedingly strict and orthodox. Baraka Khan entered into a close alliance with the Mamluk Sultan of Egypt, Rukin al-Din Baybars. The initiative came from the latter, who had given a hospitable reception to a body of troops, 200 in number, belonging to the Golden Horde. These men, observing the growing enmity between their Khan and Hulagu, the conqueror of Baghdad, in whose army they were serving, took flight into Syria, whence they were honorably conducted to Cairo to the court of Baybars, who persuaded them to embrace Islam. Baybars himself was at war with Hulagu, whom he had recently defeated and driven out of Syria. He sent two of the Mongol fugitives, with some other envoys, to bear a letter to Baraka Khan. On their return, these envoys reported that each princess and emir at the court of Baraka Khan had an imam and a mu adjective, a dhdhin, and the children were taught the qur adjective, a n, in the schools. These friendly relations between Baybars and Baraka Khan brought many of the Mongols of the Golden Horde into Egypt, where they were prevailed upon to become Musalmans. In Persia, where Hulagu founded the dynasty of the Ilkhans, the progress of Islam among the Mongols was much slower. In order to strengthen himself against the attacks of Baraka Khan and the Sultan of Egypt, Hulagu accepted the alliance of the Christian powers of the East, such as the King of Armenia and the Crusaders. His favorite wife was a Christian and favorably disposed the mind of her husband towards her coreligionists, and his son Abaka Khan married the daughter of the Emperor of Constantinople. Though Abaka Khan did not himself become a Christian, his court was filled with Christian priests, and he sent envoys to several of the princes of Europe, Saint Louis of France, King Charles of Sicily, and King James of Aragon, to solicit their alliance against the Mohammedans. To the same end also, an embassy of 16 Mongols was sent to the Council of Lyon in 1274, where the spokesman of this embassy embraced Christianity and was baptized with some of his companions. Great hopes were entertained of the conversion of Abaka, but they proved fruitless. His brother Takudar, who succeeded him, was the first of the Ilkhans who embraced Islam. He had been brought up as a Christian, for, as a contemporary Christian writer tells us, he was baptized when young and called by the name of Nicholas. But when he was grown up, through his intercourse with Saracens of whom he was very fond, he became a base Saracen, and renouncing the Christian faith, wished to be called Mu letter 1E25 a a D Khan, and strove with all his might that the Tartars should be converted to the faith and sect of Mu letter 1E25 a D. And when they proved obstinate, not daring to force them, he brought about their conversion by giving them honors and favors and gifts. So that in his time, many Tartars were converted to the faith of the Saracens. This prince sent the news of his conversion to the Sultan of Egypt in the following letter: by the power of God Almighty, the mandate of a letter 1E25 a D to the Sultan of Egypt, God Almighty, praised be his name. By his grace preventing us, and by the light of his guidance, hath guided us in our early youth and vigor into the true path of the knowledge of his deity and the confession of his unity, to bear witness that MU letter 1225 a MM a D, on whom rest the highest blessings, is the prophet of God, and to reverence his saints and his pious servants. Whom God shall please to guide, that man's breast will he open to Islam. We ceased not to incline our heart to the promotion of the faith and the improvement of the condition of Islam and the Muslims, up to the time when the succession to the empire came to us from our illustrious father and brother. And God spread over us the glory of his grace and kindness, so that in the abundance of his favors our hopes were realized, and he revealed to us the bride of the kingdom, and she was brought forth to us a noble spouse. A querultae or general assembly was convened, wherein our brothers, our sons, great nobles, generals of the army and captains of the forces, met to hold council. And they were all agreed on carrying out the order of our elder brother, viz. to summon here a vast levy of our troops whose numbers would make the earth, despite its vastness, appear too narrow, whose fury and fierce onset would fill the hearts of men with fear, being animated with a courage before which the mountain peaks bow down, and a firm purpose that makes the hardest rocks grow soft. We reflected on this, their resolution which expressed the wish of all, and we concluded that it ran counter to the aim we had in view to promote the common weal, i.e., to strengthen the ordinance of Islam. Never, as far as lies in our power, to issue any order that will not tend to prevent bloodshed, remove the ills of men, and cause the breeze of peace and prosperity to blow on all lands, and the kings of other countries to rest upon the couch of affection and benevolence, whereby the commands of God will be honored, and mercy be shown to the people of God. Herein, God inspired us to quench this fire and put an end to these terrible calamities, and make known to those who advance this proposal of a levy what it is that God has put into our hearts to do, namely, to employ all possible means for the healing of all the sickness of the world, and putting off what should only be appealed to as the last remedy. For we desire not to hasten to appeal to arms until we have first declared the right path, and will permit it only after setting forth the truth and establishing it with proofs. Our resolve to carry out whatever appears to us good and advantageous has been strengthened by the counsels of the Shaykh al-Islam, the model of divines, who has given us much assistance in religious matters. We have appointed our Chief Justice, Qutb al-Din and the Atabak, Baha al-Din, both trustworthy persons of this flourishing kingdom, to make known to you our course of action and bear witness to our good intentions for the common weal of the Muslims, and to make it known that God has enlightened us, and that Islam annuls all that has gone before it, and that God Almighty has put it into our hearts to follow the truth and those who practice it. If some convincing proof be required, let men observe our actions. By the grace of God, we have raised aloft the standards of the faith, and borne witness to it in all our orders and our practice, so that the ordinances of the law of MU letter 1225, a MM, a D, may be brought to the fore and firmly established in accordance with the principles of justice laid down by a letter 1225 M a D. Whereby we have filled the hearts of the people with joy, have granted free pardon to all offenders, and shown them indulgences, saying, "May God pardon the past." We have reformed all matters concerning the pious endowments of Muslims given for mosques, colleges, charitable institutions, and the rebuilding of caravanserais. We have restored their incomes to those to whom they were due according to the terms laid down by the donors. We have ordered the pilgrims to be treated with respect, provision to be made for their caravans, and for securing their safety on the pilgrim routes. We have given perfect freedom to merchants, traveling from one country to another, that they may go wherever they please. And we have strictly prohibited our soldiers and police from interfering with them in their comings or goings. He seeks the alliance of the Sultan of Egypt, so that these countries and cities may again be populated, these terrible calamities be put down, the sword be returned to the scabbard, that all peoples may dwell in peace and quietness, and the necks of the Muslims be freed from the ills of humiliation and disgrace. To the student of the history of the Mongols, it is a relief to pass from the recital of nameless horrors and continual bloodshed to a document emanating from a Mongol prince and giving expression to such humane and benevolent sentiments. which sounds strange indeed coming from such lips. This conversion of their chief and the persecutions that he inflicted on the Christians gave great offense to the Mongols, who, although not Christians themselves, had been long accustomed to intercourse with the Christians, and they denounced their chief to Kubilai Khan as one who had abandoned the footsteps of his forefathers. A revolt broke out against him, headed by his nephew Arghun, who compassed his death and succeeded him on the throne. During his brief reign, 1280–1291, the Christians were once more restored to favor, while the Musulmans had to suffer persecution in their turn, were dismissed from their posts and driven away from the court. The successors of Takudar were all heathen, until, in 1295, Ghazan, the seventh and greatest of the Ilkhans, became a Musulman and made Islam the ruling religion of Persia. During the last 3 reigns, the Christians had entertained great hopes of the conversion of the ruling family of Persia, who had shown them such distinguished favor and entrusted them with so many important offices of state. His immediate predecessor, the insurgent Baidu Khan, who occupied the throne for a few months only in 1295, carried his predilection for Christianity so far as to try to put a stop to the spread of Islam among the Mongols, and accordingly forbade anyone to preach the doctrines of this faith among them. Ghazan himself, before his conversion, had been brought up as a Buddhist and had erected several Buddhist temples in Khurasan and took great pleasure in the company of the priests of this faith, who had come into Persia in large numbers since the establishment of the Mongol supremacy over that country. He appears to have been naturally of a religious turn of mind, for he studied the creeds of the different religions of his time and used to hold discussions with the learned doctors of each faith. Rashid al-Din, his learned minister and the historian of his reign, maintained the genuineness of his conversion to Islam, the religious observances of which he zealously kept throughout his whole reign, though his contemporaries and later writers have often re-echoed the imputation, represented him as having only yielded to the solicitations of some emirs and sheikhs. Besides, what interested motive, asks his apologist, could have led so powerful a sovereign to change his faith, much less a prince whose pagan ancestors had conquered the world? His conversion, however, certainly won over to his side the hearts of the Persians when he was contending with Baidu for the throne, and the Mohammedan Mongols in the army of his rival deserted to support the cause of their co-religionist. These were the very considerations that were urged upon Ghazan by Noraz, a Mohammedan emir who had espoused his cause and who hailed him as the prince who, according to a prophecy, was to appear about this time to protect the faith of Islam and restore it to its former splendor. If he embraced Islam, he could become the ruler of Persia. The Musulmans, delivered from the grievous yoke of the pagan Mongols, would espouse his cause, and God, recognizing in him the savior of the true faith from utter destruction, would bless his arms with victory. After hesitating a little, Ghazan made a public profession of the faith, and his officers and soldiers followed his example. He distributed alms to men of piety and learning, and visited the mosques and tombs of the saints, and in every way showed himself an exemplary Muslim ruler. His brother Uljaitu, who succeeded him in 1304, under the name of Mu letter 1225 a MM a Dqtabanda, had been brought up as a Christian in the faith of his mother, and had been baptized under the name of Nicholas. But after his mother's death, while he was still a young man, he became a convert to Islam through the persuasions of his wife. Ibn Battuta says that his example exercised a great influence on the Mongols. From this time forward, Islam became the paramount faith in the kingdom of the Ilkhans. The details that we possess of the progress of Islam in the Middle Kingdom, which fell to the lot of Chagatai and his descendants, are still more meager. Several of the princes of this line had a Muhammadan minister in their service, but they showed themselves unsympathetic to the faith of Islam. Chagatai harassed his Mohammedan subjects by regulations that restricted their ritual observances in respect of the killing of animals for food and of ceremonial washings. Al-Jazjani says that he was the bitterest enemy of the Muslims among all the Mongol rulers, and did not wish anyone to utter the word Musulman before him except with evil purpose. Organa, the wife of his grandson and successor, Karahilagu, brought up her son as a Musulman, and under the name of Mubarak Shah, he came forward in 1264 as one of the claimants of the disputed succession to the Chagatai Khanate. but he was soon driven from the throne by his cousin Burak Khan, and appears to have exercised no influence on behalf of his faith. Indeed, judging from their names, it would not appear that any of his own children even adopted the religion of their father. Burak Khan is said to have had the blessedness of receiving the light of the faith a few days before his death in 1270, and to have taken the name of Sultan Ghiyath al-Din, but he was buried according to the ancient funeral rites of the Mongols, and not as a Musalman, and those who had been converted during his reign relapsed into their former heathenism. It was not until the next century that the conversion of letter 1E60, a RM, a S, H, I, R, I, N Khan, about 1326, caused Islam to be at all generally adopted by the Chagatai Mongols, who, when they followed the example of their chief, this time remained true to their new faith. But even now, the ascendancy of Islam was not assured, for Buzan, who was Khan in the next decade, the chronology is uncertain, drove letter 1E60, a RM, a S, H, I, R, I, N from his throne, and persecuted the Muslims, and it was not until some years later that we hear of the first Musalman king of Kashgar, which the breakup of the Chagatai dynasty had erected into a separate kingdom. This prince, Tukluk Timur Khan, 1347–1363, is said to have owed his conversion to a holy man from Bukhara, by name Sheikh Jamal al-Din. This sheikh, in company with a number of travelers, had unwittingly trespassed on the game preserves of the prince, who ordered them to be bound hand and foot and brought before him. In reply to his angry question, how they had dared interfere with his hunting, the sheikh pleaded that they were strangers and were quite unaware that they were trespassing on forbidden ground. Learning that they were Persians, the prince said that a dog was worth more than a Persian. "Yes," replied the sheikh, "if we had not the true faith, we should indeed be worse than the dogs." Struck with his reply, the Khan ordered this bold Persian to be brought before him on his return from hunting, and taking him aside, asked him to explain what he meant by these words and what was faith. The sheikh then set before him the doctrines of Islam with such fervor and zeal that the heart of the Khan that before had been hard as a stone was melted like wax. And so terrible a picture did the holy man draw of the state of unbelief, that the prince was convinced of the blindness of his own errors, but said, "Were I now to make profession of the faith of Islam, I should not be able to lead my subjects into the true path. But bear with me a little, and when I have entered into the possession of the kingdom of my forefathers, come to me again." For the empire of Chagatai had by this time been broken up into a number of petty princedoms, and it was many years before Tukluk Timur succeeded in uniting under his sway the whole empire as before. Meanwhile, Sheikh Jamal al-Din had returned to his home, where he fell dangerously ill. When at the point of death, he said to his son Rashid al-Din, "Tukluk Timur will one day become a great monarch. Fail not to go and salute him in my name and fearlessly remind him of the promise he made me." Some years later, when Tukluk Timur had re-won the empire of his fathers, Rashid al-Din made his way to the camp of the Khan to fulfill the last wishes of his father, but in spite of all his efforts, he could not gain an audience of the Khan. At length, he devised the following expedient. One day in the early morning, he began to chant the call to prayers, close to the Khan's tent. Enraged at having his slumbers disturbed in this way, the prince ordered him to be brought into his presence, whereupon Rashid al-Din delivered his father's message. Tukluk Khan was not unmindful of his promise and said, "Ever since I ascended the throne, I have had it on my mind that I made that promise, but the person to whom I gave the pledge never came. Now you are welcome." He then repeated the profession of faith and became a Muslim. On that morn, the Son of Bounty rose out of the east of divine favor and effaced the dark night of unbelief. They then decided that for the propagation of Islam, they should interview the princes one by one, and it should be well for those who accepted the faith, but those who refused should be slain as heathens and idolaters. The first to be examined was a noble named Emir Chalik. The Khan asked him, "Will you embrace Islam?" Emir Chalik burst into tears and said, 3 years ago I was converted by some holy men at Kashgar and became a Musalman, but from fear of you I did not openly declare it." Then Tukluk Khan rose up and embraced him, and the three sat down again together. In this manner they examined the princes one by one, and they all accepted Islam, with the exception of one named Jaraz, who suggested a trial of strength between the sheikh and his servant, an infidel who was above the ordinary stature of man and so strong that he could lift a 2-year-old camel. The sheikh accepted the challenge, saying, "If I do not throw him, I will not require you to become a Musalman. If it is God's wish that the Mongols become honored with the blessed state of Islam, he will doubtless give me sufficient power to overcome this man." Tughlaq Khan and those who had become Musalmans with him tried to dissuade the holy man, but he persisted in his purpose. A large crowd assembled, the infidel was brought in, and he and the sheikh advanced towards one another. The infidel, proud of his own strength, advanced with a conceited air. The sheikh looked very small and weak beside him. When they came to blows, the sheikh struck the infidel full in the chest, and he fell senseless. After a little he came to again, and having raised himself, fell again at the feet of the sheikh, crying out and uttering words of belief. The people raised loud shouts of applause, and on that day 160,000 persons cut off the hair of their heads and became Musalmans. The Khan was circumcised, and the lights of Islam dispelled the shades of unbelief. From that time, Islam became the established faith in the settled countries under the rule of the descendants of Chagatai. But many of the nomad Mongols appear to have remained outside the pale of Islam up to the early part of the 15th century. Judging from the violent methods adopted for their conversion by Mu letter 1225, a D. Khan, who was Khan of Mughalistan about 1416. Mu letter 1225, a D. Khan, was a wealthy prince and a good Musalman. He persisted in following the road of justice and equity, and was so unremitting in his exertions that during his blessed reign, most of the tribes of the Mongols became Musalmans. It is well known what severe measures he had recourse to in bringing the Mongols to be believers in Islam. If, for instance, a Mongol did not wear a turban, a horseshoe nail was driven into his head, and treatment of this kind was common. May God recompense him with good. Even such drastic measures were ineffectual in bringing about a general acceptance of Islam, for as late as at the close of the following century, a dervish named Is letter 1225, a Q Wali, found scope for his proselytizing activities in Kashgar, Yarkand, and Khatan, where he spent 12 years in spreading the faith. He also worked among the Kyrgyz and Kazakhs, from among whom he made 180 converts and destroyed 18 temples of idols. In the preceding pages, some attempt has been made to indicate some of the steps by which the Muslims won over to their faith the savage hordes who had destroyed their centers of culture. By slow degrees, Islam thus began to emerge out of the ruins of its former ascendancy and take its place again as a dominant faith after more than a century of depression. In the course of the struggle between the followers of rival creeds for the adherents of the Mongols, considerations of political expediency undoubtedly operated in favor of the Muslim party, and the intrigues of Western Christendom caused the Christians to become suspect as agents of a foreign power. But at the beginning, such of the Mongols as were Nestorians could put forward a better claim to be the national party and could attack the Musalmans as adherents of a foreign faith. A letter 1225 a D. Takudar was denounced by Argon as a traitor to the law of his fathers, in that he had followed the way of the Arabs, which none of his ancestors had known. The insurrection that caused letter 160, a RM, a S, H, I, R, I, N to be driven into exile, gained strength from the complaint that this monarch had disregarded the Yasak, or ancient code of Mongol institutes. But though the issue of the struggle long remained doubtful, Islam gradually gained ground in the lands of which it had been dispossessed. The means whereby this success was achieved are obscure, and the scanty details set forth above leave much of the tale untold, but enough has been recorded to indicate some of the proselytizing agencies that led to individual conversions. Ananda drank in Islam with his foster mother's milk, and the remnant of the faithful, especially the older families of Mohammedan Turks, exercised an almost insensible influence on the Mongols who settled down in their midst. But of special importance among the proselytizing agencies at work was the influence of the Pir and his spiritual disciples. In the midst of the profound discouragement which filled the Musalmans after the flood of the Mongol conquest had poured over them, their first refuge was in mysticism, and the Pir, or spiritual guide, and religious orders, such as the Naqshbandi, which in the 14th century entered on a new period of its development. breathed new life into the Muslim community and inspired it with fresh fervor. In the hands of the Pir and his monks, the Muzelman in Asia came to be an agent, at first passive and unconscious, later on the adherent of a party, the party of the national faith, in opposition to the rule of the Mongols, which was at once foreign, barbaric, and secular. Let us now return to the history of Islam in the Golden Horde. The chief camping ground of this section of the Mongols was the grassy plain watered by the Volga, on the bank of which they founded their capital city Sarai, whither the Russian princes sent their tribute to the Khan. The conversion of Baraka Khan, of which mention has been made above, and the close intercourse with Egypt that subsequently sprang up, contributed considerably to the progress of Islam, and his example seems to have been gradually followed by those of the aristocracy and leaders of the Golden Horde that were of Mongol descent. But many tribes of the Golden Horde appear to have resented the introduction of Islam into their midst, and when the conversion of Baraka Khan was openly proclaimed, they sent to offer the crown, of which they considered him now unworthy, to his rival Hulagu. Indeed, so strong was this opposition that it seems to have largely contributed to the formation of the Nogais as a separate tribe. They took their name from Nage, who was the chief commander of the Mongol forces under Baraka Khan. When the other princes of the Golden Horde became Muzelmans, Nage remained a shamanist, and thus became a rallying point for those who refused to abandon the old religion of the Mongols. His daughter, however, who was married to a shamanist, became converted to Islam sometime after her marriage, and had to endure the ill treatment and contempt of her husband in consequence. To Uzbek Khan, who was leader of the Golden Horde from 1313 to 1340, and who distinguished himself by his proselytizing zeal, it was said, "Content yourself with our obedience. What matters our religion to you? Why should we abandon the faith of Chinggis Khan for that of the Arabs?" But in spite of the strong opposition to his efforts, Uzbek Khan succeeded in winning many converts to the faith of which he was so ardent a follower, and which owed to his efforts its firm establishment in the country under his sway. A further sign of his influence is found in the tribes of the Uzbeks of Central Asia, who take their name from him and were probably converted during his reign. He is said to have formed the design of spreading the faith of Islam throughout the whole of Russia, but here he met with no success. Indeed, though the Mongols were paramount in Russia for 2 centuries, they appear to have exercised very little influence on the people of that country, and least of all in the matter of religion. It is noticeable, moreover, that in spite of his zeal for the spread of his own faith, Uzbek Khan was very tolerant towards his Christian subjects, who were left undisturbed in the exercise of their religion and even allowed to pursue their missionary labors in his territory. One of the most remarkable documents of Mohammedan toleration is the charter that Uzbek Khan granted to the Metropolitan Peter in 1313, "By the will and power, the greatness and mercy of the Most High. Uzbek to all our princes, great and small, etc., etc. Let no man insult the Metropolitan Church of which Peter is the head, or his servants or his churchmen. Let no man seize their property, goods, or people. Let no man meddle with the affairs of the Metropolitan Church, since they are divine. Whoever shall meddle therein and transgress our edict will be guilty before God and feel his wrath and be punished by us with death. Let the Metropolitan dwell in the path of safety and rejoice. With a just and upright heart let him, or his deputy, decide and regulate all ecclesiastical matters. We solemnly declare that neither we nor our children, nor the princes of our realm, nor the governors of our provinces will in any way interfere with the affairs of the Church and the Metropolitan, or in their towns, districts, villages, chases, and fisheries, their hives, lands, meadows, forests, towns, and places under their bailiffs, their vineyards, mills, winter quarters for cattle, or any of the properties and goods of the Church. Let the mind of the Metropolitan be always at peace and free from trouble. With uprightness of heart let him pray to God for us, our children, and our nation. Whoever shall lay hands on anything that is sacred shall be held guilty. He shall incur the wrath of God and the penalty of death, that others may be dismayed at his fate. When the tribute or other dues, such as custom duties, plough tax, tolls, or relays are levied, or when we wish to raise troops among our subjects, let nothing be exacted from the cathedral churches under the Metropolitan Peter or from any of his clergy. Whatever may be exacted from the clergy shall be returned threefold. Their laws, their churches, their monasteries and chapels shall be respected. Whoever condemns or blames this religion shall not be allowed to excuse himself under any pretext, but shall be punished with death. The brothers and sons of priests and deacons, living at the same table and in the same house, shall enjoy the same privileges. That these were no empty words, and that the toleration here promised became a reality, may be judged from a letter sent to the Khan by Pope John Roman XXII in 1318, in which he thanks the Muslim prince for the favor he showed to his Christian subjects and the kind treatment they received at his hands. The successors of Uzbek Khan do not appear to have been animated by the same zeal for the spread of Islam as he had shown, and could not be expected to succeed where he failed. So long as the Russians paid their taxes, they were left free to worship according to their own desires, and the Christian religion had become too closely intertwined with the life of the people to be disturbed, even had efforts been made to turn them from the faith of their fathers. For Christianity had been the national religion of the Russian people for well-nigh 3 centuries before the Mongols established themselves in Russian territory. Another race many years before had tried to win the Russians to Islam, but had likewise failed, viz. the Muslim Bulgarians who were found in the 10th century on the banks of the Volga, and who probably owed their conversion to the Muslim merchants, trading in furs and other commodities of the north. Their conversion must have taken place sometime before AD 921, when the Caliph al-Muqtadir sent an envoy to confirm them in the faith and instruct them in the tenets and ordinances of Islam. These Bulgarians attempted the conversion of Vladimir, the then sovereign of Russia, who, the Russian chronicler tells us, had found it necessary to choose some religion better than his pagan creed, but they failed to overcome his objections to the rite of circumcision and to the prohibition of wine, the use of which, he declared, the Russians could never give up, as it was the very joy of their life. Equally unsuccessful were the Jews who came from the country of the Khazars on the Caspian Sea and had won over the king of that people to the Messianic faith. After listening to their arguments, Vladimir asked them where their country was. "Jerusalem," they replied, "but God in his anger has scattered us over the whole world." "Then you are cursed of God," cried the king, "and yet want to teach others. Begone, we have no wish like you to be without a country." The most favorable impression was made by a Greek priest who, after a brief criticism of the other religions, set forth the whole scheme of Christian teaching, beginning with the creation of the world and the story of the fall of man, and ending with the 7 ecumenical councils accepted by the Greek Church. Then he showed the prince a picture of the last judgment with the righteous entering paradise and the wicked being thrust down into hell, and promised him the heritage of heaven if he would be baptized. But Vladimir was unwilling to make a rash choice of a substitute for his pagan religion, so he called his boyards together, and having told them of the accounts he had received of the various religions, asked them for their advice. "Prince," they replied, "every man praises his own religion, and if you would make choice of the best, send wise men into the different countries to discover which of all the nations honors God in the manner most worthy of him." So the prince chose out for this purpose 10 men who were eminent for their wisdom. These ambassadors found among the Bulgarians mean-looking places of worship, gloomy prayers, and solemn faces, among the German Catholics religious ceremonies that lacked both grandeur and magnificence. At length they reached Constantinople. "Let them see the glory of our God," said the emperor. So they were taken to the church of Santa Sophia, where the patriarch, clad in his pontifical robes, was celebrating Mass. The magnificence of the building, the rich vestments of the priests, the ornaments of the altars, the sweet odor of the incense, the reverent silence of the people, and the mysterious solemnity of the ceremonial filled the savage Russians with wonder and amazement. It seemed to them that this church must be the dwelling of the Most High, and that he manifested his glory therein to mortals. On their return to Kiev, the ambassadors gave the prince an account of their mission. They spoke with contempt of the religion of the prophet and had little to say for the Roman Catholic faith, but were enthusiastic in their eulogies of the Greek Church. "Every man," they said, "who has put his lips to a sweet draught, henceforth abhors anything bitter, wherefore we having come to the knowledge of the faith of the Greek Church desire none other." Vladimir once more consulted his boyards, who said unto him, "Had not the Greek faith been best of all, Olga, your grandmother, the wisest of mortals, would never have embraced it." Whereupon Vladimir hesitated no longer, and in AD 988 declared himself a Christian. On the day after his baptism, he threw down the idols his forefathers had worshipped and issued an edict that all the Russians, masters and slaves, rich and poor, should submit to be baptized into the Christian faith. Thus, Christianity became the national religion of the Russian people. And after the Mongol conquest, the distinctive national characteristics of Russians and Tatars that have kept the two races apart to the present day, the bitter hatred of the Tatar yoke, the devotion of the Russians to their own faith, and the want of religious zeal on the part of the Tatars, kept the conquered race from adopting the religion of the conqueror. Especially has the prohibition of spirituous liquors, by the laws of Islam, been supposed to have stood in the way of the adoption of this religion by the Russian people. It would appear that not until after the promulgation of the Edict of Religious Toleration in 1905 throughout the Russian Empire and the active Muslim propaganda that followed it, were cases observed of Russians being converted to Islam, and those that have occurred are ascribed to the strong attraction of the material help offered by the Tatars to such converts and the influence of the moral strength of the Muslims themselves. Not that the Tatars in Russia had been altogether inoperative in promoting the spread of Islam during the preceding centuries. The distinctly Hellenic type of face that is to be found among the so-called Tatars of the Crimea has led to the conjecture that these Muhammadans have absorbed into their community the Greek and Italian populations that they found settled on the Crimean Peninsula, and that we find among them the Muhammadanized descendants of the indigenous inhabitants and of the Genoese colonists. A traveler of the 17th century tells us that the Tatars of the Crimea tried to induce their slaves to become Mohammedans and won over many of them to this faith by promising them their liberty if they would be persuaded. Conversions to Islam from among the Tatars of the Crimea are also reported after the proclamation of religious liberty in 1905. A brief reference may here be made to the Tatars in Lithuania, where small groups of them have been settled since the early part of the 15th century. These Muslim immigrants, dwelling in the midst of a Christian population, have preserved their old faith, but, probably for political reasons, do not appear to have attempted to proselytize. But they have been in the habit of marrying Lithuanian and Polish women, whose children were always brought up as Muslims, whereas no Muhammadan girl was permitted to marry a Christian. The Grand Dukes of Lithuania in the 15th century encouraged the marriage of Christian women with their Tatar troops, on whom they bestowed grants of land and other privileges. One of the most curious incidents in the missionary history of Islam is the conversion of the Kyrgyz of Central Asia by Tatar mullahs, who preached Islam among them in the 18th century, as emissaries of the Russian government. The Kyrgyz began to come under Russian rule about 1731, and for 120 years all diplomatic correspondence was carried on with them in the Tatar language under the delusion that they were ethnographically the same as the Tatars of the Volga. Another misunderstanding on the part of the Russian government was that the Kyrgyz were Musalmans, whereas in the 18th century they were nearly all shamanists, as a large number of them were still up to the middle of the 19th century. At the time of the annexation of their country to the Russian Empire, only a few of their khans and sultans had any knowledge of the faith of Islam, and that very confused and vague. Not a single mosque was to be found throughout the whole of the Kyrgyz steppes, or a single religious teacher of the faith of the Prophet. And the Kyrgyz owed their conversion to Islam to the fact that the Russians, taking them for Mohammedans, insisted on treating them as such. Large sums of money were given for the building of mosques, and mullahs were sent to open schools and instruct the young in the tenets of the Muslim faith. The Kyrgyz scholars were to receive every day a small sum to support themselves on, and the fathers were to be induced to send their children to the schools by presents and other means of persuasion. An incontrovertible proof that the Musalman propaganda made its way into the Kyrgyz steppes from the side of Russia is the circumstance that it was especially those Kyrgyz who were more contiguous to Europe that first became Musalmans, and the old shamanism lingered up to the 19th century among those who wandered in the neighborhood of Khiva, Bukhara, and Kakand, though these for centuries had been Mohammedan countries. This is probably the only instance of a Christian government cooperating in the promulgation of Islam, and is the more remarkable inasmuch as the Russian government of this period was attempting to force Christianity on its Muslim subjects in Europe, In continuation of the efforts made in the 16th century, soon after the conquest of the Khanate of Kazan. At the beginning of the 19th century, many of the Kyrgyz dwelling in the vast plains stretching southwards from the district of Tobolsk towards Turkestan were still heathen, and the Russian government was approached for permission for a Christian mission to be established among them. But this request was not granted, on the ground that these people were as yet too wild and savage to be accessible to the gospel. But soon after, other missionaries, not depending on the goodwill of any government and having more zeal and understanding, occupied this field and won the whole of the Kyrgyz tribe to the faith of Islam. After the conquest of Kazan by the Russians in the 16th century, the occupation of the former Tatar Khanate was followed up by an official Christian missionary movement, and a number of the heathen population of the Khanate were baptized, the labors of the clergy being actively seconded by the police and the civil authorities. But as the Russian priests did not understand the language of their converts and soon neglected them, it had to be admitted that the new converts shamelessly retain many horrid Tartar customs and neither hold nor know the Christian faith. When spiritual exhortations failed, the government ordered its officials to pacify, imprison, put in irons, and thereby unteach and frighten from the Tartar faith those who, though baptized, do not obey the admonitions of the metropolitan. In the 18th century, the Russian government made fresh efforts to convert the heathen tribes and the relapsed Tatars, and held out many inducements to them to become baptized. Catherine Roman II in 1778 ordered that all the new converts should sign a written promise to the effect that they would completely forsake their infidel errors, and, avoiding all intercourse with unbelievers, would hold firmly and unwaveringly the Christian faith and its dogmas. But in spite of all, these so-called baptized Tartars were Christians only in name, and soon began to try to escape from the propagandist efforts of the Orthodox Church and abandoned Christianity for Islam, their so-called conversion merely serving as a stepping stone to their entrance into the faith of the Prophet. They may, indeed, have been inscribed in the official registers as Christians, but they resolutely stood out against any efforts that were made to Christianize them. In a semi-official article, published in 1872, the writer says, "It is a fact worthy of attention that a long series of evident apostasies coincides with the beginning of measures to confirm the converts in the Christian faith. There must be, therefore, some collateral cause producing those cases of apostasy precisely at the moment when the contrary might be expected. The fact seems to be that these Tatars, having all the time remained Muhammadan at heart, resisted the active measures taken to make their nominal profession of Christianity in any way a reality. But in the latter part of the 19th century, efforts were made to Christianize these heathen and Muslim tribes by means of schools established in their midst. In this way, it was hoped to win the younger generation, since otherwise it seemed impossible to gain an entrance for Christianity among the Tatars. For, as a Russian professor said, the citizens of Kazan are hard to win, but we get some little folk from the villages on the steppe and train them in the fear of God. Once they are with us, they can never turn back." For the Russian criminal code used to contain severe enactments against those who fell away from the Orthodox Church, and sentenced any person convicted of converting a Christian to Islam to the loss of all civil rights, and to imprisonment with hard labor for a term varying from 8 to 10 years. In spite, however, of the edicts of the government, Muslim propagandism succeeded in winning over whole villages to the faith of Islam, especially among the tribes of northeastern Russia. The town of Kazan is the chief center of this missionary activity. A large number of Muslim publications are printed here every year, and mullahs go forth from the university to convert the pagans in the villages and bring back to Islam the Tatars who have allowed themselves to be baptized. The increasing number of these Christian Tatars, who have gone to swell the ranks of Islam, has alarmed the clergy of the Orthodox Church, but their efforts have failed to check the success of the mullahs. Especially since the Edict of Toleration in 1905, mass conversions have been reported. E.g., in 1909, 91 families in the village of Adamva are said to have become Mohammedan, and as many as 53,000 persons between 1906 and 1910. This propaganda is said to owe much of its success to the higher moral level of life in Muslim society, as well as to the stronger feeling of solidarity that prevails in it. Moreover, the methods adopted by the Russian clergy, supported by the government, to make the so-called Christian Tatars more orthodox, have caused the Christian faith to become unpopular among them. On the other hand, the propaganda of Islam is very zealously carried forward. Every simple, untaught Muslim is a missionary of his religion, and the poor, dark, untaught heathen or half-heathen tribes cannot resist their force. In many villages of baptized Aborigines, the men go away for the winter to work as tailors in Moslem villages. There they are converted to Islam, and they return to their villages as fanatics, bringing with them Moslem ideas with which to influence their homes. The tribes that have chiefly come under the influence of this missionary movement are the Wojciechs, the greater part of whom are baptized Christians, but many became Muslims in the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries. And the influence of Islam is continually growing both among those that are Christian and among the small remnant that is still heathen. The Cheremiss, like the Wojciechs, are a Finnish tribe, about a quarter of whom are still heathen, but many have already embraced Islam, and it is probable that most of them will soon adopt the same religion. The movement of the Cheremiss towards Islam made itself manifest in the 19th century, and though many of them were nominally Christian, whole villages of them became Muhammadan despite the laws forbidding conversion, except to the Orthodox Church. They became Mohammedan through their immediate contact with the Bashkirs and Tatars, whose family and social customs were very similar to their own. The process sometimes began with intermarriages with Mohammedans, e.g. in one village, a Cheremiss family intermarried with some Bashkirs and adopted their faith. The converts, being persecuted as circumcised dogs in their own village, moved away and founded a new settlement some miles off, some wealthy Bashkirs helping them with money. But as they were officially registered as heathen, they could not get permission for the building of a mosque, so a few Bashkir families in the neighborhood moved into the new settlement in order to make up the number requisite for obtaining the necessary official permission. A similar process has several times occurred in other villages in which Mohammedans have come to settle and have intermarried with Cheremiss. In other cases, there has been a definite missionary movement. E.g., in the beginning of the 19th century, the village of Karakul was inhabited by Christian Cheremiss, but shortly after the middle of the century, some families were converted to Islam by a Cheremiss who had become a mullah. On his death, he was succeeded by a Bashkir from another village. Later on, the converts moved away to Tatar and Bashkir villages, their place being taken by Tatars, until the whole village became practically Tatar, few of the younger generation retaining any knowledge of the Cheremiss language, and intermarriages taking place only with Tatars. Apart from this proselytizing activity, there has been a very distinct spread of Tatar influence in speech and manners among the Cheremiss. The Tatar language has spread among them, bringing with it the moral and religious ideas of Islam. The adoption of the Tatar dress is held to be a sign of superior culture, and if a Cheremiss does not dress like a Tatar, he runs the risk of being laughed at by the first Tatar he meets or by his fellow Cheremiss. All this cultural movement tends to the ultimate adoption of the Tatar religion. After their conversion, the Cheremiss are said to be very zealous in the propagation of their new faith and receive the assistance of wealthy Tatars. On the other hand, the Russians despise the Cheremiss as an inferior race and apply opprobrious epithets even to those among them who are Christians. About 1/4 of the Cheremiss are still heathen, but Muslim influences are so powerful among them that it is probable that in course of time they will for the most part become Mohammedans. The Chuvash, who number about 1 million, have nearly all been baptized. There are about 20,000 of them that are still heathen, but these are gradually being absorbed by Islam, while some of the Christian Chuvash have become Mohammedans and the rest are coming under Muslim influences. The extent of their zeal for their converts may be judged from the instance of a Christian Chuvash village, the priest of which had spent several years in collecting the 300 rubles necessary for the repair of the church. 8 Chuvash families became Mohammedan, and in the course of a few months 2,000 rubles were collected for the building of a mosque. Such ready activity is characteristic of the Muslim propaganda now being carried among the Aboriginal tribes. Each family that accepts Islam receives help either in money or in kind. A house is built for one. A field, cattle, etc. are purchased for another. When several families in a village are converted, a mosque is built for them and a school established for their children. Of the spread of Islam among the Tatars of Siberia, we have a few particulars. It was not until the latter half of the 16th century that it gained a footing in this country. But even before this period, Muhammadan missionaries had from time to time made their way into Siberia with the hope of winning the heathen population over to the acceptance of their faith, but the majority of them met with a martyr's death. When Siberia came under Mohammedan rule in the reign of Kuchum Khan, the graves of 7 of these missionaries were discovered by an aged sheikh who came from Bukhara to search them out, being anxious that some memorial should be kept of the devotion of these martyrs to the faith. He was able to give the names of this number, and up to the last century, their memory was still revered by the Tatars of Siberia. When Kuchum Khan, who was descended from Juji Khan, the eldest son of Chinggis Khan, became Khan of Siberia, about the year 1570, either by right of conquest or, according to another account, at the invitation of the people whose Khan had died without issue, he made every effort for the conversion of his subjects, and sent to Bukhara asking for missionaries to assist him in this pious undertaking. One of the missionaries who was sent from Bukhara has left us an account of how he set out with a companion to the capital of Kuchum Khan on the bank of the Irtish. Here, after 2 years, his companion died, and, for some reasons that the writer does not mention, he went back again, but soon afterwards returned to the scene of his labors, bringing with him another coadjutor, when Kuchum Khan had appealed for help once more to Bukhara. Missionaries also came to Siberia from Kazan. But the advancing tide of Russian conquest soon brought the proselytizing efforts of Kuchum Khan to an end before much had been accomplished, especially as many of the tribes under his rule offered a strong opposition to all attempts made to convert them. But though interrupted by the Russian conquest, the progress of Islam was by no means stopped. Mullahs from Bukhara and other cities of Central Asia and merchants from Kazan were continually active as missionaries of Islam in Siberia. In 1745, an entrance was first effected among the Baraba Tatars, between the Irtish and the Ob, and though at the beginning of the 19th century many were still heathen, they have now all become Musulmans. The conversion of the Kyrgyz has already been spoken of above. The history of most of the other Muslim tribes of Siberia is very obscure, but their conversion is probably of a recent date. Among the instruments of Muhammadan propaganda at the present time, it is interesting to note the large place taken by the folk songs of the Kyrgyz, in which, interwoven with tale and legend, the main truths of Islam make their way into the hearts of the common people. Chapter 9. The spread of Islam in India. The Mohammedan invasions of India and the foundation and growth of the Muhammadan power in that country have found many historians, both among contemporary and later writers. But hitherto, no one has attempted to write a history of the spread of Islam in India, considered apart from the military successes and administrative achievements of its adherents. Indeed, to many, such a task must appear impossible. For India has often been picked out as a typical instance of a country in which Islam owes its existence and continuance in existence to the settlement in it of foreign, conquering Mohammedan races, who have transmitted their faith to their descendants, and only succeeded in spreading it beyond their own circle by means of persecution and forced conversions. Thus, the missionary spirit of Islam is supposed to show itself in its true light in the brutal massacres of Brahmins by M. a letter 1E25 MUD of GH a ZN letter 1E1 Macron, in the persecutions of Aurangzeb, the forcible circumcisions effected by letter 1E25 a YD a R Ali, Tipu Sultan, and the like. But among the 66 millions of Indian Musulmans, there are vast numbers of converts or descendants of converts, in whose conversion force played no part, and the only influences at work were the teaching and persuasion of peaceful missionaries. This class of converts forms a very distinct group by itself, which can be distinguished from that of the forcibly converted and the other heterogeneous elements of which Muslim India is made up. The entire community may be roughly divided into those of foreign race, who brought their faith into the country along with them, and those who have been converted from one of the previous religions of the country under various inducements and at many different periods of history. The foreign settlement consists of 3 main bodies. First, and numerically the most important, are the immigrants from across the northwest frontier, who are found chiefly in Sindh and the Punjab. Next come the descendants of the court and armies of the various Mohammedan dynasties, mainly in Upper India and to a much smaller extent in the Deccan. Lastly, all along the west coast are settlements probably of Arab descent, whose original founders came to India by sea. But the number of families of foreign origin that actually settled in India is nowhere great except in the Punjab and its neighborhood. More than half the Muslim population of India has indeed assumed appellations of distinctly foreign races, such as Sheikh, Beg, Khan, and even Sayyid. But the greater portion of them are local converts or descendants of converts, who have taken the title of the person of highest rank amongst those by whom they were converted, or have affiliated themselves to the aristocracy of Islam on even less plausible grounds. Of this latter section of the community, the converted natives of the country, part no doubt owed their change of religion to force and official pressure, but by far the majority of them entered the pale of Islam of their own free will. The history of the proselytizing movements and the social influences that brought about their conversion has hitherto received very little attention, and most of the commonly accessible histories of the Mohammedans in India, whether written by European or by native authors, are mere chronicles of wars, campaigns, and the achievements of princes, in which little mention of the religious life of the time finds a place, unless it has taken the form of fanaticism or intolerance. From the biographies of the Muslim saints, however, and from local traditions, something may be learned of the missionary work that was carried on quite independently of the political life of the country. But before dealing with these, it is proposed to give an account of the official propagation of Islam and of the part played by the Mohammedan rulers in the spread of their faith. From the 15th year after the death of the Prophet, when an Arab expedition was sent into Sindh, up to the 18th century, a series of Mohammedan invaders, some founders of great empires, others mere adventurers, poured into India from the northwest. While some came only to plunder and retired laden with spoils, others remained to found kingdoms that have had a lasting influence to the present day. But of none of these do we learn that they were accompanied by any missionaries or preachers. Not that they were indifferent to their religion. To many of them, their invasion of India appeared in the light of a holy war. Such was evidently the thought in the minds of M, a letter 1E25 MUD of GH, a ZN, letter 1EA1 Macron and Timur. The latter, after his capture of Delhi, writes as follows in his autobiography. I had been at Delhi 15 days, which time I passed in pleasure and enjoyment, holding royal courts and giving great feasts. I then reflected that I had come to Hindustan to war against infidels, and my enterprise had been so blessed that wherever I had gone I had been victorious. I had triumphed over my adversaries, I had put to death some lakhs of infidels and idolaters, and I had stained my proselyting sword with the blood of the enemies of the faith. Now this crowning victory had been won, and I felt that I ought not to indulge in ease, but rather to exert myself in warring against the infidels of Hindustan. Though he speaks much of his proselyting sword, it seems, however, to have served no other purpose than that of sending infidels to hell. Most of the Muslim invaders seem to have acted in a very similar way. In the name of Allah, idols were thrown down, their priests put to the sword, and their temples destroyed, while mosques were often erected in their place. It is true that the offer of Islam was generally made to the unbelieving Hindus before any attack was made upon them. Fear occasionally dictated a timely acceptance of such offers and led to conversions which, in the earlier days of the Mohammedan invasion at least, were generally short-lived and ceased to be effective after the retreat of the invader. An illustration in point is furnished by the story of Hardatta, a adjective is of Bulandshahar, whose submission to M, a letter 1E25 M, UD of GH, a ZN, letter 1EA1 Macron, is thus related in the history of that conqueror's campaigns written by his secretary. At length, about AD 1019, he IEM a letter 1E25 MUD arrived at the fort of Barba, in the country of Hardat, who was one of the adjective is, that is, kings, in the Hindi language. When Hardat heard of this invasion by the protected warriors of God, who advanced like the waves of the sea, with the angels around them on all sides, he became greatly agitated, his steps trembled, and he feared for his life, which was forfeited under the law of God. So he reflected that his safety would best be secured by conforming to the religion of Islam, since God's sword was drawn from the scabbard, and the whip of punishment was uplifted. He came forth, therefore, with 10,000 men, who all proclaimed their anxiety for conversion and their rejection of idols. These new converts probably took the earliest opportunity of apostatizing presented to them by the retreat of the conqueror, a kind of action which we find the early Mohammedan historians of India continually complaining of. For when Qutb al-Din Aibak attacked Baran in 1193, he was stoutly opposed by Chandrasen, the then Raja, who was a lineal descendant of Hardatta and whose very name betrays his Hindu faith. Nor do we hear of there being any Musulmans remaining under his rule. But these conquerors would appear to have had very little of that love for souls, which animates the true missionary and which has achieved such great conquests for Islam. The Khiljis, 1,290–1,320, the Tughlaqs, 1,320–1,412, and the Lodis, 1,451–1,526, were generally too busily engaged in fighting to pay much regard to the interests of religion, or else thought more of the exaction of tribute than of the work of conversion. Not that they were entirely lacking in religious zeal. E.g. the Ghakkars, a barbarous people in the mountainous districts of the north of the Punjab, who gave the early invaders much trouble, are said to have been converted through the influence of M.U. letter 1225, a M.M. Adigori, at the end of the 12th century. Their chieftain had been taken prisoner by the Mohammedan monarch, who induced him to become a Musalman, and then confirming him in his title of chief of this tribe, sent him back to convert his followers, many of whom, having little religion of their own, were easily prevailed upon to embrace Islam. According to Ibn Battuta, the Khiljis offered some encouragement to conversion by making it a custom to have the new convert presented to the Sultan, who clad him in a robe of honor and gave him a collar and bracelets of gold, of a value proportionate to his rank. But the monarchs of the earlier Mohammedan dynasties, as a rule, evinced very little proselytizing zeal, and it would be hard to find a parallel in their history to the following passage from the autobiography of Firoz Shah Tughlaq, 1351–1388. I encouraged my infidel subjects to embrace the religion of the Prophet, and I proclaimed that everyone who repeated the creed and became a Musalman should be exempt from the jizya, or poll tax. Information of this came to the ears of the people at large, and great numbers of Hindus presented themselves and were admitted to the honor of Islam. Thus they came forward day by day from every quarter, and, adopting the faith, were exonerated from the jizya and were favored with presents and honors. As the Mohammedan power became consolidated, and particularly under the Mughal dynasty, the religious influences of Islam naturally became more permanent and persistent. These influences are certainly apparent in the Hindu theistic movements that arose in the 15th and 16th centuries, and Bishop Lefroy has conjectured that the positive character of Muslim teaching attracted minds that were dissatisfied with the vagueness and subjectivity of a pantheistic system of thought. When Mohammedanism, with its strong grasp of the reality of the divine existence, and, as flowing from this, of the absolutely fixed and objective character of truth, came into conflict with the haziness of pantheistic thought and the subjectivity of its belief, it necessarily followed, not only that it triumphed in the struggle, but also that it came as a veritable tonic to the life and thought of Upper India, quickening into a fresh and more vigorous life many minds which never accepted for themselves its intellectual sway. A powerful incentive to conversion was offered when adherence to an idolatrous system stood in the way of advancement at the Muhammadan courts. And though a spirit of tolerance, which reached its culmination under the eclectic Akbar, was very often shown towards Hinduism, and respected even, for the most part, the state endowments of that religion. And though the dread of unpopularity and the desire of conciliation dictated a policy of non-interference and deprecated such deeds of violence and such outbursts of fanaticism as had characterized the earlier period of invasion and triumph, still such motives of self-interest gained many converts from Hinduism to the Muhammadan faith. Many Rajputs became converts in this way, and their descendants are to this day to be found among the landed aristocracy. The most important perhaps among these is the Musalman branch of the great Baghoti clan the head of which is the premier Mohammedan noble of Oud. According to one tradition, their ancestor Tilak Chand was taken prisoner by the Emperor Babar, and to regain his liberty adopted the faith of Islam. But another legend places his conversion in the reign of Humayun. This prince, having heard of the marvelous beauty of Tilak Chand's wife, had her carried off while she was at a fair. No sooner, however, was she brought to him than his conscience smote him, and he sent for her husband. Tilak Chand had despaired of ever seeing her again, and in gratitude, he and his wife embraced the faith, which taught such generous purity. These converted Rajputs are very zealous in the practice of their religion, yet often betray their Hindu origin in a very striking manner. In the district of Bulandshahr, for example, a large Musalman family, which is known as the Lalkani Pathans, still, with some exceptions, retains its old Hindu titles and family customs of marriage, while Hindu branches of the same clan still exist side by side with it. In the Mirzapur district, the Gaharwar Rajputs, who are now Muslim, still retain in all domestic matters Hindu laws and customs and prefix a Hindu honorific title to their Mohammedan names. Official pressure is said never to have been more persistently brought to bear upon the Hindus than in the reign of Aurangzeb. In the eastern districts of the Punjab, there are many cases in which the ancestor of the Musalman branch of the village community is said to have changed his religion in the reign of this zealot, in order to save the land of the village. In Gurgaon, near Delhi, there is a Hindu family of Banyas who still bear the title of Sheikh, which is commonly adopted by converted Hindus, because one of the members of the family, whose line is now extinct, became a convert in order to save the family property from confiscation. Many Rajput landowners in the Kanpur district were compelled to embrace Islam for the same reason. In other cases, the ancestor is said to have been carried as a prisoner or hostage to Delhi, and they're forcibly circumcised and converted. It should be noted that the only authority for these forced conversions is family or local tradition, and no mention of such, as far as I have been able to discover, is made in the historical accounts of Aurangzeb's reign. It is established without doubt that forced conversions have been made by Mohammedan rulers, and it seems probable that Aurangzeb's well-known zeal on behalf of his faith has caused many families of northern India, the history of whose conversion has been forgotten, to attribute their change of faith to this, the most easily assignable cause. Similarly, in the Deccan, Aurangzeb shares with Letter 1225 a Yd R. Ali and Tipu Sultan, these being the best known of modern Muhammadan rulers. The reputation of having forcibly converted sundry families and sections of the population, whose conversion undoubtedly dates from a much earlier period, from which no historical record of the circumstances of the case has come down. Tipu Sultan is probably the Mohammedan monarch who most systematically engaged in the work of forcible conversion. In 1788, he issued the following proclamation to the people of Malabar. From the period of the conquest until this day, during 24 years, you have been a turbulent and refractory people, and in the wars waged during your rainy season, you have caused numbers of our warriors to taste the draught of martyrdom. Be it so. What is past is past. Hereafter you must proceed in an opposite manner. Dwell quietly and pay your dues like good subjects. And since it is the practice with you for one woman to associate with 10 men, and you leave your mothers and sisters unconstrained in their obscene practices, and are thence all born in adultery, and are more shameless in your connections than the beasts of the field, I hereby require you to forsake these sinful practices and to be like the rest of mankind. And if you are disobedient to these commands, I have made repeated vows to honor the whole of you with Islam and to march all the chief persons to the seat of government. This proclamation stirred up a general revolt in Malabar, and early in 1789, Tipu Sultan prepared to enforce his proclamation with an army of more than 20,000 men, and issued general orders that every being in the district without distinction should be honored with Islam, that the houses of such as fled to avoid that honor should be burned, that they should be traced to their lurking places, and that all means of truth and falsehood, force or fraud should be employed to effect their universal conversion. Thousands of Hindus were accordingly circumcised and made to eat beef, but by the end of 1790, the British army had destroyed the last remnant of Tipu Sultan's power in Malabar, and this monarch himself perished early in 1799 at the capture of Seringapatam. Most of the Brahmins and Nayars who had been forcibly converted subsequently disowned their new religion. How little was affected towards the spread of Islam by violence on the part of the Mohammedan rulers may be judged from the fact that even in the centers of the Mohammedan power, such as Delhi and Agra, the Muhammadans in modern times in the former district hardly exceeded 1/10, and in the latter they did not form 1/4 of the population. A remarkable example of the worthlessness of forced conversion is exhibited in the case of Bod Mal, Raja of Majhuli, in the district of Gorakhpur. He was arrested by Akbar in default of revenue, carried to Delhi, and there converted to Islam, receiving the name of Mu letter 1225 Adi Salim. But on his return, his wife refused to let him into the ancestral castle, and, as apparently she had the sympathy of his subjects on her side, she governed his territories during the minority of his son Bhawani Mal, so that the Hindu succession remained undisturbed. Until recently, there were some strange survivals of a similarly futile false conversion, noticeable in certain customs of a Hindu sect called the Bishnua, the principal tenet of whose faith is the renunciation of all Hindu deities, except Vishnu. They used recently to bury their dead, instead of burning them, to adopt Gilem Mu letter 1225, a D, and other Mohammedan names, and use the Muslim form of salutation. They explained their adoption of these Mohammedan customs by saying that having once slain a Qadi who had interfered with their right of widow burning, they had compounded for the offense by embracing Islam. They have now, however, renounced these practices in favor of Hindu customs. But though some Mohammedan rulers may have been more successful in forcing an acceptance of Islam on certain of their Hindu subjects than in the last-mentioned cases, and whatever truth there may be in the assertion that it is impossible even to approach the religious side of the Mohammedan position in India without surveying first its political aspect, we undoubtedly find that Islam has gained its greatest and most lasting missionary triumphs in times and places in which its political power has been weakest, as in southern India and eastern Bengal. Of such missionary movements, it is now proposed to essay some account, commencing with southern India and the Deccan, then after reviewing the history of Sindh, Kutch, and Gujarat, passing to Bengal, and finally noticing some missionaries whose work lay outside the above geographical limits. Of several of the missionaries to be referred to, little is recorded beyond their names and the sphere of their labors. Accordingly, in view of the general dearth of such missionary annals, any available details have been given at length. The first advent of Islam in South India dates as far back as the 8th century, when a band of refugees, to whom the Mapillas trace their descent, came from Iraq and settled in the country. The trade in spices, ivory, gems, etc., between India and Europe, which for many hundred years was conducted by the Arabs and Persians, caused a continual stream of Mohammedan influence to flow in upon the west coast of southern India. From this constant influx of foreigners, there resulted a mixed population, half Hindu and half Arab or Persian, in the trading centers along the coast. Very friendly relations appear to have existed between these Muslim traders and the Hindu rulers, who extended to them their protection and patronage in consideration of the increased commercial activity and consequent prosperity of the country that resulted from their presence in it, and no obstacles were placed in the way of proselytizing, the native converts receiving the same consideration and respect as the foreign merchants. Even though before their conversion, they had belonged to the lowest grades of society. The traditionary account of the introduction of Islam into Malabar, as given by a Mohammedan historian of the 16th century, represents the first missionaries to have been a party of pilgrims on their way to visit the footprint of Adam in Ceylon. On their arrival at Cranganore, the Raja sent for them and the leader of the party, Sheikh Sharaf B. Malik, who was accompanied by his brother, Malik B. Dinar, and his nephew, Malik B. letter 1225 a BIB, took the opportunity of expounding to him the faith of Islam and the mission of Mu letter 1225 a D. And God caused the truth of the Prophet's teaching to enter into the king's heart, and he believed therein. And his heart became filled with love for the Prophet, and he bade the sheikh and companions come back to him again on their return from their pilgrimage to Adam's footprint. On the return of the pilgrims from Ceylon, the king secretly departed with them in a ship bound for the coast of Arabia, leaving his kingdom in the hand of viceroys. Here he remained for some time and was just about to return to his own country, with the intention of erecting mosques there and spreading the faith of Islam, when he fell sick and died. On his deathbed, he solemnly enjoined on his companions not to abandon their proposed missionary journey to Malabar, and to assist them in their labors, he gave them letters of recommendation to his viceroys, at the same time bidding them conceal the fact of his death. Armed with these letters, Sheriff B. Malik and his companions sailed for Cranganore, where the king's letter secured for them a kindly welcome and a grant of land, on which they built a mosque. Malik B. Dinar decided to settle there, but Malik B. Letter 1025 IB set out on a missionary tour with the object of building mosques throughout Malabar. So Malik B. Letter 1025 IB set out for Quilon with his worldly goods and his wife and some of his children, and he built a mosque there. Then, leaving his wife there, he went on to hilly Marawi, where he built a mosque. And so the narrative continues, giving a list of 7 other places at which the missionary erected mosques, finally returning to Cranganore. Later on, he visited all these places again to pray in the mosque at each of them, and came back, praising and giving thanks to God for the manifestation of the faith of Islam in a land filled with unbelievers. In spite of the circumstantial character of this narrative, there is no evidence of its historicity. Popular belief puts the date of the events recorded as far back as the lifetime of the Prophet. With a mild skepticism, Zayn al-Din thought that they could not have been earlier than the 3rd century of the Hijra. But there is no more authority for the one date than for the other, or for the common Mappila tradition of the existence of the tomb of a Hindu king at Zafar, on the coast of Arabia, bearing the inscription, Abd al-Ara letter 1025 Emma and al-Samiri, arrived AH 212, died AH 216. And the mosque at Madji, said to have been founded by Malik B. Dinar, bears an inscription commemorating its erection in AD 1124. But the legend certainly bears witness to the peaceful character of the proselytizing influences that were at work on the Malabar coast for centuries. The agents in this work were chiefly Arab merchants, but Ibn Battuta makes mention of several professed theologians from Arabia and elsewhere, whom he met in various towns on the Malabar coast. The Zamorin of Calicut, who was one of the chief patrons of Arab trade, is said to have encouraged conversion to Islam, in order to man the Arab ships on which he depended for his aggrandizement, and to have ordered that in every family of fishermen in his dominion, one or more of the male members should be brought up as Mohammedans. At the beginning of the 16th century, the Mappilas were estimated to have formed 1/5 of the population of Malabar, spoke the same language as the Hindus, and were only distinguished from them by their long beards and peculiar headdress. But for the arrival of the Portuguese, the whole of this coast would have become Mohammedan, because of the frequent conversions that took place and the powerful influence exercised by the Muslim merchants from other parts of India, such as Gujarat and the Deccan, and from Arabia and Persia. But there would appear to be no record of the individuals who took part in the propaganda, except in the case of the historian Abd al-Razak, who has himself left an account of his unsuccessful mission to the court of the Zamorin of Calicut. He was sent on this mission in the year 1441 by the Timurid Shah Rukh Bahadur, in response to an appeal made by an ambassador who had been sent by the Zamorin of Calicut to this monarch. The ambassador was himself a Musalman, and represented to the Sultan how excellent and meritorious an action it would be to send a special envoy to the Zamorin, to invite him to accept Islam in accordance with the injunction, "Summon thou to the ways of thy Lord with wisdom and with kindly warning, and open the bolt of darkness and error that locked his benighted heart, and let the splendor of the light of the faith and the brightness of the sun of knowledge shine into the window of his soul." Abd al-Razak was chosen for this task, and after an adventurous journey reached Calicut, but appears to have met with a cold reception, and after remaining there for about 6 months, abandoned his original purposes and made his way back to Khurasan, which he reached after an absence of 3 years. Another community of Musalmans in southern India, the Ravitans, ascribed their conversion to the preaching of missionaries whose tombs are held in veneration by them to the present day. The most famous of these was Sayyid Nathar Shah, A.D. 969-1039, who after many wanderings in Arabia, Persia, and northern India, settled down in Trichinopoli, where he spent the remaining years of his life in prayer and works of charity, and converted a large number of Hindus to the faith of Islam. His tomb is much resorted to as a place of pilgrimage, and the Mohammedans renamed Trichinopoly Natharnagar, after the name of their saint. Sayyid Ibrahim Shahid, said to have been born about the middle of the 12th century, whose tomb is at Irvadi, was a militant hero who led an expedition into the Pandyan kingdom, occupied the country for about 12 years, but was at length slain. His son's life was, however, spared in consideration of the beneficent rule of his father, and a grant of land given to him, which his descendants enjoy to the present day. The latest of these saints, Shah al-Letter 1E25 MID, 1532-1600, was born at Manikpur in northern India, and spent most of his life in visiting the holy shrines of Islam and in missionary tour chiefly throughout southern India. He finally settled in Nagaur, where the descendants of his adopted son are still in charge of his tomb. Another group of Mohammedans in southern India, the Dudeculas, who live by cotton cleaning, as their name denotes, and by weaving coarse fabrics, attribute their conversion to Baba Fakhr al-Din, whose tomb they revere at Penukonda. Legend says that he was originally a king of Sistan, who abdicated his throne in favor of his brother and became a religious mendicant. After making the pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, he was bidden by the Prophet in a dream to go to India. Here he met Nathar Shah of Trichinopoly and became his disciple, and was sent by him in company with 200 religious mendicants on a proselytizing mission. The legend goes on to say that they finally settled at Penukonda in the vicinity of a Hindu temple, where their presence was unwelcome to the Raja of the place. But instead of appealing to force, he applied several tests to discover whether the Mohammedan saint or his own priest was the better qualified by sanctity to possess the temple. As a final test, he had them both tied up in sacks filled with lime and thrown into tanks. The Hindu priest never reappeared, but Baba Fakhr al-Din asserted the superiority of his faith by being miraculously transported to a hill outside the town. The Raja hereupon became a Musalman, and his example was followed by a large number of the inhabitants of the neighborhood, and the temple was turned into a mosque. The history of Islam in southern India by no means always continued to be of so peaceful a character. But it does not appear that the forcible conversions of the Hindus and others to Islam, which were perpetrated, when the Mohammedan power became paramount under letter 1E25 Aydar Ali, 1767-1782, and Tipu Sultan, 1780-1799, can be paralleled in the earlier history of this part of India. However this may be, there is no reason to doubt that constant conversions by peaceful methods were made to Islam from among the lower castes, as is the case at the present day when accessions to Islam from time to time occur from among the Tiyans, who are said to form one of the most progressive communities in India, the Mukyavans or fisherman caste, as well as from the Cherumans or agricultural laborers and other serf castes, to whom Islam brings deliverance from the disabilities attaching to the outcasts of the Hindu social system. Occasionally, also, converts are drawn from among the Nayars and the native Christians. In Panani, the residence of the spiritual head of the majority of the Mohammedans of Malabar, there is an association entitled Minat al-Islam Sabah, where converts are instructed in the tenets of their new faith and material assistance rendered to those under instruction. The average number of converts received in this institution in the course of the first 3 years of the 20th century was 750. So numerous have these conversions from Hinduism been, that the tendency of the Mohammedans of the West as well as the east coast of southern India has been to reversion to the Hindu or Aboriginal type. And, except in the case of some of the nobler families, they now in great part present all the characteristics of an Aboriginal people, with very little of the original foreign blood in them. In the western coast districts, the tyranny of caste intolerance is peculiarly oppressive. To give but one instance, in Travancore certain of the lower castes may not come nearer than 74 paces to a Brahmin and have to make a grunting noise as they pass along the road in order to give warning of their approach. Similar instances might be abundantly multiplied. What wonder, then, that the Muselman population is fast increasing through conversion from these lower castes, who thereby free themselves from such degrading oppression and raise themselves and their descendants in the social scale. In fact, the Mapillas on the west coast are said to be increasing so considerably through accessions from the lower classes of Hindus, as to render it possible that in a few years the whole of the lower races of the west coast may become Mohammedans. It was most probably from Malabar that Islam crossed over to the Laccadive and Maldive Islands, the population of which is now entirely Muslim. The inhabitants of these islands owed their conversion to the Arab and Persian merchants, who established themselves in the country, intermarrying with the natives, and thus smoothing the way for the work of active proselytism. The date of the conversion of the first Muhammadan Sultan of the Maldive Islands, a letter 1225 M. Adi Shanyaraza, has been conjectured to have occurred about AD 1200, but it is very possible that the Mohammedan merchants had introduced their religion into the island as much as 3 centuries before, and the process of conversion must undoubtedly have been a gradual one. No details, however, have come down to us. At Mail, the seat of government, is found the tomb of Sheikh Yusuf Shams al-Din, a native of Tabriz in Persia, who is said to have been a successful missionary of Islam in these islands. His tomb is still held in great veneration and always kept in good repair, and in the same part of the island are buried some of his countrymen who came in search of him and remained in the Maldives until their death. The introduction of Islam into the neighboring Laccadive Islands is attributed to an Arab preacher, known to the islanders by the name of Mumba Muliaka. His tomb is still shown at Androth, and as the present Cadi of that place claims to be 26th in descent from him, he probably reached these islands sometime in the 12th century. The Deccan also was the scene of the successful labors of many Muslim missionaries. It has already been pointed out that from very early times Arab traders had visited the towns on the west coast. In the 10th century, we are told that the Arabs were settled in large numbers in the towns of the Konkan, having intermarried with the women of the country and living under their own laws and religion. Under the Muhammadan dynasties of the Baminid, 1347–1490, and by Japur, 1489–1686, kings, a fresh impulse was given to Arab immigration, and with the trader and the soldier of fortune came the missionaries seeking to make spiritual conquests in the cause of Islam and win over the unbelieving people of the country by their preaching and example. For of forcible conversions, we have no record under the early Deccan dynasties, whose rule was characterized by a striking toleration. One of these Arab preachers, Pir Mehebir Kamdiat, came as a missionary to the Deccan as early as AD 1304, and among the cultivating classes of Bijapur are to be found descendants of the Jains who were converted by him. About the close of the same century, a celebrated saint of Gulbarga, Syed M.U. Letter 1225, a M.M. Adi Jisudaras, converted a number of Hindus of the Pune district, and 20 years later his labors were crowned with a like success in Belgaum. At Dahanu still reside the descendants of a relative of one of the greatest saints of Islam, Syed Abd al-Qadir Jilani of Baghdad. He came to western India about the 15th century, and after making many converts in the Konkan, died and was buried at Dahanu. In the district of Darwar, there are large numbers of weavers whose ancestors were converted by Hashim Pir Gujarati, the religious teacher of the Bijapur king, Ibrahim Adil Shah Roman II, about the close of the 16th century. These men still regard the saint with special reverence and pay great respect to his descendants. The descendants of another saint, Shah Mu Letter 1225, a M.M. Adi Letter 1263, a D.I.Q. Sarmest Letter 1225, USAYNI, are still found in Nasik. He is said to have been the most successful of Muhammadan missionaries. Having come from Medina in 1568, he traveled over the greater part of western India and finally settled at Nasik, in which district another very successful Muslim missionary, K.H. Waja Kunmir, Letter 1225 USAYNI, had begun to labor about 50 years before. 2 other Arab missionaries may be mentioned, the scene of whose proselytizing efforts was laid in the district of Belgaum, namely Sayyid M.U. Letter 1225, a M.M., a D.B. Syed Ali, and Syed Umar Idris Bashaban. Another missionary movement may be said roughly to center around the city of Multan. This, in the early days of the Arab conquest, was one of the outposts of Islam, when Mu-125 a.d.b. Qasim had established Muhammadan supremacy over Sind, AD 714. During the 3 centuries of Arab rule, there were naturally many accessions to the faith of the conquerors. Several Scindian princes responded to the invitation of the Caliph Umar b. Abd al-Aziz to embrace Islam. The people of Sawandari, who submitted to Mu-125 a.d.b. Qasim and had peace granted to them on the condition that they would entertain the Musalmans and furnish guides, are spoken of by al-Baladhuri, writing about 100 years later, as professing Islam in his time, and the dispatches of the conqueror frequently refer to the conversion of the unbelievers. That these conversions were in the main voluntary may be judged from the toleration that the Arabs, after the first violence of their onslaught, showed towards their idolatrous subjects. The people of Brahmanabad, for example, whose city had been taken by storm, were allowed to repair their temple, which was a means of livelihood to the Brahmins, and nobody was to be forbidden or prevented from following his own religion. And generally, where submission was made, quarter was readily given, and the people were permitted the exercise of their own creeds and laws. During the troubles that befell the caliphate in the latter half of the 9th century, Sind, neglected by the central government, came to be divided among several petty princes, the most powerful of whom were the amirs of Multan and Mansura. Such disunion naturally weakened the political power of the Musalmans, which had in fact begun to decline earlier in the century. For in the reign of al-Mutasim, A.D. 833–842, the Indians of Sindh declared themselves independent, but they spared the mosque, in which the Musalmans were allowed to perform their devotions undisturbed. The Mohammedans of Multan succeeded in maintaining their political independence and kept themselves from being conquered by the neighboring Hindu princes by threatening, if attacked, to destroy an idol which was held in great veneration by the Hindus and was visited by pilgrims from the most distant parts. But in the hour of its political decay, Islam was still achieving missionary successes. Al-Baladhuri tells the following story of the conversion of a king of Uzayfin, a country between Kashmir and Multan and Kabul. The people of this country worshipped an idol for which they had built a temple. The son of the king fell sick, and he desired the priests of the temple to pray to the idol for the recovery of his son. They retired for a short time and then returned saying, "We have prayed and our supplications have been accepted." But no long time passed before the youth died. Then the king attacked the temple, destroyed and broke in pieces the idol, and slew the priests. He afterwards invited a party of Mohammedan traders who made known to him the unity of God, whereupon he believed in the unity and became a Muslim. A similar missionary influence was doubtless exercised by the numerous communities of Muslim merchants who carried their religion with them into the infidel cities of Hindustan. Arab geographers of the 10th and 12th centuries mention the names of many such cities, both on the coast and inland, where the Musalmans built their mosques and were safe under the protection of the native princes, who even granted them the privilege of living under their own laws. The Arab merchants at this time formed the medium of commercial communication between Sind and the neighboring countries of India and the outside world. They brought the produce of China and Ceylon to the seaports of Sind, and from there conveyed them by way of Multan to Turkestan and Khorasan. It would be strange if these traders, scattered about in the cities of the unbelievers, failed to exhibit the same proselytizing zeal as we find in the Mohammedan trader elsewhere. To the influence of such trading communities was most probably due the conversion of the Samas, who ruled over Sind from AD 1351 to 1521. While the reign of Nanda B. Babaniya of this dynasty is specially mentioned as one of such peace and security that never was this prince called upon to ride forth to battle, and never did a foe take the field against him. It is at the same time described as being remarkable for its justice and an increase of Islam. This increase could thus only have been brought about by peaceful missionary methods. One of the most famous of these missionaries was the celebrated saint, Sayyid Yusuf al-Din, a descendant of Abd al-Qadir Jilani, who was bidden in a dream to leave Baghdad for India and convert its inhabitants to Islam. He came to Sind in 1422, and after laboring there for 10 years, he succeeded in winning over to Islam 700 families of the Lohana caste, who followed the example of two of their number, by names Sundarji and Hansraj. These men embraced Islam after seeing some miracles performed by the saint, and on their conversion received the names of Adamji and Taj Mu letter 1E25, a MM, a D respectively. Under the leadership of the grandson of the former, these people afterwards migrated to Kutch, where their numbers were increased by converts from among the Kutch Lohanas. Sindh was also the scene of the labors of Pir letter 1E63, a Dr. al-Din, an Ismaili missionary, who was head of the Khaja sect about the year 1430. In accordance with the principles of accommodation practiced by this sect, he took a Hindu name and made certain concessions to the religious beliefs of the Hindus whose conversion he sought to achieve, and introduced among them a book entitled Dasavatar, in which Ali was made out to be the 10th avatar or incarnation of Vishnu. This book has been from the beginning the accepted scripture of the Khaja sect, and it is always read by the bedside of the dying and periodically at many festivals. It assumes the 9 incarnations of Vishnu to be true as far as they go, but to fall short of the perfect truth, and supplements this imperfect Vaisnav system by the cardinal doctrine of the Ismailians, the incarnation and coming manifestation of Ali. Further, he made out Brahma to be Mu letter 1E25, a MM, a D, Vishnu to be Ali and Adam Siva. The first of Pir letter 1E63, a Dr. al-Din's converts were one in the villages and towns of Upper Sindh. He preached also in Kutch, and from these parts, the doctrines of this sect spread southwards through Gujarat to Bombay. And at the present day, Khaja communities are to be found in almost all the large trading towns of western India and on the seaboard of the Indian Ocean. Pir letter 1E63, a Dr. al-Din, was not, however, the first of the Ismailian missionaries who came into India. He was preceded by Abd Allah, a missionary sent from Yemen about 1067. He is said to have been a man of great learning and is credited with the performance of many miracles, whereby he convinced a large number of Hindus of the truth of his religion. The second Ismaili missionary, Nur al-Din, generally known by the Hindu name he adopted, Nur Sadagar, was sent into India from Alamat, the stronghold of the Grand Master of the Ismailis, and reached Gujarat in the reign of the Hindu king, Siddharaj A.D. 1094–1143. He adopted a Hindu name, but told the Mohammedans that his real name was Sayyid Sadat. He is said to have converted the Kambis, Karwas, and Chorus, low castes of Gujarat. As Nur Sadagar is revered as the first missionary of the Khajas, so is Abd Allah believed by some to have been the founder of the sect of the Bohras, a large and important community of Shias, mainly of Hindu origin, who are found in considerable numbers in the chief commercial centers of the Bombay Presidency. But others ascribe the honor of being the first Bohra missionary to Mullah Ali, of whose proselytizing methods the following account is given by a Shia historian. As the people of Gujarat in those days were infidels and accepted as their religious leader an old man whose teaching they blindly followed, Mullah Ali saw no alternative but to go to the old man and ask to become his disciple, intending to set before him such convincing arguments that he would become a Musalman, and afterwards to attempt the conversion of others. He accordingly spent some years in the service of the old man, and having learned the language of the people of the country, read their books and acquired a knowledge of their sciences. Step by step, he unfolded to the enlightened mind of the old man the truth of the faith of Islam and persuaded him to become a Musalman. After his conversion, some of his disciples followed the old man's example. Finally, the chief minister of the king of that country became aware of the old man's conversion to Islam, and going to see him submitted to his spiritual guidance and likewise became a Musalman. For a long time, the old man, the minister, and the rest of the converts to Islam kept the fact of their conversion concealed, and through fear of the king always took care to prevent it coming to his knowledge. But at length, the king received a report of the ministers having adopted Islam and began to make inquiries. One day, without giving previous notice, he went to the minister's house and found him bowing his head in prayer and was vexed with him. The minister recognized the purpose of the king's visit and realized that his displeasure had been excited by suspicions aroused by his prayer, with its bowing and prostrations. But the guidance of God and divine grace befitting the occasion, He said that he was making these movements because he was watching a serpent in the corner of the room. When the king turned towards the corner of the room, by divine providence he saw a snake there, and accepted the minister's excuse, and his mind was cleared of all suspicions. In the end, the king also secretly became a Musalman, but for reasons of state concealed his change of mind. When, however, the hour of his death drew near, he gave orders that his body was not to be burnt, as is the custom of the infidels. Subsequently to his decease, when Sultan Zafar, one of the trusty nobles of Sultan Firoz Shah, king of Delhi, conquered Gujarat, some of the Sunni nobles who accompanied him used arguments to make the people join the Sunni sect of the Muslim faith. So some of the Bohras are Sunnis, but the greater part remain true to their original faith. Several small groups of Musalmans in Kutch and Gujarat trace their conversion to Imam Shah of Purana, who was actively engaged in missionary work during the latter half of the 15th century. He is said to have converted a large body of Hindu cultivators by bringing about a fall of rain after 2 seasons of scarcity. On another occasion, meeting a band of Hindu pilgrims passing through Purana on their way to Benares, he offered to take them there. They agreed and in a moment were in the holy city, where they bathed in the Ganges and paid their vows. They then awoke to find themselves still in Purana and adopted the faith of the saint who could perform such a miracle. He died in 1512, and his tomb in Purana is still an object of pilgrimage for Hindus as well as for Mohammedans. Many of the Kutch Musalmans that are of Hindu descent reverence as their spiritual leader Dawul Shah Pir, whose real name was Malik Abd al-Latif, the son of one of the nobles of a letter 1225 Mud Bigara, 1459-1511, the famous monarch of the Mohammedan dynasty of Gujarat, to whose reign popular tradition assigns the date of the conversion of many Hindus. It is in Bengal, however, that the Mohammedan missionaries in India have achieved their greatest success, as far as numbers are concerned. A Mohammedan kingdom was first founded here at the end of the 12th century by Mu letter 1225 Adi Bakhtiar Khilji, who conquered Bihar and Bengal and made Gaur the capital of the latter province. The long continuance of the Mohammedan rule would naturally assist the spread of Islam, and though the Hindu rule was restored for 10 years under the tolerant Raja Khans, whose rule is said to have been popular with his Muhammadan subjects, his son, Jatmal, renounced the Hindu religion and became a Musalman. After his father's death in 1414, he called together all the officers of the state and announced his intention of embracing Islam, and proclaimed that if the chiefs would not permit him to ascend the throne, he was ready to give it up to his brother. Whereupon, they declared that they would accept him as their king, whatever religion he might adopt. Accordingly, several learned men of the Muslim faith were summoned to witness the Raja renounce the Hindu religion and publicly profess his acceptance of Islam. He took the name of Jalal al-Din Mu letter 1225 Adi Shah, and according to tradition, numerous conversions were made during his reign. Many of these were, however, due to force, for his reign is signalized as being the only one in which any wholesale persecution of the subject Hindus is recorded, during the 5 centuries and a half of Mohammedan rule in eastern Bengal. Conversions, however, often took place at other times under pressure from the Mohammedan government. The Rajas of Kharagpur were originally Hindus and became Mohammedans because, having been defeated by one of Akbar's generals, they were only allowed to retain the family estates on the condition that they embraced Islam. The Hindu ancestor of the family of Asad Ali Khan in Chittagong was deprived of his caste by being forced to smell beef and had perforce to become a Mohammedan, and several other instances of the same kind might be quoted. Murshid Quli Khan, son of a converted Brahmin, who was made governor of Bengal by the Emperor Aurangzeb at the beginning of the 18th century, enforced a law that any official or landlord who failed to pay the revenue that was due or was unable to make good the loss should, with his wife and children, be compelled to become Mohammedans. Further, it was the common law that any Hindu who forfeited his caste by a breach of regulations could only be reinstated by the Muhammadan government. If the government refused to interfere, the outcast had no means of regaining his position in the social system of the Hindus, and would probably find no resource but to become a Musalman. The Afghan adventurers who settled in this province also appear to have been active in the work of proselytizing, for besides the children that they had by Hindu women, they used to purchase a number of boys in times of scarcity and educate them in the tenets of Islam. But it is not in the ancient centers of the Mohammedan government that the Musulmans of Bengal are found in large numbers, but in the country districts, in districts where there are no traces of settlers from the West, and in places where low-caste Hindus and outcasts most abound. The similarity of manners between these low-caste Hindus and the followers of the Prophet, and the caste distinctions which they still retain, as well as their physical likeness, all bear the same testimony and identify the Bengal Musulmans with the aboriginal tribes of the country. Here Islam met with no consolidated religious system to bar its progress, as in the northwest of India, where the Muhammadan invaders found Brahmanism full of fresh life and vigor after its triumphant struggle with Buddhism, where, in spite of persecutions, its influence was an inspiring force in the opposition offered by the Hindus, and retained its hold on them in the hour of their deepest distress and degradation. But in Bengal, the Muslim missionaries were welcomed with open arms by the Aborigines and the low castes on the very outskirts of Hinduism, despised and condemned by their proud Aryan rulers. To these poor people, fishermen, hunters, pirates, and low-caste tillers of the soil, Islam came as a revelation from on high. It was the creed of the ruling race. Its missionaries were men of zeal who brought the gospel of the unity of God and the equality of men in its sight to a despised and neglected population. The initiatory rite rendered relapse impossible and made the proselyte and his posterity true believers forever. In this way, Islam settled down on the richest alluvial province of India, the province which was capable of supporting the most rapid and densest increase of population. Compulsory conversions are occasionally recorded, but it was not to force that Islam owed its permanent success in Lower Bengal. It appealed to the people, and it derived the great mass of its converts from the poor. It brought in a higher conception of God and a nobler idea of the brotherhood of man. It offered to the teeming low castes of Bengal, who had sat for ages abject on the outermost pale of the Hindu community, a free entrance into a new social organization. The existence in Bengal of definite missionary efforts is said to be attested by certain legends of the zeal of private individuals on behalf of their religion, and the graves of some of these missionaries are still honored and are annually visited by hundreds of pilgrims. One of the earliest of these was Sheikh Jalal al-Din Tabrizi, who died in AD 1244. He was a pupil of the great saint, Shihab al-Din Suhrawardi. In the course of his missionary journeys, he visited Bengal, where a shrine to which is attached a rich endowment was erected in his honor, the real site of his tomb being unknown. Many miracles are ascribed to him, among others, that he converted a Hindu milkman to Islam by a single look. In the 19th century, there was a remarkable revival of the Muhammadan religion in Bengal, and several sects that owe their origin to the influence of the Wahhabi Reformation have sent their missionaries through the province purging out the remnants of Hindu superstitions, awakening religious zeal, and spreading the faith among unbelievers. Some account still remains to be given of Muslim missionaries who have labored in parts of India other than those mentioned above. One of the earliest of these is Sheikh Ismail, one of the most famous of the Sayyids of Bukhara, distinguished alike for his secular and religious learning. He is said to have been the first Muslim missionary who preached the faith of Islam in the city of Lahore, whither he came in the year AD 1005. Crowds flocked to listen to his sermons, and the number of his converts swelled rapidly day by day, and it is said that no unbeliever ever came into personal contact with him without being converted to the faith of Islam. The conversion of the inhabitants of the western plains of the Panjab is said to have been effected through the preaching of Baha al-Letter 1E25AQQ of Multan and Baba Farid al-Din of Pakban, who flourished about the end of the 13th and beginning of the 14th centuries. A biographer of the latter saint gives a list of 16 tribes who were won over to Islam through his preaching, but unfortunately provides us with no details of this work of conversion. One of the most famous of the Muslim saints of India and a pioneer of Islam in Rajputana was Khwaja Muin al-Din Kishti, who died in Ajmer in AD 1234. He was a native of Sajistan to the east of Persia, and is said to have received his call to preach Islam to the unbelievers in India while on a pilgrimage to Medina. Here the Prophet appeared to him in a dream and thus addressed him, "The Almighty has entrusted the country of India to thee. Go thither and settle in Ajmer. By God's help, the faith of Islam shall, through thy piety and that of thy followers, be spread in that land." He obeyed the call and made his way to Ajmer, which was then under Hindu rule, and idolatry prevailed throughout the land. Among the first of his converts here was a yogi, who was the spiritual preceptor of the Raja himself. Gradually, he gathered around him a large body of disciples whom his teachings had won from the ranks of infidelity, and his fame as a religious leader became very widespread and attracted to Ajmer great numbers of Hindus whom he persuaded to embrace Islam. On his way to Ajmer, he is said to have converted as many as 700 persons in the city of Delhi. Of immense importance in the history of Islam in India was the arrival in that country of Sayyid Jalal al-Din, who is said to have been born at Bukhara in 1199. He settled in Uch, now in the Bahawalpur territory, in 1244, and converted numbers of persons in the neighborhood to Islam. He died in 1291, and his descendants, many of whom are also revered as saints, have remained as guardians of his shrine up to the present day and form the center of a widespread religious influence. His grandson, Sayyid al-Letter-1E25M, Adi Kabir, known as Makdam-i Jahaniyan, is credited with having effected the conversion of several tribes in the Punjab. About a mile to the east of Uch is situated the shrine of Letter-1E25 A.S. A.N. Kabir al-Din, son of Sayyid Letter-1E63 A.D.R. al-Din, who was a contemporary of Jalal al-Din. Both father and son are said to have made many converts, and such was the influence attributed to Letter-1E25 A.S. A.N. Kabir al-Din that it was said as soon as his glance fell upon any Hindu, the latter would accept Islam. Rather later in the same century, a native of Persian Iraq by name Abu Ali Kalandar came into India and took up his residence at Panipat, where he died at the ripe age of 100 in AD 1324. The Muslim Rajputs of the city, numbering about 300 males, are descended from a certain Emir Singh who was converted by this saint. His tomb is still held in honor and is visited by many pilgrims. Another such was Sheikh Jalal al-Din, a Persian who came into India about the latter half of the 14th century and settled down at Sylhet, in Lower Assam, in order to convert the people of these parts to Islam. He achieved a great reputation as a holy man, and his proselytizing labors were crowned with eminent success. In more recent years, there have been abundant witnesses for Islam seeking to spread this faith in India, and with very considerable success. The second half of the 19th century especially witnessed a great revival of missionary activity, the number of annual conversions being variously estimated at 10, 50, 100, and 600,000. But it is difficult to obtain accurate information on account of the peculiarly individualistic character of Muslim missionary work and the absence of any central organization or of anything in the way of missionary reports, and the success that attends the labors of Muslim preachers is sometimes much exaggerated, e.g. in the Punjab, a certain Letter-1E25, a JIMU Letter-1E25, a MM-a-D, is said to have converted as many as 200,000 Hindus. And a Maulavi in Bangalore boasted that in 5 years he had made as many as 1,000 converts in this city and its suburbs. But that there are Muslim missionaries engaged in active and successful propagandist labors is undoubted, and the following examples are typical of the period referred to. Maulavi Baka Letter-1E25 USAYN Khan, an itinerant preacher, in the course of several years converted 228 persons, residents of Bombay, Kanpur, Ajmer, and other cities. Maulavi Letter-1E25 A.S. A.N. Ali converted 25 persons, 12 in Pune, the rest in Letter-1E25 a YD, a R, a B, a D, and other parts of India. In the district of Khandesh, in the Bombay Presidency, the preaching of the Qadi of Nasirabad, Sayyid Safdar Ali, won over to Islam a large body of artisans who follow the trade of armorers or blacksmiths. A number of persons of the same trade, who form a small community of about 200 souls in the district of Nasik, were converted in a curious way about 1870. The Presbyterian missionaries of Nasik had for a long time been trying to convert them from Hinduism, and they were in a state of hesitation as to whether or not to embrace Christianity when a Mohammedan fakir from Bombay, who was well acquainted with their habits of thought, expounded to them the doctrines of Islam and succeeded in winning them over to that faith. In Patiala, Maulavi Ubaid Allah, a converted Brahmin of great learning, proved himself to be a zealous preacher of Islam, and in spite of the obstacles that were at first thrown in his way by his relatives, achieved so great a success that his converts almost filled an entire ward of the city. He wrote controversial works, which have passed through several editions, directed against the Christian and Hindu religions. In one of these books, he thus speaks of his own conversion. I, M.U. letter 1225 a M.M. Adi Ubaid Allah, the son of Munshi Kota Mal, resident of Pale, in the Patiala state, declare that this poor man in his childhood and during the lifetime of his father was held in the bondage of idol worship. But the mercy of God caught me by the hand and drew me towards Islam, i.e., I came to know the excellence of Islam and the deficiencies of Hinduism. And I accepted Islam heart and soul and counted myself one of the servants of the Prophet of God, peace be upon him. At that time intelligence, which is the gift of God, suggested to me that it was mere folly and laziness to blindly follow the customs of one's forefathers and be misled by them, and not make researches into matters of religion and faith, whereon depend our eternal bliss or misery. With these thoughts, I began to study the current faiths and investigated each of them impartially. I thoroughly explored the Hindu religion and conversed with learned pandits, gained a thorough knowledge of the Christian faith, read the books of Islam, and conversed with learned men. In all of them I found errors and fallacies, with the exception of Islam, the excellence of which became clearly manifest to me. Its leader, M.U. letter 1225 a M.M. Adi the Prophet, possesses such moral excellences that no tongue can describe them, and he alone who knows the beliefs and the liturgy and the moral teachings and practice of this faith can fully realize them. Praise be to God. So excellent is this religion that everything in it leads the soul to God. In short, by the grace of God, the distinction between truth and falsehood became as clear to me as night and day, darkness and light. But although my heart had long been enlightened by the brightness of Islam and my mouth fragrant with the profession of faith, yet my evil passions and Satan had bound me with the fetters of the luxury and ease of this fleeting world, and I was in evil case because of the outward observances of idolatry. At length the grace of God thus admonished me, how long wilt thou keep this priceless pearl hidden within the shell, and this refreshing perfume shut up in the casket? Thou shouldest wear this pearl about thy neck and profit by this perfume. Moreover, the learned have declared that to conceal one's faith in Islam and retain the dress and habits of infidels brings a man to hell. So, God be praised. On the ID Al-Fitr 1264, the sun of my conversion emerged from its screen of clouds, and I performed my devotions in public with my Muslim brethren. Many Mohammedan preachers have adopted the methods of Christian missionaries, such as street preaching, tract distribution, and other agencies. In many of the large cities of India, Muslim preachers may be found daily expounding the teachings of Islam in some principal thoroughfare. In Bangalore, this practice is very general, and one of these preachers, who was the imam of the mosque about the year 1890, was so popular that he was even sometimes invited to preach by Hindus. He preached in the marketplace, and in the course of 7 or 8 years, gained 42 converts. In Bombay, a Mohammedan missionary preaches almost daily near the chief market of the city, and in Calcutta there are several preaching stations that are kept constantly supplied. Among the converts are occasionally to be found some Europeans, mostly persons in indigent circumstances. The mass, however, are Hindus. Some of the numerous Anjumans that have of recent years sprung up in the chief centers of Musalman life in India include among their objects the sending of missionaries to preach in the bazaars. Such are the Anjuman letter 1225, IMAYATI Islam of Lahore, and the Anjuman letter 1225, AMI Islam of Ajmer. These particular Anjumans appoint paid agents, but much of the work of preaching in the bazaars is performed by persons who are engaged in some trade or business during the working hours of the day and devote their leisure time in the evenings to this pious work. Much of the missionary zeal of the Indian Musalmans is directed towards counteracting the anti-Islamic tendencies of the instruction given by Christian missionaries and the preachers of the Arya Samaj. And the efforts made are thus defensive rather than directly proselytizing. Some preachers too turn their attention rather to the strengthening of the foundation already laid, and endeavor to rid their ignorant co-religionists of their Hindu superstitions, and instill in them a purer form of faith, such efforts being in many cases the continuation of earlier missionary activity. The work of conversion has indeed been often very imperfect. Of many nominally Muslims, it may be said that they are half Hindus. They observe caste rules, they join in Hindu festivals, and practice numerous idolatrous ceremonies. In certain districts also, e.g. in Mewat and Gurgaon, large numbers of Muhammadans may be found who know nothing of their religion but its name. They have no mosques, nor do they observe the hours of prayer. This is especially the case among the Mohammedans of the villages, or in parts of the country where they are isolated from the mass of believers. But in the towns, the presence of learned religious men tends, in great measure, to counteract the influence of former superstitions, and makes for a purer and more intelligent form of religious life. In recent years, however, there has been, speaking generally, a movement noticeable among the Indian Muslims towards a religious life more strictly in accordance with the laws of Islam. The influence of the Christian mission schools has also been very great in stimulating among some Mohammedans of the younger generation a study of their own religion, and in bringing about a consequent awakening of religious zeal. Indeed, the spread of education generally has led to a more intelligent grasp of religious principles and to an increase of religious teachers in outlying and hitherto neglected districts. This missionary movement of reform, from whatever cause it may originate, may be observed in very different parts of India. In the eastern districts of the Punjab, for example, after the mutiny, a great religious revival took place. Preachers traveled far and wide through the country, calling upon believers to abandon their idolatrous practices and expounding the true tenets of the faith. Now, in consequence, most villages in which Mohammedans own any considerable portion have a mosque, while the grosser and more open idolatries are being discontinued. In Rajputana also, the Hindu tribes who have been from time to time converted to Islam in the rural districts are now becoming more orthodox and regular in their religious observances, and are abandoning the ancient customs which hitherto they had observed in common with their idolatrous neighbors. The Marats, for example, now follow the orthodox Mohammedan form of marriage instead of the Hindu ritual they formerly observed, and have abjured the flesh of the wild boar. A similar revival in Bengal has already been spoken of above. Such movements and the efforts of individual missionaries are, however, quite inadequate to explain the rapid increase of the Mohammedans of India, and one is naturally led to inquire what are the causes other than the normal increase of population, which adds so enormously to their numbers. The answer is to be found in the social conditions of life among Hindus. The insults and contempt heaped upon the lower castes of Hindus by their co-religionists, and the impassable obstacles placed in the way of any member of these castes desiring to better his condition, show up in striking contrast the benefits of a religious system which has no outcasts and gives free scope for the indulgence of any ambition. In Bengal, for example, the weavers of cotton piece goods, who are looked upon as vile by their Hindu co-religionists, embrace Islam in large numbers to escape from the low position to which they are otherwise degraded. A very remarkable instance of a similar kind occurs in the history of the northeastern part of the same province. Here, in the year 1550, the aboriginal tribe of the Kak established a dynasty under their great leader, Haju. In the reign of his grandson, when the higher classes in the state were received into the pale of Hinduism, the mass of the people, finding themselves despised as outcasts, became Mohammedans. The escape that Islam offers to Hindus from the oppression of the higher castes was strikingly illustrated in Tinnevelly at the close of the 19th century. A very low caste, the Shanners, had in recent years become prosperous, and many of them had built fine houses. They asserted that they had the right to worship in temples, from which they had hitherto been excluded. A riot ensued, in the course of which the Shanners suffered badly at the hands of Hindus of a higher caste, and they took refuge in the pale of Islam. 600 shanners in one village became Muslims in one day, and their example was quickly followed in other places. Similar instances might be given from other parts of India. A Hindu who has in any way lost caste and been in consequence repudiated by his relations and by the society of which he has been accustomed to move, would naturally be attracted towards a religion that receives all without distinction and offers to him a grade of society equal in the social scale to that from which he has been banished. Such a change of religion might well be accompanied with sincere conviction, but men also who might be profoundly indifferent to the number or names of the deities they were called upon to worship would feel very keenly the social ostracism entailed by their loss of caste and become Muhammadan without any religious feelings at all. The influence of the study of Muhammadan literature also, and the habitual contact with Muhammadan society, must often make itself insensibly felt. Among the Rajput princes of the 19th century in Rajputana and Bundelkhand, such tendencies towards Islamism were to be observed, tendencies which, had the Mughal Empire lasted, would probably have led to their ultimate conversion. They not only respected Mohammedan saints, but had Muhammadan tutors for their sons. They also had their food killed in accordance with the regulations laid down by the Mohammedan law, and joined in the Mohammedan festivals dressed as fakirs and praying like true believers. On the other hand, it has been conjectured that the present position of affairs, under a government perfectly impartial in matters religious, is much more likely to promote conversions among the Hindus generally than was the case under the rule of the Muhammadan kingdoms, when Hinduism gained union and strength from the constant struggle with an aggressive enemy. Hindus, too, often flock in large numbers to the tombs of Muslim saints on the day appointed to commemorate them, and a childless father, with the feeling that prompts a polytheist to leave no god unaddressed, will present his petition to the God of the Mohammedans, and if children are born to him, apparently in answer to this prayer, the whole family will in such a case, and examples are not infrequent, embrace Islam. Love for a Mohammedan woman is occasionally the cause of the conversion of a Hindu, since the marriage of a Muslim woman to an unbeliever is absolutely forbidden by the Muslim law. Hindu children, if adopted by wealthy Musalmans, would be brought up in the religion of their new parents, and a Hindu wife, married to a follower of the Prophet, would be likely to adopt the faith of her husband. As the contrary process can rarely take place, the number of Mohammedans is bound to increase in proportion to that of the Hindus. Hindus, who for some reason or other have been driven out of their caste, the poor who have become the recipients of Mohammedan charity, or women and children who have been protected when their parents have died or deserted them. Such cases would naturally be frequent in times of famine, form a continuous though small stream of additions from the Hindus. There are often local circumstances favorable to the growth of Islam. For example, it has been pointed out that in the villages of the Terai, in which the number of Hindus and Mohammedans happen to be equally balanced, any increase in the predominance of the Mohammedans is invariably followed by disputes about the killing of cows and other practices offensive to Hindu feeling. The Hindus gradually move away from the village, leaving behind of their creed only the chamar ploughmen in the service of the Muhammadan peasants. These latter eventually adopt the religion of their masters, not from any conviction of its truth, but from the inconvenience their isolation entails. Some striking instances of conversions from the lower castes of Hindus are also found in the agricultural districts of Oudh. Although the Muhammadans of this province form only 1/10 of the whole population, still the small groups of Mohammedan cultivators form scattered centers of revolt against the degrading oppression to which their religion hopelessly consigns these lower castes. The advantages Islam holds out to such classes as the chorus and chamars, who stand at the lowest level of Hindu society, and the deliverance which conversion to Islam brings them, may be best understood from the following passage descriptive of their social condition as Hindus. The lowest depth of misery and degradation is reached by the chorus and chamars, the weavers and leather cutters to the rest. Many of these in the northern districts are actually bond slaves, having hardly ever the spirit to avail themselves of the remedy offered by our courts, and descend with their children from generation to generation as the value of an old purchase. They hold the plough for the Brahmin or hatchery master, whose pride of caste forbids him to touch it, and live with the pigs, less unclean than themselves, in separate quarters apart from the rest of the village. Always on the verge of starvation, their lean, black, and ill-formed figures, their stupid faces, and their repulsively filthy habits reflect the wretched destiny, which condemns them to be lower than the beast among their fellow-men. And yet that they are far from incapable of improvement is proved by the active and useful stable servants drawn from among them, who receive good pay and live well under European masters. A change of religion is the only means of escape open to them, and they have little reason to be faithful to their present creed. It is this absence of class prejudices which constitutes the real strength of Islam in India, and enables it to win so many converts from Hinduism. To complete this survey of Islam in India, some account still remains to be given of the spread of this faith in Kashmir, and thence beyond the borders of India into Tibet. Of all the provinces and states of India, with the exception of Sindh, Kashmir contains the largest number of Mohammedans, namely 70%, in proportion to the whole population. But unfortunately, historical facts that should explain the existence in this state of so many Musulmans, almost entirely of Hindu or Tibetan origin, are very scanty. But all the evidence leads us to attribute it on the whole to a long-continued missionary movement inaugurated and carried out mainly by fakirs and dervishes, among whom were Ismailian preachers sent from Alamat. It is difficult to say when this Islamizing influence first made itself felt in the country. The first Mohammedan king of Kashmir, letter 1E63 Ad al-Din, is said to have owed his conversion to a certain Darwesh Bulbul Shah in the early part of the 14th century. This saint was the only religious teacher who could satisfy his craving for religious truth. When dissatisfied with his own Hindu faith, he looked for a more acceptable form of doctrine. Towards the end of the same century, in 1388, the progress of Islam was most materially furthered by the advent of Sayyid Ali Hamadani, a fugitive from his native city of Hamadan in Persia, where he had incurred the wrath of Timur. He was accompanied by 700 Sayyids, who established hermitages all over the country, and by their influence appear to have assured the acceptance of the new religion. Their advent appears, however, to have also stirred up considerable fanaticism, as Sultan Sikandar, 1393–1417, acquired the name of Butchikin from his destruction of Hindu idols and temples, and his prime minister, a converted Hindu, set on foot a fierce persecution of the adherents of his old faith, but on his death toleration was again made the rule of the kingdom. Towards the close of the 15th century, a missionary by name Mir Shams al-Din, belonging to a Shia sect, came from Iraq, and, with the aid of his disciples, won over a large number of converts in Kashmir. When under Akbar, Kashmir became a province of the Mughal Empire, the Muhammadan influence was naturally strengthened and many men of learning came into the country. In the reign of Aurangzeb, the Rajput Raja of Kishtwar was converted by the miracles of a certain Sayyid Shah Farid al-Din, and his conversion seems to have been followed by that of the majority of his subjects. And along the route which the Mughal emperors took on their progresses into Kashmir, we still find Rajas who are the descendants of Muhammadanized Rajputs. To the north and northeast of Kashmir, the provinces of Baltistan and Ladakh are inhabited by a mixed Tibetan race, among whom Islam has been firmly established for several centuries, but the date and manner of its introduction is unknown. The Mohammedans of Baltistan tell of 4 brothers who came from Khurasan and brought about a revival of the faith, but appear to have no tradition regarding the earliest propagandists. Up to the middle of the 19th century, Islam appeared to be making progress, but this tendency was counteracted by the encouragement which Maharaja Ranbir Singh gave to the followers of the Buddhist faith. In Ladakh, there are a number of half-castes, called Arghans, born of Tibetan mothers and Mohammedan fathers, traders who have come to Leh and persuaded the Tibetan women they marry to accept Islam. These Arghans are all Musulmans, and like their fathers, marry Tibetan wives. They are said to be increasing in numbers more rapidly than the pure Tibetan stock. Islam has also been carried into Tibet proper by Kashmiri merchants. Settlements of such merchants are to be found in all the chief cities of Tibet. They marry Tibetan wives, who often adopt the religion of their husbands, and there are now said to be as many as 2,000 Mohammedan families in Lhasa. Islam has made its way into Tibet also from Yunnan, and at Suqing, on the border of the Sichuan province and Tibet, converts are being won from among the Tibetan inhabitants. Muhammadan influences are also said to have come from Persia and from Turkestan. Chapter 10. The Spread of Islam in China. Tradition ascribes to Mu letter 1e25 a a d the saying, "Seek for knowledge, even unto China." Though there is no historical evidence for these words having ever been uttered by the Prophet, it is not impossible that the name of this country may have been known to him, for commercial relations between Arabia and China had been established long before his birth. It was through Arabia, in great measure, that Syria and the ports of the Levant received the produce of the East. In the 6th century, there was a considerable trade between China and Arabia by way of Ceylon, and at the beginning of the 7th century, the commerce between China, Persia, and Arabia was still further extended, the town of Suraf on the Persian Gulf being the chief emporium for the Chinese traders. It was at this period, at the commencement of the T adjective, a Ng dynasty, 618–907, that mention is first made of the Arabs in the Chinese annals. They note the rise of the Muslim power in Medina and briefly describe the religious observances of the new faith. The annals of Guangdong thus record the coming of the first Muslims into China. At the beginning of the T adjective, a Ng dynasty, there came to Canton a large number of strangers, from the kingdoms of Annam, Cambodia, Medina, and several other countries. These strangers worshipped heaven, i.e. God, and had neither statue, idol, nor image in their temples. The kingdom of Medina is close to that of India, and it is in this kingdom that the religion of these strangers, which is different to that of Buddha, originated. They do not eat pork or drink wine, and they regard as unclean the flesh of any animal not killed by themselves. They are nowadays called hui hui. Having asked and obtained from the emperor permission to reside in Canton, they built magnificent houses of a style different to that of our country. They were very rich and obeyed a chief chosen by themselves. Though direct historical evidence is lacking, it is most probable that Islam was first introduced into China by merchants who followed the old-established sea route. But the earliest record we can trust refers to diplomatic relations carried on by land through Persia. When Yazdegerd, the last Sassanid king of Persia, had perished, his son, Firuz, appealed to China for help against the Arab invaders. But the emperor replied that Persia was too far distant for him to send the required troops. But he is said to have dispatched an ambassador to the Arab court to plead the cause of the fugitive prince, probably also with instructions to ascertain the extent and power of the new kingdom that had arisen in the west. And the Caliph Uthman is said to have sent one of the Arab generals to accompany the Chinese ambassador on his return in 651, and this first Muslim envoy was honorably received by the emperor. In the reign of Walid, 705–715, the famous Arab general, Qutayba b Muslim, having been appointed governor of Khorasan, crossed the Oxus and began a series of successful campaigns, in which he successively subjugated Bukhara, Samarkand, and other cities, and carried his conquests up to the western frontier of the Chinese Empire. In 713, he sent envoys to the emperor, who, according to Arab accounts, dismissed them with valuable presents. A few years later, the Chinese annals make mention of an ambassador, named Suleiman, who came from the Caliph Hisham in 726 to the Emperor Suan Sung. These diplomatic relations between the Arab and the Chinese empires assumed a new importance at the close of this emperor's reign, when, driven from his throne by a usurper, he abdicated in favor of his son, Su Tsung, AD 756. The latter sought the help of the Abbasid Caliph, Al-Mansur, who responded to this appeal by sending a body of Arab troops, and with their assistance, the emperor succeeded in recovering his two capitals, Xianganfu and Honanfu, from the rebels. At the end of the war, these Arab troops did not return to their own country, but married and settled in China. Various reasons are assigned for this action on their part. One account represents them as having returned to their native land, but being refused permission to remain on the ground that they had been so long in a land where pork was eaten. They went back again to China. According to another account, they were prepared to embark for Arabia. At Canton, when they were taunted with having eaten pork during their campaign, and in consequence, they refused to return home and run the risk of similar taunts from their own people. When the governor of Canton tried to compel them, They joined with the Arab and Persian merchants, their coreligionists, and pillaged the principal commercial houses in the city. The governor saved himself by taking refuge on the city wall, and was only able to return after he had obtained from the emperor permission for these Arab troops to remain in the country. Houses and lands were assigned to them in different cities, where they settled down and intermarried with the women of the country. The Chinese Mohammedans have a legend that their faith was first preached in China by a maternal uncle of the Prophet, and his reputed tomb at Canton is highly venerated by them. But there is not the slightest historical base for this legend, and it appears to be of late growth. It doubtless arose from a desire to connect the history of the faith in their own land as closely as possible with apostolic times, a fruitful source of legends in countries far removed from the centers of Muslim history. But of the existence of Muslims in China, especially of merchants in the port towns, during the T-Ng dynasty, there is clear evidence. The Chinese annalist of this period, A.D. 713–742, says that the barbarians of the West came into the Middle Kingdom in crowds, like a deluge, from a distance of at least 1,000 leagues and from more than 100 kingdoms, bringing as tribute their sacred books, which were received and deposited in the hall set apart for translations of sacred and canonical books in the imperial palace. From this period, the religious doctrines of these different countries were thus diffused and openly practiced in the empire of T-Ng. An Arab geographer, writing about the year 851, describes these settlements and the mosques which these merchants were allowed to build for their religious exercises. He states that he knew of no Chinaman having embraced Islam, but as he makes the same remark of the people of India, it may be that he was as ill-informed in the one case as the other. But there is certainly no distinct evidence of any proselytizing activity on the part of the Muslims in China, and indeed very little information about them at all until the period of Mongol conquests in the 13th century. These conquests resulted in a vast immigration of Musulmans of various nationalities, Arabs, Persians, Turks, and others into the Chinese Empire. Some came as merchants, artisans, soldiers, or colonists. Others were brought in as prisoners of war. A large number of them settled permanently in the country and developed into a populous and flourishing community, which gradually lost its original racial peculiarities through intermarriage with Chinese women. Several Mohammedans occupied high posts under the Mongol rulers, e.g. Abd al-Letter-125 who in 1244 was appointed head of the imperial finances and allowed to farm the taxes imposed upon China, and Umar Shams al-Din, commonly known as Sayyid Ajal, a native of Bukhara, to whom Kubilay Khan, on his accession in 1259, entrusted the management of the imperial finances. He was subsequently governor of Yunnan, after this province had been conquered and added to the Chinese Empire. Sayyid Ajal died in 1270, leaving behind him a reputation as an enlightened and upright administrator. He built Confucian temples as well as mosques in Yunnan city. The descendants of Sayyid Ajal played a great part in the establishing of Islam in China. It was his grandson who in 1335 obtained from the emperor the recognition of Islam as the true and pure religion, a name which it has kept to the present day, and another descendant of Sayyid Ajal was authorized by the emperor in 1420 to build mosques in the capitals, Xianganfu and Nankin. The Chinese historians of the reign of Kubilay Khan make it a ground of complaint against this monarch that he did not employ Chinese officials in place of the immigrant Turks and Persians. The exalted position occupied by Sayyid Ajal and the facilities of communication between China and the West established by Mongol conquest attracted a number of such persons into the north of China, and it was probably as a result of these immigrations that those scattered Muhammadan communities began to be formed, which have grown to large proportions in most of the provinces of China. Marco Polo, who enjoyed the favor of Kubilay Khan and lived in China from 1275 to 1292, notes the presence of Mohammedans in various parts of Yunnan. At the beginning of the 14th century, all the inhabitants of Talifu, the capital of Yunnan, are said by a contemporary historian to have been Musulmans. And Ibn Battuta, who visited several coast towns in China towards the middle of the 14th century, speaks of the hearty welcome he received from his coreligionists and reports that, In every town there is a special quarter for the Muslims, inhabited solely by them, where they have their mosques. They are honored and respected by the Chinese. Up to this period, the Mohammedans appear to have been looked upon as a foreign community in China. But after the expulsion of the Mongol dynasty, in the latter part of the 14th century, they received no fresh addition to their numbers from abroad, in consequence of the policy of isolation which the Chinese government now adopted. And being thus cut off from communication with their coreligionists in other countries, they tended, in most parts of the empire, gradually to become merged into the mass of the native population, through their marriages with Chinese women and their adoption of Chinese habits and manners. The founder of the new Ming dynasty, the Emperor Hongwu, extended to them many privileges, and their flourishing condition during the period that this dynasty lasted, 1368–1644, is shown by the large number of mosques erected. The emperors of this dynasty cultivated friendly relations with the Muhammadan princes on their western frontier, and there was a frequent interchange of embassies between them and the Timurid princes. One of these is of interest in the missionary history of Islam, inasmuch as Shah Rukh Bahadur in 1412 took advantage of the arrival of a Chinese embassy at his court in Samarkand to include in his answer an invitation to the emperor to embrace Islam. He sent with his envoy, who accompanied the Chinese ambassadors on their return, 2 letters, the first of which, written in Arabic, was to the following effect: "In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. There is no God save God. Mu letter 1225 a a D is the apostle of God. The apostle of God, Mu letter 1225 a D, peace be on him. Said, there shall not cease to be in my church a people abiding in the commandments of God. Whosoever fails to help them or opposes them shall never prosper, until the commandment of the Lord cometh. When the Most High God purposed to create Adam and his race, he said, I was a hidden treasure, but it was my pleasure to become known. I therefore created man that I might be known. It is manifest from hence that the divine purpose, great is his power and exalted is his word. In the creation of man was to make himself known, and uplift the banners of right guidance and faith. Wherefore he sent his apostle with guidance and the religion of truth that it might prevail over all other faiths, though the polytheists turn away from it, that he might make known the laws and the ordinances and the observances of what is lawful and unlawful. And he gave him the holy Qur adjective, and miraculously, that thereby he might put to silence the unbelievers and stop their mouths when they discussed and disputed with him. And by his perfect grace and his all-pervading guidance, he has caused it to remain even unto the day of judgment. By his power he hath established in all ages and times, and in all parts of the world, in east and west, and in China, a mighty monarch, lord of great armies and authority, to administer justice and mercy, and spread the wings of peace and security over the heads of men, to enjoin upon them righteousness, and warn them against evil and disobedience, and lift up among them the banners of the noble religion. And he drives away idolatry and infidelity from among them through belief in the unity of God. The Most High God thus disposeth our hearts, by his past mercies, and his ensuing grace to strive for the establishing of the laws of pure religion and the continuance of the ordinances of the shining path. He also bids us administer justice to our subjects in all suits and cases in accordance with the religion of the Prophet and the ordinances of the Chosen One, and build mosques and colleges and monasteries and hermitages and places of worship, that the teaching of the sciences and the schools of learning may not cease, nor the memorials and injunctions of religion be swept away. Seeing that the continuance of worldly prosperity and dominion, and the permanence of authority and rule depend upon the assistance given to truth and righteousness, and the extirpation of the evils caused by idolatry and unbelief from the earth, in the expectation of blessing and reward, we, therefore, hope that your majesty and the nobles of your realm will agree with us in these matters, and join us in strengthening the foundations of the established law. The other letter, written in Persian, makes a more direct appeal without the rhetorical embellishments of the Arabic. The Most High God, having in the depth of his wisdom and the perfection of his power created Adam, peace be upon him, made some of his sons prophets and apostles and sent them among men to summon them to the truth. To certain of these prophets, such as Abraham, Moses, David, and Mu letter 1225 a D, peace be upon them. He gave a book and taught a law, and he bade the people of their time follow the law and the religion of each of them. All these apostles invited men to faith in the unity and to the worship of God, and forbade the adoration of the sun, moon, and stars, of kings and idols. And though each one of these apostles had a separate law, yet they were all agreed in the doctrine of the unity of the Most High God. At length, when the apostolic and prophetic office devolved on the apostle, mu letter 1e25, a d must, a f letter 1e1 macron, the peace and blessing of God be upon him, all other systems of law were abrogated. He was the apostle and the prophet of the latter age, and it behoves the whole world, lords and kings and ministers, rich and poor, small and great, to observe his law and forsake all past creeds and laws. This is the true and perfect faith and is called Islam. Some years ago, Chinggis Khan took up arms and sent his sons into various countries and kingdoms. Juji Khan to the confines of Saray, Kurim, and Dasht Kafjak, where some monarchs, such as Uzbek Khan, Chani Khan, and Urus Khan, became Musulmans and observed the law of mu letter 1e25, a d, peace be upon him. Hulagu Khan was set over Khorasan, Iraq, and the neighboring countries, and some of his sons who succeeded him received into their hearts the light of the law of mu letter 1e25, a d, peace be upon him, and in like manner became Musulmans, and honored with the blessedness of Islam passed into the other world, such as the truthful king, Ghazan, and Uljaitu Sultan, and the fortunate king, Abu Sa'id Bahijur, until my honored father, Emir Timur Gurgan, succeeded to the throne. He too observed the law of mu letter 1e25, a d, peace be upon him. In all the countries under his rule, and throughout his reign, the followers of the faith of Islam enjoyed complete prosperity. Now that by the goodness and favor of God this kingdom of Khorasan, Iraq, Mawr ejective Alnar, etc., has passed into my hands, the administration is carried on throughout the whole kingdom in accordance with the pure law of the Prophet. Righteousness is enjoined and wrong forbidden, and the Yargu and the institutes of Chinggis Khan have been abolished. Since then, it is sure and certain that salvation and deliverance in the day of judgment, and sovereignty and felicity in the present world, depend upon true faith and Islam, and the favor of the Most High God. It is incumbent upon us to treat our subjects with justice and equity. I hope that by the bounty and benevolence of God you too will observe the law of mu letter 1e25, a d, the apostle of God, peace be upon him, and strengthen the religion of Islam, so that you may exchange the transitory sovereignty of this world for the sovereignty of the world to come. It is not improbable that these letters gave rise to the later legend of one of the Chinese emperors having become a convert to Islam. This legend is referred to, among others, by a Mohammedan merchant, Sayyid Ali Akbar, who spent some years in Peking at the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th century. He speaks of the large number of Musulmans who had settled in China. In the city of Kenjanfu, there were as many as 30,000 Muslim families. They paid no taxes and enjoyed the favor of the emperor, who gave them grants of land. They enjoyed complete toleration for the exercise of their religion, which was favorably viewed by the Chinese, and conversions were freely permitted. In the capital itself, there were 4 great mosques and about 90 more in other provinces of the empire, all erected at the cost of the emperor. Up to the establishment of the Manchu dynasty, in 1644, there is no record of any Mohammedan uprising, and the followers of Islam appear to have been entirely content with the religious liberty they enjoyed. But difficulties arose soon after the advent of the new ruling power, and an insurrection in the province of Kansu in 1648 was the first occasion on which any Mohammedans rose in arms against the Chinese government. Though it was not until the 19th century that any such revolt entailed very disastrous consequences, or seriously interrupted the amicable relations that had subsisted from the beginning between the Chinese Muslims and their rulers. The official view of the Chinese government of these relations is set forth in an edict published by the Emperor Yongchen in 1731. In every province of the empire, for many centuries past, have been found a large number of Mohammedans who form part of the people whom I regard as my own children, just as I do my other subjects. I make no distinction between them and those who do not belong to their religion. I have received from certain officials secret complaints against the Mohammedans on the ground that their religion differs from that of the other Chinese, that they do not speak the same language, and wear a different dress to the rest of the people. They are accused of disobedience, haughtiness, and rebellious feelings, and I have been asked to employ severe measures against them. After examining these complaints and accusations, I have discovered that there is no foundation for them. In fact, the religion followed by the Musulmans is that of their ancestors. It is true their language is not the same as that of the rest of the Chinese, but what a multitude of different dialects there are in China. As to their temples, dress, and manner of writing, which differ from those of the other Chinese, these are matters of absolutely no importance. These are mere matters of custom. They bear as good a character as my other subjects, and there is nothing to show that they intend to rebel. It is my wish, therefore, that they should be left in the free exercise of their religion, whose object is to teach men the observance of a moral life and the fulfillment of social and civil duties. This religion respects the fundamental basis of government, and what more can be asked for? If then the Mohammedans continue to conduct themselves as good and loyal subjects, my favor will be extended towards them just as much as towards my other children. From among them have come many civil and military officers, who have risen to the very highest ranks. This is the best proof that they have adopted our habits and customs, and have learned to conform themselves to the precepts of our sacred books. They pass their examinations in literature just like everyone else, and perform the sacrifices enjoined by law. In a word, they are true members of the great Chinese family and endeavor always to fulfill their religious, civil, and political duties. When the magistrates have a civil case brought before them, they should not concern themselves with the religion of the litigants. There is but one single law for all my subjects. Those who do good shall be rewarded, and those who do evil shall be punished. About 30 years later, his successor, the Emperor K. Adjective I.E.N. Lung, showed distinguished marks of his favor towards the Mohammedans by ennobling 2 Turkey begs who had materially helped in suppressing a revolt in the northwest and Kashgar, and building palaces for them in Peking. He also erected a mosque for the use of the Turkey begs who visited the imperial court, and for the prisoners of war who had been brought to the capital from Kashgar. Among these prisoners was a beautiful girl who became a favorite concubine of the emperor, and it is stated that for love of her, he built this mosque immediately opposite his own palace and erected a pavilion within the palace grounds, from which the concubine could watch her fellow countrymen at prayer and could join in their devotions. This mosque was built in the years 1763-1764 and contains an inscription in 4 languages, the Chinese text of which was written by the emperor himself. After crushing the revolt in Zungaria, this same Emperor K. Adjective I.E.N. Lung, in 1770 transported thither from other parts of China 10,000 military colonists, who were followed by their families and other persons, to repeople the country, and they are all said to have embraced the religion of the surrounding Mohammedan population. Whether such mass conversions occurred in other parts of the empire also, we have no means of telling, but the existence of a considerable Muhammadan population in every province of China can hardly be explained merely by reference to foreign immigration and the natural growth of population, though the numbers are larger in those provinces in which foreign Mohammedans have settled. It is unlikely that the Mohammedans in China during the many centuries of their residence in this country, in the enjoyment of religious freedom and the liberal patronage of several of the emperors, should have been entirely devoid of that proselytizing zeal which modern observers have noted in their descendants at the present day. To such direct proselytizing efforts must have been due the conversion of Chinese Jews to Islam. Their establishment in this country dates from an early period. They held employments under the government and were in possession of large estates. But by the close of the 17th century, a great part of them had been converted to Islam. Such propaganda must have been quite quiet and unobtrusive, and indeed more public methods might have excited suspicions on the part of the government, as is shown by an interesting report which was sent to the Emperor K. Adjective I.E.N. Lung in 1783 by a governor of the province of Khwangsi. It runs as follows. I have the honor respectfully to inform your majesty that an adventurer named Han Fo-yun, of the province of Khwangsi, has been arrested on a charge of vagrancy. This adventurer, when interrogated as to his occupation, confessed that for the last 10 years he had been traveling through the different provinces of the empire in order to obtain information about his religion. In one of his boxes were found 30 books, some of which had been written by himself, while others were in a language that no one here understands. These books praise in an extravagant and ridiculous manner a Western king, called Mu*125, a MM, a D. The above-mentioned Han Fo-yun, when put to the torture, at last confessed that the real object of his journey was to propagate the false religion taught in these books, and that he remained in the province of Shenxi for a longer time than anywhere else. I have examined these books myself. Some are certainly written in a foreign language, for I have not been able to understand them. The others that are written in Chinese are very bad, I may add, even ridiculous on account of the exaggerated praise given in them to persons who certainly do not deserve it, because I have never even heard of them. Perhaps the above-mentioned Han Fo-yun is a rebel from Kansu. His conduct is certainly suspicious, for what was he going to do in the provinces through which he has been traveling for the last 10 years? I intend to make a serious inquiry into the matter. Meanwhile, I would request your majesty to order the stereotyped plates that are in the possession of his family to be burnt and the engravers to be arrested, as well as the authors of the books, which I have sent to your majesty desiring to know your pleasure in the matter. This report bears testimony to the activity of at least one Muhammadan missionary in the 18th century, and the growth of Islam, which the Jesuit missionaries noted in the 18th century, was probably not so little connected with direct proselytism as some of them supposed. Du Halde, in one of the few passages he devotes to the Muhammadans in his great work, attributes the increase in their numbers largely to their habit of purchasing children in times of famine. The Mahometans have been settled for more than 600 years in various provinces, where they live quite quietly, because they do not make any great efforts to spread their doctrines and gain proselytes, and because in former times they only increased in numbers by the alliances and marriages they contracted. But for several years past, they have continued to make very considerable progress by means of their wealth. They buy up heathen children everywhere, and the parents, being often unable to provide them with food, have no scruples in selling them. During a famine that devastated the province of Chantong, they bought more than 10,000 of them. They marry them and either purchase or build for them separate quarters in a town or even whole villages. Gradually, in several places, they gain such influence that they do not let anyone live among them who does not go to the mosque. By such means, they have multiplied exceedingly during the last century. Similarly, in the famine that devastated the province of Guangdong in 1790, as many as 10,000 children are said to have been purchased by the Mohammedans from parents who, too poor to support them, were willing to part with them to save them from starvation. These were all brought up in the faith of Islam. A Chinese Musalman from Yunnan, named Sayyid Suleiman, who visited Cairo in 1894 and was there interviewed by the representative of an Arabic journal, declared that the number of accessions to Islam gained in this way every year was beyond counting. Similar testimony is given by M. Dalon, who reports that this practice of buying children in times of famine prevails among the Mohammedans throughout the whole of China to the present day. In the same way, they purchased the children of Christian parents who were massacred by the Boxers in 1900 and brought them up as Musalmans. The Mohammedans in China tend to live together in separate villages and towns, or to form separate Mohammedan quarters in the towns, where they will not allow any person to dwell among them who does not go to the mosque. Though they thus in some measure hold themselves apart, they are careful to avoid the open exhibition of any specially distinguishing features of the religious observances of their faith, which may offend their neighbors, and they have been careful to make concessions to the prejudices of their Chinese fellow countrymen. In their ordinary life, they are completely in touch with the customs and habits that prevail around them. They wear the pigtail and the ordinary dress of the Chinese, and put on a turban, as a rule, only in the mosque. To avoid offending against a superstitious prejudice on the part of the Chinese, they also refrain from building tall minarets wherever they build them at all. But for the most part, their mosques conform to the Chinese type of architecture, often with nothing to distinguish them from an ordinary temple or dwelling. Every mosque is obliged by law to have a tablet to the emperor, with the inscription on it, "The emperor, the immortal, may he live forever, and the Mohammedans prostrate themselves before it in accordance with the regular Chinese custom, though with various expedients to satisfy their consciences and avoid the imputation of idolatry. Even in Chinese Tartary, where the special privilege is allowed to the Musalman soldiers of remaining unmixed and of forming a separate body, the higher Mohammedan officials wear the dress prescribed to their rank, long mustaches, and the pigtail, and on holidays they perform the usual homage demanded from officials to a portrait of the emperor by touching the ground 3 times with their forehead. Similarly, all Mohammedan mandarins and other officials in other provinces perform the rites prescribed to their official position in the temples of Confucius on festival days. In fact, every precaution is taken by the Muslims to prevent their faith from appearing to be in opposition to the state religion, and hereby they have succeeded in avoiding the odium with which the adherents of foreign religions, such as Judaism and Christianity, are regarded. They even represent their religion to their Chinese fellow countrymen as being in agreement with the teachings of Confucius, with only this difference, that they follow the traditions of their ancestors with regard to marriages, funerals, the prohibition of pork, wine, tobacco, and games of chance, and the washing of the hands before meals. Similarly, the writings of the Chinese Mohammedans treat the works of Confucius and other Chinese classics with great respect, and where possible, point out the harmony between the teachings contained therein and the doctrines of Islam. The Chinese government, in its turn, has always given to its Muhammadan subjects, except when in revolt, the same privileges and advantages as are enjoyed by the rest of the population. No office of state is closed to them, and as governors of provinces, generals, magistrates, and ministers of state, they enjoy the confidence and respect both of the rulers and the people. Not only do Mohammedan names appear in the Chinese annals as those of famous officers of state, whether military or civil, but they have also distinguished themselves in the mechanical arts and in sciences such as mathematics and astronomy. The Chinese Mohammedans are also said to be keen men of business and successful traders. They monopolize the beef trade and carry on other trades with great success. They are thus in touch with every section of the national life and have every opportunity for carrying on a propaganda. But the few Christian missionaries who have concerned themselves with this matter are of opinion that they are not animated with any particular proselytizing zeal. Still, many recent converts are to be met with, and the fact that a large number of Chinese Muslims can cite the name of the particular ancestor who first embraced Islam points to a continuous process of conversion. Apparently, the Muslims are not allowed to preach their faith in the streets, as Protestant missionaries do, but as we have seen above, they do not fail to make use of such opportunities as present themselves for adding to the number of their sect. One of their religious textbooks, A Guide to the Rites of the True Religion, published in Canton in 1668, commends the work of proselytizing and makes reference to such as may have recently become converts from among the heathen. The fundamental doctrines of Islam are taught to the new converts by means of metrical primers, and to the influence of the religious books of the Chinese Muslims, Sayyid Suleiman attributes many of the conversions made in recent years. The Muslim seminary at Hachao in Kansu is said to train theological students who return to their several provinces, at the completion of their studies, to promulgate their faith there, and in upwards of 10 provinces centers are said to have been started where mullahs are to be trained for Muslim propaganda. Military officers convert many of the soldiers serving under them to Islam, and Muslim mandarins take advantage of the authority they enjoy to win converts, but as they are frequently transferred from one place to another, they are not able to exercise so much influence as Muslim military officers. Conversions may also occasionally occur, which are not the result of a direct propagandist appeal, e.g., a Turkish traveler who visited Peking in 1895 reported that he found 30 mosques there. Among them, one that had originally been a temple. This had been the family temple of a wealthy Chinaman whose life had been saved during the Boxer insurrection by the Mufti Wayahanad Abd al-Letter 1E25MN. As a token of his gratitude, he embraced the faith of his deliverer. Turkish and other Muslim missionaries have in recent years been visiting China and endeavoring to stir up among the Chinese Muslims a more thorough knowledge of their faith and to awaken their zeal. but their efforts seem so far to have borne but little fruit. In 1867, a Russian writer, in a remarkable work on Islam in China, expressed the opinion that it was destined to become the national faith of the Chinese Empire, and thereby entirely change the political conditions of the Eastern world. Nearly half a century has elapsed since this note of alarm was sounded, but nothing has occurred since to verify these prognostications. On the contrary, it would appear that Islam has been losing rather than gaining ground during the last century. Since the wholesale massacres that accompanied the suppression of the Panthay risings in Yunnan from 1855 to 1873, and the Tungan Rebellion in Shensi and Kansu in 1864, 1877, and 1895, 1896, reduced the Mohammedan population by millions. The establishment of the new republic has given to the Chinese Muslims a freedom of activity unknown under any preceding government, but it is too early yet to discover how far they are likely to avail themselves of the opportunities offered by the altered conditions of life. The proselytism that still goes on, restricted as its sphere may be, indicates a still cherished hope of expansion. Though 4 centuries have elapsed since a Muslim traveler in China could discuss the possibility of the conversion of the emperor being followed by that of his subjects, it was still possible for a Chinese Muslim of the present generation to state that his coreligionists in that country looked forward with confidence to the day when Islam would be triumphant throughout the length and breadth of the Chinese Empire. Chapter 11. The Spread of Islam in Africa. The history of Islam in Africa, covering as it does a period of well-nigh 13 centuries and embracing 2/3 of this vast continent, with its numerous and diverse tribes and races, presents especial difficulties in the way of systematic treatment, as it is impossible to give a simultaneous account in chronological order of the spread of this faith in all the different parts of the continent. Its relations to the Christian churches of Egypt and the rest of North Africa, of Nubia and Abyssinia, have already been dealt with in a former chapter. In the present chapter, it is proposed to trace its progress first among the heathen population of North Africa, then throughout the Sudan and along the west coast, and lastly along the east coast and in Cape Colony. The information we possess of the spread of Islam among the heathen population of North Africa is hardly less meager than the few facts recorded above regarding the disappearance of the Christian Church. The Berbers offered a vigorous resistance to the progress of the Arab arms, and force seems to have had more influence than persuasion in their conversion. Whenever opportunity presented itself, they rebelled against the religion as well as the rule of their conquerors, and Arab historians declare that they apostatized as many as 12 times. In the annals of the long struggle, a few scanty references to conversions are to be found. These would appear sometimes to have been prompted by the recognition of the fact that further resistance to the Arab arms was useless. When in 703 the Berbers made their last stand against the invaders, their intrepid leader and prophetess, Al-Kahina, foreseeing that the fortune of battle was to turn against them, sent her sons into the camp of the Muslim general with instructions that they were to embrace Islam and make common cause with the enemy. She herself elected to fall fighting with her countrymen in the great battle that crushed the political power of the Berbers and gave northern Africa into the hands of the Arabs. Peace was made on condition that the Berbers would furnish 12,000 combatants to the ranks of the Arab troops, and of these men 2 army corps were formed, each of which was placed under the command of one of the sons of Al-Kahina. By this device of enlisting the Berbers in their armies, the Arab generals hoped to win them to their own religion by the hope of booty. The army of 7,000 Berbers that sailed from Africa in 711, under the command of Letterwani 6D, a Riq, himself a Berber, to the conquest of Spain, was composed of recent converts to Islam, and their conversion is expressly said to have been sincere. Learned Arabs and theologians were appointed to read and explain to them the sacred words of the Qur adjective, an, and instruct them in all and every one of the duties enjoined by their new religion. Mus Letterwani-A1 Macron, the great conqueror of Africa, showed his zeal for the progress of Islam by devoting the large sums of money granted him by the Caliph Abd al-Malik to the purchase of such captives as gave promise of showing themselves worthy children of the faith. For whenever after a victory there was a number of slaves put up for sale, he used to buy all those whom he thought would willingly embrace Islam, who were of noble origin, and who looked, besides, as if they were active young men. To these he first proposed the embracing of Islam, and if, after cleansing their understanding and making them fit to receive its sublime truths, they were converted to the best of religions, and their conversion was a sincere one, he then would, by way of putting their abilities to trial, employ them. If they evinced good disposition and talents, he would instantly grant them liberty, appoint them to high commands in his army, and promote them according to their merits. If, on the contrary, they showed no aptitude for their appointments, he would send them back to the common depot of captives belonging to the army, to be again disposed of according to the general custom of drawing out the spoil by arrows. How superficial the conversion of the Berbers was may be judged from the fact that when the pious Umar b. Abd al-Aziz in AH 100 AD 718 appointed Ismail b. Abd Allah governor of North Africa, 10 learned theologians were sent with him to instruct the Muslim Berbers in the ordinances of their faith, since up to that time they do not seem to have recognized that their new religion forbade to them indulgence in wine. The new governor is said to have shown great zeal in inviting the Berbers to accept Islam, but the statement that his efforts were crowned with such success that not a single Berber remained unconverted is certainly not correct. For the conversion of the Berbers was undoubtedly the work of several centuries. Even to the present day, they retain many of their primitive institutions, which are in opposition to Muslim law. Islam took no firm root among them until it assumed the form of a national movement and became connected with the establishment of native dynasties, under which many Berbers came within the pale of Islam, who before had looked upon the acceptance of this faith as a sign of loss of political independence. Of these various changes of political condition, it is not the place to speak here. But in a history of Muslim propaganda, the rise of the Almoravids deserves special mention as a great national movement that attracted a great many of the Berber tribes to join the Muslim community. In the early part of the 11th century, Y a letter 1E25 Y letter 1E1 Makron b. Ibrahim, a chief of the letter 1E63 a NH a J, one of the Berber tribes of the Sahara, on his return from a pilgrimage to Mecca, sought in the religious centers of northern Africa for a learned and pious teacher, who should accompany him as a missionary of Islam to his benighted and ignorant tribesmen. At first he found it difficult to find a man willing to leave his scholarly retreat and brave the dangers of the Sahara. But at length he met in Abd Allah b. Yassin the fit person, bold enough to undertake so difficult a mission, pious and austere in his life, and learned in theology, law, and other sciences. So far back as the 9th century, the preachers of Islam had made their way among the Berbers of the Sahara and established among them the religion of the Prophet. But this faith had found very little acceptance there, and Abd Allah b. Yassin found even the professed Muslims to be very lax in their religious observances and given up to all kinds of vicious practices. He ardently threw himself into the task of converting them to the right path and instructing them in the duties of religion. But the sternness with which he rebuked their vices and sought to reform their conduct alienated their sympathies from him, and the ill success of his mission almost drove him to abandon this stiff-necked people and devote his efforts to the conversion of the Sudan. Being persuaded, however, not to desert the work he had once undertaken, he retired with such disciples as his preaching had gathered around him, to an island in the river Senegal, where they founded a monastery and gave themselves up unceasingly to devotional exercises. The more devout-minded among the Berbers, stung to repentance by the thought of the wickedness that had driven their holy teacher from their midst, came humbly to his island to implore his forgiveness and receive his instructions in the saving truths of religion. Thus day by day there gathered around him an increasing band of disciples, especially from among the Lamtuna, a branch of the letter 1E63, a NH a J a clan, whose numbers swelled at length to about 1,000. Abd Allah b. Yassin then recognized that the time had come for launching out upon a wider sphere of action, and he called upon his followers to show their gratitude to God for the revelation he had vouchsafed them, by communicating the knowledge of it to others. Go to your fellow tribesmen, teach them the law of God, and threaten them with his chastisement. If they repent, amend their ways, and accept the truth, leave them in peace. If they refuse and persist in their errors and evil lives, invoke the aid of God against them, and let us make war upon them until God decide between us. Hereupon each man went to his own tribe and began to exhort them to repent and believe, but without success. Equally unsuccessful were the efforts of Abd Allah b Yassin himself, who left his monastery in the hope of finding the Berber chiefs more willing now to listen to his preaching. At length, in 1042, he put himself at the head of his followers, to whom he had given the name of Al-Murabitin, the so-called Almoravids, a name derived from the same root as the ribat or monastery on his island in the Senegal, and attacked the neighboring tribes and forced the acceptance of Islam upon them. The success that attended his warlike expeditions appeared to the tribes of the Sahara a more persuasive argument than all his preaching, and they very soon came forward voluntarily to embrace a faith that secured such brilliant successes to the arms of its adherents. Abd Allah b Yassin died in 1059, but the movement he had initiated lived after him, and many heathen tribes of Berbers came to swell the numbers of their Muslim fellow countrymen, embracing their religion at the same time as the cause they championed, and poured out of the Sahara over North Africa, and later on made themselves masters of Spain also. It is not improbable that the other great national movement that originated among the Berber tribes, viz., the rise of the Almohads at the beginning of the 12th century, may have attracted into the Muslim community some of the tribes that had up to that time still stood aloof. Their founder, Ibn Tumart, popularized the sternly Unitarian tenets of this sect by means of works in the Berber language which expounded from his own point of view the fundamental doctrines of Islam. And he made a still further concession to the nationalist spirit of the Berbers by ordering the call to prayer to be made in their own language. Some of the Berber tribes, however, remained heathen up to the close of the 15th century, but the general tendency was naturally towards an absorption of these smaller communities into the larger. The 16th century witnessed the birth of a movement of active proselytizing in the Maghreb, which has been traced to the reaction excited by the successes of the Christian powers in Spain and North Africa. This gave an immense impulse to the institution of the marabouts, and large numbers of them set out from the monastic settlements in the south of Morocco to carry a peaceful missionary campaign throughout the Maghreb, renewing the faith of the lukewarm adherents of Islam and converting their heathen neighbors. To this proselytizing movement, the Muslim refugees from Spain contributed their part, as has been shown above, p. 127. Coming to the aid of the Shuraf, or ejective, or descendants of Idris b. Abd Allah, who had fled to Morocco to escape the wrath of Harun al-Rashid. From the Sahara, the knowledge of Islam first spread among the Negroes of the Sudan. The early history of this movement is wrapped in obscurity, but there seems little doubt that it was the Berbers who first introduced Islam into the lands watered by the Senegal and the Niger. Here they came in contact with pagan kingdoms, some of them, e.g. Ghana and Songhay, of great antiquity. The two Berber tribes, the Lamtuna and the Jadala, belonging to the letter 1E63, a NH, a J, a clan, especially distinguished themselves by their religious zeal in the work of conversion. And through their agency, the Almoravid movement reacted on the pagan tribes of the Sudan. The reign of Yusuf b. Tashfin, the founder of Morocco, AD 1062, and the second emir of the Almoravid dynasty, was very fruitful in conversions, and many Negroes under his rule came to know of the doctrines of Mu letter 1E25, a MM, a D. In 1076, the Berbers who had been spreading Islam in the Kingdom of Ghana for some time drove out the reigning dynasty, which was probably Fulb, and this ancient kingdom became throughout Mohammedan. At the beginning of the 13th century, it lost its independence and was conquered by the Mandingos. Of the introduction of Islam into the ancient kingdom of Songhay, which is said to have been in existence as early as AD 700, we have only the record that the first Mohammedan king was named Zakasi, the 15th monarch of the Za dynasty. His conversion took place in the year AH 400, AD 1009-1010, and in the Songhay language, he was styled Muslimdam, which implied that he had adopted Islam of his own free will and not by compulsion. But there is no mention of the influences to which he owed his conversion. In the same century, there were founded on the Upper Niger 2 cities, destined in succeeding centuries to exercise an immense influence on the development of Islam in the Western Sudan. Gen, founded in A.H. 435, AD 1043-1044, and destined to become an important trading center, and Timbuktu, the great emporium for the caravan trade with the north, founded about the year AD 1100. The king of Gen, Kunburu, became a Muslim towards the end of the 6th century of the Hera, i.e. about AD 1200, and his example was followed by the inhabitants of the city. When he had made up his mind to embrace Islam, he is said to have collected together all the ulama adjective in his kingdom to the number of 4,200. However exaggerated this number may be, the story would seem to imply that Islam had already made considerable progress in his dominions, and publicly in their presence declared himself a Muslim and exhorted them to pray for the prosperity of his city. He then had his palace pulled down and built a great mosque in its place. Timbuktu, on the other hand, was a Muhammadan city from the beginning. Never did the worship of idols defile it. Never did any man prostrate himself on its soil except in prayer to God the Merciful. In later years, it became influential as a seat of Mohammedan learning and piety, and students and divines flocked there in large numbers, attracted by the encouragement and patronage they received. Ibn Battuta, who traveled through this country in the middle of the 14th century, praises the Negroes for their zeal in the performance of their devotions and in the study of the Qur adjective an. Unless one went very early to the mosque on Friday, he tells us, it was impossible to find a place, so crowded was the attendance. In his time, the most powerful state of the Western Sudan was that of Mel or Mali, which had risen to importance about a century before, after the conquest of Ghana by the Mandingos, one of the finest races of Africa. Leo Africanus calls them the most civilized, the most intellectual and most respected of all the Negroes, and modern travelers praise them for their industry, cleverness, and trustworthiness. These Mandingos have been among the most active missionaries of Islam, which has been spread by them among the neighboring peoples. According to the Kano Chronicle, it was the Mandingos who brought the knowledge of Islam to the Hausa people. The date is uncertain, as are most dates connected with the history of the Hausa states, because the Fulb, who conquered them at the beginning of the 19th century, destroyed most of their historical records. But the importance of the adoption of Islam by the Hausas cannot be exaggerated. They are an energetic and intelligent people, and their remarkable aptitude for trade has won for them an immense influence among the various peoples with whom they have come in contact. Their language has become the language of commerce for the Western Sudan, and wherever the Hausa traders go, and they are found from the coast of Guinea to Cairo, they carry the faith of Islam with them. References to their missionary activity will be found in the following pages. But of their own adoption of the faith, as well as of the rise of the 7 Hausa states and their dependencies, historical evidence is almost entirely wanting. One of the missionaries of Islam to Kano and Katsina would certainly seem to have been a learned and pious teacher from Tlemcen, Mu letter 1225, a a db, Abd al-Karim b Mu letter 1225, a a d al-Majli, who flourished about the year 1500. Possibly they were affected by the great wave of Mohammedan influence, which moved southward from Egypt in the 12th century. The merchants of Kordofan, and in the eastern Sudan generally, boast that they are descended from Arabs who made their way thither after the fall of the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt in 1171. But there were probably still earlier instances of Muslim influence coming into Central Africa from the northeast. It was from Egypt that Islam spread into Canaan, a kingdom on the N of Lake Chad, which shortly after the adoption of Islam rose to be a state of considerable importance and extended its sway over the tribes of the eastern Sudan to the borders of Egypt and Nubia. The first Muhammadan king of Canaan is said to have reigned either towards the close of the 11th or in the first half of the 12th century. But the details we possess of the spread of Islam from the northeast are even more scanty than those already given for the history of the states of the Western Sudan. The mere dates of the conversion of kings and the establishment of Mohammedan dynasties tell us very little. But one fact stands out clearly from this meager record, namely the extreme slowness of the process. The survival of considerable groups of fetish worshippers in the midst of territories which for centuries were under Mohammedan rule would seem to indicate that the influence of Islam was long confined to the towns and only by degrees made its way among the pagan population, if indeed it did not meet with such stubborn resistance as has kept the Bambara pagan, though dwelling between the upper Senegal and the upper Niger. They have been hemmed in by a Mohammedan population for centuries. An unsuccessful attempt to convert the Bambara was made by a marabout named Umaru Kaba early in the 20th century. This man had founded a new religious confraternity connected with the Qadiriyya, and having failed to attract his coreligionists to it, he turned his attention to the pagan Bambara and endeavored to convert them to Islam and enroll them in his order. He seemed to be on the road to success and had already converted a pagan village in the province of Sansanding, when the chief of the province drove the missionary across the frontier and ordered the newly converted Bambara to return to their old religious observances. Where intermarriages with such races as Arabs and Berbers have been frequent, a steady process of infiltration has gone on, and this added to the propagandist activities of those races, Fulb, Hausa, and Mandingo, who have distinguished themselves for their zeal on behalf of their religion, would have contributed to the more rapid growth of a Muhammadan population, had it not been for the internecine wars that caused one Mohammedan state to work the destruction of another. Mel rose on the ruins of Ghana in the 13th century, to be crushed at the beginning of the 16th by Songhay, which in its turn was desolated by the Moors a century later. As these Mohammedan empires declined, with the wholesale massacres characteristic of warfare in the Sudan, fetishism regained much of the ground it had lost. And as in the Christian, so in the Mohammedan world, there have been periods when missionary zeal has sunk to a low ebb, and Mohammedans in some parts of the Sudan have been content to leave the paganism that surrounded them untouched by any proselytizing efforts. In the 14th century, the Tunjar Arabs, emigrating south from Tunis, made their way through Bornu and Wadai to Darfur. Others came in later from the east. One of their number named a letter 1E25M a D met with a kind reception from the heathen king of Darfur, who took a fancy to him, made him director of his household, and consulted him on all occasions. His experience of more civilized methods of government enabled him to introduce a number of reforms both into the economy of the king's household and the government of the state. By judicious management, he is said to have brought the unruly chieftains into subjection, and by portioning out the land among the poorer inhabitants to have put an end to the constant internal raids, thereby introducing a feeling of security and contentment before unknown. The king, having no male heir, gave a letter 1E25M Adi his daughter in marriage and appointed him his successor, a choice that was ratified by the acclamation of the people, and the Mohammedan dynasty thus instituted has continued down to the present century. The civilizing influences exercised by this chief and his descendants were doubtless accompanied by some work of proselytism, but these Arab immigrants seem to have done very little for the spread of their religion among their heathen neighbors. Darfur only definitely became Mohammedan through the efforts of one of its kings named Sulayman, who began to reign in 1596, and it was not until the 16th century that Islam gained a footing in the other kingdoms lying between Kordofan and Lake Chad, such as Wadai and Baghiami. The first Mohammedan king of Baghiami was Sultan Abd Allah, who reigned from 1568 to 1608, but the chief center of Mohammedan influence at this time was the kingdom of Wadai, which was founded by Abd al-Karim about A.D. 1612, and it was not until the latter part of the 18th century that the mass of the people of Baghiami were converted to Islam. But the history of the Mohammedan propaganda in Africa during the 17th and 18th centuries is very slight and wholly insignificant when compared with the remarkable revival of missionary activity during the present century. Some powerful influence was needed to arouse the dormant energies of the African Muslims, whose condition during the 18th century seems to have been almost one of religious indifference. Their spiritual awakening owed itself to the influence of the Wahhabi Reformation at the close of the 18th century, whence it comes that in modern times we meet with some accounts of proselytizing movements among the Negroes that are not quite so forbiddingly meager as those just recounted, but present us with ample details of the rise and progress of several important missionary enterprises. Towards the end of the 18th century, a remarkable man, Sheikh Uthman Danfodio, arose from among the Fulb as a religious reformer and warrior missionary. From the Sudan, he made the pilgrimage to Mecca, whence he returned full of zeal and enthusiasm for the reformation and propagation of Islam. Influenced by the doctrines of the Wahhabis, who were growing powerful at the time of his visit to Mecca, he denounced the practice of prayers for the dead and the honor paid to departed saints, and deprecated the excessive veneration of Mu letter 1225, a D himself. At the same time, he attacked the two prevailing sins of the Sudan, drunkenness and immorality. Up to that time, the Fulb had consisted of a number of small scattered clans living a pastoral life. They had early embraced Islam, and hitherto had contented themselves with forming colonies of shepherds and planters in different parts of the Sudan. The accounts we have of them in the early part of the 18th century represent them to be a peaceful and industrious people. One who visited their settlements on the Gambia in 1731 speaks of them thus. In every kingdom and country on each side of the river are people of a tawny color, called Polis, i.e. Fulb, who resemble the Arabs, whose language most of them speak. For it is taught in their schools, and the Qur'an, which is also their law, is in that language. They are more generally learned in the Arabic than the people of Europe are in Latin, for they can most of them speak it, though they have a vulgar tongue called Poli. They live in hordes or clans, build towns, and are not subject to any of the kings of the country, though they live in their territories, for if they are used ill in one nation they break up their towns and remove to another. They have chiefs of their own, who rule with such moderation, that every act of government seems rather an act of the people than of one man. This form of government is easily administered, because the people are of a good and quiet disposition, and so well instructed in what is just and right, that a man who does ill is the abomination of all. They are very industrious and frugal, and raise much more corn and cotton than they consume, which they sell at reasonable rates, and are so remarkable for their hospitality that the natives esteem it a blessing to have a Poli town in their neighborhood. Besides, their behavior has gained them such reputation that it is esteemed infamous for anyone to treat them in an inhospitable manner. Though their humanity extends to all, they are doubly kind to people of their own race, and if they know of any of their body being made a slave, all the Polis will unite to redeem him. As they have plenty of food, they never suffer any of their own people to want, but support the old, the blind, and the lame, equally with the others. They are seldom angry, and I never heard them abuse one another. Yet this mildness does not proceed from want of courage, for they are as brave as any people of Africa, and are very expert in the use of their arms, which are the assegai, short cutlasses, bows and arrows, and even guns upon occasion. They are strict Mahometans, and scarcely any of them will drink brandy or anything stronger than water. Danfodio united into one powerful organization these separate communities, scattered throughout the various house estates. The first outbreak occurred in the year 1802 in the still pagan kingdom of Gober, which had gained ascendancy over the northernmost of the Hausa states. The attempt of the king of Gober to check the growing power of the Fulb in his dominions caused Danfodio to raise the standard of revolt. He soon found himself at the head of a powerful army, which attacked not only the pagan tribes, forcing upon them the faith of the prophet, but also the Mohammedan Hausa states. These fell one after another, and the whole of Hausaland came under the rule of Danfodio before his death in 1816. His grave in Sokoto is still an object of reverence to large numbers of pilgrims. He divided his kingdom among his two sons, who still further extended the boundary of Fulb rule Adamawa, founded in 1837 on the ruins of several pagan kingdoms, marks the limit of their conquests to the southeast. And the city of Ilorin in the Yoruba country, founded in the lifetime of Danfodio, was the bulwark of the Pool Empire to the southwest. With varying fortunes, the dominant power remained throughout the 19th century in the hands of the Fulb, who showed themselves cruel and fanatical propagandists of Islam, until British administration was established in Nigeria in 1900. The introduction of law and order into southern Nigeria has favored the propaganda of Islam, as in other parts of Africa that have come under European rule. The Hausa Muslims, some of whom belong to the Tijaniya order, have been able to move freely about the country and to penetrate among pagan tribes which had hitherto kept all Muhammadan influences rigidly at bay. In the Yoruba country, particularly, Islam is said to be rapidly gaining ground. There is a legend of an unsuccessful attempt made by a Muslim missionary as early as the 11th or 12th century. He was a Hausa who came to Ife, the religious capital of the pagan Yoruba country, and used to call the people together and read them passages from the Qur'an adjective an. He could only speak the Yoruba language imperfectly, and with a foreign accent he would repeat to his listeners, "Let us worship Allah." He created the mountain, he created the lowland, he created everything, he created us. He did this from time to time without succeeding in winning a single convert, and died a few months after his arrival in Ife. After his death, his Qur'an adjective, an, was found hanging on a peg in the wall of his room, and it came to be worshipped as a fetish. Where this early apostle of the faith failed, his modern coreligionists have achieved a remarkable success. During the period of anarchy before the British occupation, the Muslims were for the most part congregated in large, walled towns. But under the new conditions of security, they are able to reside permanently in villages and near the scenes of their agricultural labors, and Muhammadan influences have thus become more widely extended over the country. As in German East Africa, the presence of Mohammedans among the native troops has been found to be favorable to the extension of their faith, and the pagan recruits often adopt Islam in order to escape ridicule and gain in self-respect. In the Ijebu country, also in southern Nigeria, a quite recent propagandist movement has been observed. Islam was only introduced into this part of the country in 1893, and in 1908 there was one town with 20 and another with 12 mosques. This rapid spread of the Muslim faith is particularly noticeable along the banks of the river Niger in southern Nigeria. A Christian missionary reports, "When I came out in 1898, there were few Mohammedans to be seen below Ida. Now they are everywhere, excepting below Abo, and at the present rate of progress, there will scarcely be a heathen village on the riverbanks by 1910. There has thus been much missionary work done for Islam in this part of Africa by men who have never taken up the sword to further their end, the conversion of the heathen. Such have been the members of some of the great Mohammedan religious orders, which form such a prominent feature of the religious life of northern Africa. Their efforts have achieved great results during the 19th century, and though doubtless much of their work has never been recorded, still we have accounts of some of the movements initiated by them. Of these, one of the earliest owed its inception to see a letter 1E25M a D.B. Idris, who enjoyed a wide reputation as a religious teacher in Mecca from 1797 to 1833, and was the spiritual chief of the Qadriya. Before his death in 1835, he sent one of his disciples, by name Mu letter 1E25 a M.M. a D. Uthman Alamir Ghani, on a proselytizing expedition into Africa. Crossing the Red Sea to Qasir, he made his way inland to the Nile. Here, among a Muslim population, his efforts were mainly confined to enrolling members of the order to which he belonged. But in his journey up the river he did not meet with much success until he reached Aswan. From this point up to Dongola, his journey became quite a triumphant progress. The Nubians hastened to join his order, and the royal pomp with which he was surrounded produced an impressive effect on this people. And at the same time, the fame of his miracles attracted to him large numbers of followers. At Dongola, Mu letter 1E25 a M.M. a D. Uthman left the valley of the Nile to go to Kordofan, where he made a long stay, and it was here that his missionary work among unbelievers began. Many tribes in this country and about Sennar were still pagan, and among these the preaching of Mu letter 1E25 a M.M. a D. Uthman achieved a very remarkable success, and he sought to make his influence permanent by contracting several marriages, the issue of which, after his death in 1853, carried on the work of the order he founded, called after his name the Amarganiya. A few years before this missionary tour of Mu letter 1E25 a M.M. a D. Uthman, the troops of Mu letter 1E25 a M.M. a D. Ali, the founder of the present dynasty of Egypt, had begun to extend their conquests into the eastern Sudan, and the emissaries of the various religious orders in Egypt were encouraged by the Egyptian government in the hope that their labors would assist in the pacification of the country, to carry on a propaganda in this newly acquired territory, where they labored with so much success that the recent insurrection in the Sudan under the Mahdi has been attributed to the religious fervor their preaching excited. In the west of Africa, two orders have been especially instrumental in the spread of Islam, the Qadiriyya and the Tijaniyya. The former, the most widespread of the religious orders of Islam, was founded in the 12th century by Abd al-Qadir al-Jilani, said to be the most popular and most universally revered of all the saints of Islam, and was introduced into Western Africa in the 15th century by emigrants from Tuwet, one of the oases in the western half of the Sahara. They made Walata the first center of their organization, but later on their descendants were driven away from this town and took refuge in Timbuktu, further to the east. In the beginning of the 19th century, the great spiritual revival that was so profoundly influencing the Mohammedan world stirred up the Qadiriyya of the Sahara and the Western Sudan to renewed life and energy. And before long, learned theologians or small colonies of persons affiliated to the order were to be found scattered throughout the Western Sudan from the Senegal to the mouth of the Niger. The chief centers of their missionary organization are in Kanka, Timbo, Futajalan, and Musardu in the Mandingo country. These initiates formed centers of Islamic influence in the midst of a pagan population, among whom they received a welcome as public scribes, legists, writers of amulets, and schoolmasters. Gradually, they would acquire influence over their new surroundings, and isolated cases of conversion would soon grow into a little band of converts, the most promising of whom would often be sent to complete their studies at the chief centers of the order, or even to the schools of Kairouan or Tripoli, or to the universities of Fez and Al-Azhar in Cairo. Here they might remain for several years until they had perfected their theological studies and would then return to their native place, fully equipped for the work of spreading the faith among their fellow countrymen. In this way, a leaven has been introduced into the midst of fetish worshippers and idolaters, which has gradually spread the faith of Islam surely and steadily, though by almost imperceptible degrees. Up to the middle of the 19th century, most of the schools in the Sudan were founded and conducted by teachers trained under the auspices of the Qadiriyya, and their organization provided for a regular and continuous system of propaganda among the heathen tribes. The missionary work of this order has been entirely of a peaceful character, and has relied wholly on personal example and precept, on the influence of the teacher over his pupils, and on the spread of education. In this way, the Qadiriyya missionaries of the Sudan have shown themselves true to the principles of their founder and the universal tradition of their order. For the guiding principles that governed the life of Abd al-Qadir were love of his neighbor and toleration. Though kings and men of wealth showered their gifts upon him, his boundless charity kept him always poor, and in none of his books or precepts are to be found any expressions of ill will or enmity towards the Christians. Whenever he spoke of the people of the book, it was only to express his sorrow for their religious errors, and to pray that God might enlighten them. This tolerant attitude he bequeathed as a legacy to his disciples, and it has been a striking characteristic of his followers in all ages. The Tijaniyya, belonging to an order founded in Algiers towards the end of the 18th century, have, since their establishment in the Sudan about the middle of the 19th century, pursued the same missionary methods as the Qadiriyya, and their numerous schools have contributed largely to the propagation of the faith. But unlike the former, they have not refrained from appealing to the sword to assist in the furtherance of their scheme of conversion, and, unfortunately for a true estimate of the missionary work of Islam in Western Africa, the fame of their jihads or religious wars has thrown into the shade the successes of the peaceful propagandist, though the labors of the latter have been more effectual towards the spread of Islam than the creation of petty, short-lived dynasties. The records of campaigns, especially when they have interfered with the commercial projects or schemes of conquest of the white men, have naturally attracted the attention of Europeans more than the unobtrusive labors of the Muhammadan preacher and schoolmaster. But the history of such movements possesses this importance, that, as has often happened in the case of Christian missions also, conquest has opened out new fields for missionary activity, and forcibly impressed on the minds of the faithful the existence of large tracts of country whose inhabitants still remained unconverted. The first of these militant propagandist movements, on the part of the members of the Tijaniya order, owes its inception to Al-Letter 1225 Umar, who had been initiated into this order by a leader of the sect whose acquaintance he made in Mecca. He was born in 1797, near Podor on the Lower Senegal, and appears to have been a man of considerable endowments and personal influence, and of a commanding presence. He was the son of a marabout and received a careful religious education. He was already famed for his learning and piety when he set out on the pilgrimage to Mecca in 1827. He did not return to his own country until 1833, when he commenced an active propaganda of the teaching of the Tijaniya order, fiercely attacking his coreligionists for their ignorance and their lukewarmness, especially the adepts of the Qadiriyya order, whose toleration particularly excited his wrath. He traversed the central Sudan, winning many adherents and receiving honor as a new prophet, until about 1841 he reached Fouta-Djallon, where he armed his followers and commenced a series of proselytizing expeditions against those tribes that still remained pagan about the Upper Niger and the Senegal. It was in one of these expeditions that he met his death in 1865. His son, Al-Letter 1225 Adiyu Sheku, succeeded in holding together the various provinces of his father's kingdom for a few years only. Internal conflicts and the advance of the French broke up the Tijaniya Empire, and their territories passed under the rule of France. Some mention has already been made of the introduction of Islam into this part of Africa. The seed planted here by Abd Alabi Yassin and his companions was fructified by continual contact with Muhammadan merchants and teachers, and with the Arabs of the oasis of Al-Letter 1225 WD and others. A traveler of the 15th century tells how the Arabs strove to teach the Negro chiefs the law of Letter 1225 A.D., pointing out how shameful a thing it was for them, being chiefs, to live without any of God's laws, and to do as the base folk did who lived without any law at all. From which it would appear that these early missionaries took advantage of the imposing character of the Muslim religion and constitution to impress the minds of these uncivilized savages. We have ampler details of a more recent movement of the same kind, which had been set on foot in the south of Senegambia by a Mandingo named Letter 1E63 Mudu, commonly known by the name Samari, a pagan soldier of fortune born about 1846, who became a Mohammedan early in the course of his career, and founded an empire, south of Senegambia, in the country watered by the upper basin of the Niger and its tributaries. An Arabic account of the career of Samari, written by a native chronicler, gives us some interesting details of his achievements. It begins as follows. This is an account of the jihad of the Imam Al-Letter 1E25 Adiyu Letter 1E63 Mudu, a Mandingo. God conferred upon him his help continually after he began the work of visiting the idolatrous pagans, who dwell between the sea and the country of Wasulu, with a view of inviting them to follow the religion of God, which is Islam. Know all ye who read this, that the first effort of the Imam Letter 1E63 Mudu was a town named Fulandia. Following the book and the law and the traditions, he sent messengers to the king at that town, Sindadu by name, inviting him to submit to his government, abandon the worship of idols and worship one God, the exalted, the true, whose service is profitable to his people in this world and in the next. But they refused to submit. Then he imposed a tribute upon them, as the Qur adjective N commands on this subject, but they persisted in their blindness and deafness. The Imam then collected a small force of about 500 men, brave and valiant, for the jihad, and he fought against the town. And the Lord helped him against them and gave him the victory over them, and he pursued them with his horses until they submitted. Nor will they return to their idolatry, for now all their children are in schools being taught the Qur adjective N and a knowledge of religion and civilization. Praise be to God for this. It is not possible here to trace the course of his conquests, which were marked by wholesale massacres and devastation. He reached the height of his power about 1881, shortly after which he came in conflict with the French, who took him prisoner in 1898 after a series of harassing campaigns. He died in 1900. Though the effect of his conquests was the destruction of large numbers of pagans who were massacred by his ruthless armies, while others were terrified into a nominal acceptance of Islam. He does not appear to have put before him the same distinctly religious aim as al-125 Umar did. He left to the Qadiriyya marabouts the task of propaganda, and they, with their accustomed traditions of toleration, are said to have done much to mitigate the savagery of his proceedings. They opened schools in the conquered towns, established there the organization of their order, and both instructed the new converts and sought to win fresh ones. With regard to these militant movements of Mohammedan propagandism, it is important to notice that it is not the military successes and territorial conquests that have most contributed to the progress of Islam in these parts. For it has been pointed out that, outside the limits of those fragments of the empire of al-125 Umar that have definitively remained in the hands of his successors, the forced conversions that he made have quickly been forgotten, and in spite of the momentary grandeur of his successes and the enthusiasm of his armies, very few traces remain of this armed propaganda. The real importance of these movements in the missionary history of Islam in Western Africa is the religious enthusiasm they stirred up, which exhibited itself in a widespread missionary activity of a purely peaceful character among the heathen populations. These jihads, rightly looked upon, are but incidents in the modern Islamic revival and are by no means characteristic of the forces and activities that have been really operative in the promulgation of Islam in Africa. Indeed, unless followed up by distinctly missionary efforts, they would have proved almost wholly ineffectual in the creation of a true Muslim community. In fact, the devastating wars and cruel violence of conquerors, such as al-125 Umar and Samarri, and especially the emissaries of the Tijaniyya, have caused the faith of Islam to be bitterly hated by the pagan tribes of the Sudan in the countries watered by the Senegal and the Niger. Hostility to the Muslim faith has almost assumed with them the form of a national movement. But still, this Mohammedan propaganda has spread the faith of the Prophet in many parts of Guinea and Senegambia, to which the Fulb and merchants from the Hausa country in their frequent trading expeditions have brought the knowledge of their religion, and have succeeded during the last and the present century in winning large numbers of converts. Especially noteworthy is the activity of those Qadiriyya preachers and Muslim traders who have won fresh converts to their faith since the French occupation has brought peace to the country. This peaceful penetration has been facilitated in the French Sudan, as in other parts of Africa that have recently come under the sway of European powers, by the consideration shown by French officials to the educated classes, who are of course all Mohammedans, and by the open contempt with which the degraded habits and superstitions of the pagan fetish worshippers are regarded. But the proselytizing work of the order that is now to be described has never in any way been connected with violence or war, and has employed in the service of religion only the arts of peace and persuasion. In 1837, a religious society was founded by an Algerian jurisconsult, named Sidi Mu 125 a D.B. Ali al-Sanusi, with the object of reforming Islam and spreading the faith. Before his death in 1859, he had succeeded in establishing, by the sheer force of his genius and without the shedding of blood, a theocratic state, to which his followers render devoted allegiance, and the limits of which are every day being extended by his successors. The members of this sect are bound by rigid rules to carry out to the full the precepts of the Qur'an adjective, n, in accordance with the most strictly monotheistic principles, whereby worship is to be given to God alone, and prayers to saints and pilgrimages to their tombs are absolutely interdicted. They must abstain from coffee and tobacco, avoid all intercourse with Jews or Christians, contribute a certain portion of their income to the funds of the society, if they do not give themselves up entirely to its service, and devote all their energies to the advancement of Islam, resisting at the same time any concessions to European influences. This sect is spread over the whole of North Africa, having religious houses scattered about the country from Egypt to Morocco and far into the interior, in the oases of the Sahara and the Sudan. The center of its organization was in the oasis of Jagabub in the Libyan desert between Egypt and Tripoli, where every year hundreds of missionaries were trained and sent out as preachers of Islam to all parts of northern Africa. It is to the religious house in this village that all the branch establishments, said to be 121 in number, looked for counsel and instruction in all matters concerning the management and extension of this vast theocracy, which embraced in a marvelous organization thousands of persons of numerous races and nations, otherwise separated from one another by vast differences of geographical situation and worldly interests. For the success that has been achieved by the zealous and energetic emissaries of this association is enormous. Convents of the order are to be found not only all over the north of Africa from Egypt to Morocco, throughout the Sudan, in Senegambia and Somaliland, but members of the order are to be found also in Arabia, Mesopotamia, and the islands of the Malay archipelago. Though primarily a movement of reform in the midst of Islam itself, the Sanusiya sect is also actively proselytizing, and several African tribes that were previously pagan or merely nominally Muslim have, since the advent of the emissaries of this sect in their midst, become zealous adherents of the faith of the Prophet. Thus, for example, the Sanusi missionaries labored to convert that portion of the Baal, a tribe inhabiting the hill country of Enedi, of Borku, which was still heathen, and communicated their own religious zeal to such other sections of the tribe as had only a very superficial knowledge of Islam, and were Muhammadan only in name. The Tetas of Tu or Taibsti, in the Sahara, of Fezan, who were likewise Mohammedans only in name when the Sanusiya came among them, also bear witness to the success of their efforts. The missionaries of this sect also carry on an active propaganda in the Gala country, and fresh workers are sent thither every year from Harar, where the Sanusiya are very strong and include among their numbers all the chiefs in the court of the Amir almost without exception. In the furtherance of their proselytizing efforts, these missionaries open schools, form settlements in the oases of the desert, and noticeably in the case of the Wad. They have gained large accessions to their numbers by the purchase of slaves who have been educated at Jagabub, and when deemed sufficiently well instructed in the tenets of the sect, enfranchised and then sent back to their native country to convert their brethren. It would appear, however, that the influence of this order is now on the decline. Slight as these records are of the missionary labors of the Muslims among the pagan tribes of the Sudan, they are of importance in view of the general dearth of information regarding the spread of Islam in this part of Africa. But while documentary evidence is wanting, the Muhammadan communities dwelling in the midst of fetish worshippers and idolaters, as representatives of a higher faith and civilization, are a living testimony to the proselytizing labors of the Muhammadan missionaries, and especially on the southwestern borderland of Islamic influence, present a striking contrast to the pagan tribes demoralized by the European jinn traffic. This contrast has been well indicated by a modern traveler in speaking of the degraded condition of the tribes of the lower Niger. In steaming up the river, i.e. the Niger, I saw little in the first 200 miles to alter my views, for they are luxuriated in congenial union fetishism, cannibalism, and the jinn trade. But as I left behind me the low-lying coast region and found myself near the southern boundary of what is called the Central Sudan, I observed an ever-increasing improvement in the appearance of the character of the native. Cannibalism disappeared, fetishism followed in its wake, the jinn trade largely disappeared, while, on the other hand, clothes became more voluminous and decent, cleanliness the rule, while their outward more dignified bearing still further betokened a moral regeneration. Everything indicated a leavening of some higher element, an element that was clearly taking a deep hold on the Negro nature and making him a new man. That element, you will perhaps be surprised to learn, is Mohammedanism. On passing Lokoja at the confluence of the Benue with the Niger, I left behind me the missionary outposts of Islam, and entering the Central Sudan, I found myself in a comparatively well-governed empire, teeming with a busy populace of keen traders, expert manufacturers of cloth, brass work, and leather. A people, in fact, who have made enormous advances towards civilization. In order to form a just estimate of the missionary activity of Islam in Nigrisha, it must be borne in mind that, while on the coast and along the southern boundary of the sphere of Islamic influence, the Muhammadan missionary is the pioneer of his religion. there is still left behind him a vast field for Muslim propaganda in the inland countries that stretch away to the north and the east, though it is long since Islam took firm root in this soil. Some sections of the Funj, the predominant Negro race of Sennar, are partly Mohammedan and partly heathen, and Mohammedan merchants from Nubia are attempting the conversion of the latter. The pagan tribe of the Jukun, whose once powerful kingdom disappeared before the victorious development of the Fulb, has withstood the advancing influence of Mohammedanism, though the foreign minister of their king has always been a Muslim and colonies of Hassas and other Mohammedans have settled among them. But these Muslim settlers do not succeed in making any converts from among the Jukun, whose traditions of their past greatness make them cling to the national faith, whose spiritual headship is vested in their king. It would be easy also to enumerate many sections of the population of the Sudan and Senegambia that still retain their heathen habits and beliefs, or cover these only with a slight veneer of Muhammadan observance, even though they have been, in most cases, surrounded for centuries by the followers of the Prophet. The Kanos, an offshoot of the great tribe of the Mandingos, are still largely pagan, and it is only in recent years that Islam has been making progress among them. Consequently, the remarkable zeal for missionary work that has displayed itself among the Mohammedans of these parts during the present century has not far to go in order to find abundant scope for its activity. Hence the importance, in the missionary history of Islam in this continent, of the movements of reform in the Muslim religion itself and the revivals of religious life, to which attention has been drawn above. The West Coast is another field for Mohammedan missionary enterprise, where Islam finds itself confronted with a vast population still unconverted. In spite of the progress it has made on the Guinea coast, in Sierra Leone and Liberia, in which last there are more Muhammadans than heathen. One of the earliest notices of Muslim missionary activity in the neighborhood of Sierra Leone is to be found in a petition for the dissolution of the Sierra Leone Company, ordered to be printed by the House of Commons on the 25th May, 1802. Not more than 70 years ago, a small number of Mohammedans established themselves in a country about 40 miles to the northward of Sierra Leone, called from them the Mandingo country. As is the practice of the professors of that religion, they formed schools, in which the Arabic language and the doctrines of Mahomet were taught, and the customs of Mohammedans, particularly that of not selling any of their own religion as slaves, were adopted. Laws founded on the Qur'an were introduced. Those practices which chiefly contribute to depopulate the coast were eradicated, and in spite of many intestine convulsions, a great comparative degree of civilization, union, and security were introduced. Population, in consequence, rapidly increased, and the whole power of that part of the country in which they are settled has gradually fallen into their hands. Those who have been taught in their schools are succeeding to wealth and power in the neighboring countries, and carry with them a considerable portion of their religion and laws. Other chiefs are adopting the name assumed by these Mohammedans, on account of the respect which attends it, and the religion of Islam seems likely to diffuse itself peaceably over the whole district in which the colony is situated, carrying with it those advantages which seem ever to have attended its victory over Negro superstition. In the Mendi country, about 100 miles south of Sierra Leone, Islam appears to have found an entrance only in the present century, but to be now making steady progress. The propagandism is not conducted by any special order of priests set apart for the purpose, but every Musalman is an active missionary. Some half a dozen of them, more or less, meeting in a town, where they intend to reside for any length of time, soon run up a mosque and begin work. They first approach the chief of the town and obtain his consent to their intended act, and perhaps his promise to become an adherent. They teach him their prayers in Arabic, or as much as he can, or cares to, commit to memory. They put him through the forms and ceremonies used in praying, forbid him the use of alcoholic beverages, a restriction as often observed as not, and lo, the man is a convert. On the Guinea coast, Muslim influences are spread chiefly by Hausa traders, who are to be found in all the commercial towns on this coast. Whenever they form a settlement, they at once build a mosque, and by their devout behavior and their superior culture, they impress the heathen inhabitants. Whole tribes of fetish worshippers pass over to Islam as the result of their imitation of what they recognize to be a higher civilization than their own, without any particular efforts being necessary for persuading them. In Ashanti, there was a nucleus of a Mohammedan population to be found as early as 1750, and the missionaries of Islam have labored there ever since with slow but sure success, as they find a ready welcome in the country and have gained for themselves considerable influence at the court. By means of their schools, they get a hold on the minds of the younger generation, and there are said to be significant signs that Islam will become the predominant religion in Ashanti, as already many of the chiefs have adopted it. In Dahomey and the Gold Coast, Islam is daily making fresh progress, and even when the heathen chieftains do not themselves embrace it, they very frequently allow themselves to come under the influence of its missionaries, who know how to take advantage of this ascendancy in their labors among the common people. Dahomey and Ashanti are the most important kingdoms in this part of the continent that are still subject to pagan rulers, and their conversion is said to be a question of a short time only. In Lagos, there are well-nigh 10,000 Muslims, and all the trading stations of the West Coast include in their populations numbers of Musulmans belonging to the superior Negro tribes, such as the Fulb, the Mandingos, and the Hausa. When these men come down to the cities of the coast, as they do in considerable numbers, either as traders or to serve as troops in the armies of the European powers, they cannot fail to impress by their bold and independent bearing the Negro of the coastland. He sees that the believers in the Qur adjective, N, are everywhere respected by European governors, officials, and merchants. They are not so far removed from him in race, appearance, dress, or manners as to make admission into their brotherhood impossible to him. And to him, too, is offered a share in their privileges on condition of conversion to their faith. As soon as the pagan Negro, however obscure or degraded, shows himself willing to accept the teachings of the Prophet, he is at once admitted as an equal into their society, and admission into the brotherhood of Islam is not a privilege grudgingly granted, but one freely offered by zealous and eager proselytizers. For from the mouth of the Senegal to Lagos, over 2,000 miles, there is said to be hardly any town of importance on the seaboard in which there is not at least one mosque, with active propagandists of Islam, often working side by side with the teachers of Christianity. We must now turn to the history of the spread of Islam on the other side of the continent of Africa, the inhabitants of which were in closer proximity to the land where this faith had its birth. The facts recorded respecting the early settlements of the Arabs on the east coast are very meager. According to an Arabic chronicle, which the Portuguese found in Quilloa when that town was sacked by Don Francisco d'Almeida in 1505, the first settlers were a body of Arabs who were driven into exile because they followed the heretical teachings of a certain Zayd, a descendant of the Prophet, after whom they were called Amazigh, probably Arabic Hamzata Talif, Arabic Meme, Arabic Shada, Arabic Tet Merbuda, Arabic Zain, Arabic Yet, Arabic Dal, Arabic Yet, Arabic Shada, Arabic Tet Merbuda, or people of Zayd. The Zayd here referred to is probably Zayd b. Ali, a grandson of letter 1E25 US a YN, and so great-grandson of Ali, the nephew of MU letter 1E25 a MM a D. In the reign of the Caliph Hisham, he claimed to be the Imam Mahdi and stirred up a revolt among the Shia faction, but was defeated and put to death in AH 122, AD 740. They seem to have lived in considerable dread of the original pagan inhabitants of the country, but succeeded gradually in extending their settlements along the coast, until the arrival of another band of fugitives who came from the Arabian side of the Persian Gulf, not far from the island of B, a letter 1E25R a YN. These came in 3 ships under the leadership of 7 brothers, in order to escape from the persecution of the king of Lassa, a city hard by the dwelling place of their tribe. The first town they built was Magadaxo, which afterwards rose to such power as to assume lordship over all the Arabs of the coast. But the original settlers, the Amazigh, belonging as they did to a different Mohammedan sect, being Shias, while the newcomers were Sunnis, were unwilling to submit to the authority of the rulers of Magadaxo, and retired into the interior, where they became merged into the native population, intermarrying with them and adopting their manners and customs. Magadaxo was founded about the middle of the 10th century and remained the most powerful city on this coast for more than 70 years, when the arrival of another expedition from the Persian Gulf led to the establishment of a rival settlement further south. The leader of this expedition was named Ali, one of the 7 sons of a certain sultan letter 1E25, a S, a N of Shiraz. Because his mother was an Abyssinian, he was looked down upon with contempt by his brothers, whose cruel treatment of him after the death of their father determined him to leave his native land and seek a home elsewhere. Accordingly, with his wife and children and a small body of followers, he set sail from the island of Ormuz, and avoiding Magadaxo, whose inhabitants belonged to a different sect, and having heard that gold was to be found on the Zanzibar coast, he pushed on to the south and founded the city of Kilaa, where he could maintain a position of independence and be free from the interference of his predecessors further north. In this way, a number of Arab towns sprang up along the east coast from the Gulf of Aden to the Tropic of Capricorn, on the fringe of what was called by the medieval Arab geographers the country of the Zanj. Whatever efforts may have been made by the Mohammedan settlers to convert the Zanj, no record of them seems to have survived. There is a curious story preserved in an old collection of travels written probably in the early part of the 10th century, which represents Islam as having been introduced among one of these tribes by the king of it himself. An Arab trading vessel was driven out of its course by a tempest in the year AD 922 and carried to the country of the man-eating Zanj, where the crew expected certain death. On the contrary, the king of the place received them kindly and entertained them hospitably for several months, while they disposed of their merchandise on advantageous terms. But the merchants repaid his kindness with foul treachery by seizing him and his attendants when they came on board to bid them farewell, and then carrying them off as slaves to Amem. Some years later, the same merchants were driven by a storm to the same port, where they were recognized by the natives who surrounded them in their canoes. Giving themselves up for lost this time, they repeated for one another the prayers for the dead. They were taken before the king, whom they discovered to their surprise and confusion to be the same they had so shamefully treated some years before. Instead, however, of taking vengeance upon them for their treacherous conduct, he spared their lives and allowed them to sell their goods, but rejected with scorn the rich presents they offered. Before they left, one of the party ventured to ask the king to tell the story of his escape. He described how he had been taken as a slave to Basra and thence to Baghdad, where he was converted to Islam and instructed in the faith. Escaping from his master, he joined a caravan of pilgrims going to Mecca, and after performing the prescribed rites, reached Cairo and made his way up the Nile in the direction of his own country, which he reached at length after encountering many dangers and having been more than once enslaved. Restored once again to his kingdom, he taught his people the faith of Islam. And now I rejoice in that God hath given to me and to my people the knowledge of Islam and the true faith. To no other in the land of the Zanj hath this grace been vouchsafed. And it is because you have been the cause of my conversion that I pardon you. Tell the Muslims that they may come to our country, and that we Muslims, like themselves, will treat them as brothers. From the same source we learn that even at this early period, this coastland was frequented by large numbers of Arab traders. Yet in spite of centuries of intercourse with the followers of Islam, the original inhabitants of this coast, with the exception of the Somalis, have been remarkably little influenced by this religion. Even before the Portuguese conquests of the 16th century, what few conversions had been made seemed to have been wholly confined to the sea border, and even after the decline of Portuguese influence in this part of the world, and the restoration of Arab rule under the Sayyids of Amem, hardly any efforts were made until the 20th century to spread the knowledge of Islam among the tribes of the interior, with the exception of the Galla and Somali. As a modern traveler has said, during the 3 expeditions which I conducted in East Central Africa, I saw nothing to suggest Mohammedanism as a civilizing power. Whatever living force might be in the religion remained latent. The Arabs, or their descendants, in these parts were not propagandists. There were no missionaries to preach Islam, and the natives of Muscat were content that their slaves should conform, to a certain extent, to the forms of the religion. They left the East African tribes, who indeed, in their gross darkness, were evidently content to remain in happy ignorance. Their inaptitude for civilization was strikingly shown in the strange fact that 500 years of contact with semi-civilized people had left them without the faintest reflection of the higher traits which characterized their neighbors. Not a single good seed during all these years had struck root and flourished. Given up wholly to the pursuits of commerce or to slave hunting, the Arabs in Eastern Africa exhibited a lukewarmness in promoting the interests of their faith, which is in striking contrast to the missionary zeal displayed by their coreligionists in other parts of Africa. A notable exception is the propagandist activity of the Arab traders who were admitted into Uganda in the first half of the 19th century. They probably recognized that the sturdy independence of the Baganda made slave raiding among them impossible, so they sought to gain their confidence by winning them over to their own faith. Many of the Baganda became Mohammedans during the reign of King Mudessa, but Stanley's visit to this monarch in 1875 led to the introduction of Christian missions in the following year, and the power of the Muhammadans in the state declined with the rapid increase in the numbers of the Christian converts and the establishment of a British protectorate. But a number of Mohammedans still hold important positions in Uganda, and it is stated that there is a possibility of the eastern province becoming Muslim. In the rich tributary country of Busoga, to the north of Uganda, a large number of those in authority were said, in 1906, to be Mohammedans. But with this exception, Islam in East Equatorial Africa was up to the latter part of the 19th century confined to the coastlands and the immediately adjoining country. The explanation would appear to be that it was not to the interests of the slave dealers to spread Islam among the heathen tribes from among whom they obtained their unhappy victims. For, once converted to Islam, the native tribes would enter into the brotherhood of the faith and could not be raided and carried off as slaves. The suppression of the slave trade, with the extension of European rule over East Equatorial Africa, was followed by a remarkable expansion of Muslim missionary activity. Peace and order were established in the interior, railways and high roads were made, and the peaceful Muslim trader could now make his way into districts hitherto closed to him. The administration selected its officials from among the more cultivated Mohammedan section of the population. Thousands of posts were created by the government of German East Africa and given to Muhammadan officials, whose influence was used to bring over whole villages to Islam. The teachers of the state schools were likewise Mohammedans, and as early as the last decades of the 19th century, Swahili schoolmasters were observed to be carrying on a lively and successful mission work among the people of Bonde and the Wadigo, who dwell a little inland from the coast, in German East Africa. But it was in the beginning of the 20th century, especially after the suppression of the insurrection of 1905 in German East Africa, that the activity of this new missionary movement became strikingly noticeable in the interior. This movement of expansion has especially followed the railroads and the great trade routes, and has spread right across German East Africa to its western boundary on Lake Tanganyika, northward from Uzambara to the Kilimanjaro district, and southward to Lake Nyasa. The workers in this propaganda are merchants, especially Swahilis from the coast, soldiers, and government officials. The acceptance of Islam is looked upon as a sign of an elevation to a higher civilization and social status, and the ridicule with which the pagans are regarded by the Muhammadans is said often to be a determining factor in their conversion. An instance of the operation of this feeling may be taken from West Uzambara, which was said in 1891 to be still closed to Islam. The feeling of both chiefs and people was hostile to the Mohammedans, who were hated and feared as slave dealers. But when the days of the slave trade were over and an ordered administration was established, the first native officials appointed were almost entirely Mohammedans. They impressed upon the chiefs and other notables who came in touch with them that it was the correct thing for those who moved in official circles to be Mohammedans, and thereby achieved the conversion of some of the greater chiefs, who afterwards exercised a similar influence on chiefs of an inferior degree. There seems to be little evidence of the activity of professional missionaries or of any of the religious orders, but there are not wanting evidences of systematic efforts, such as those of a Muslim teacher, who is reported to have regularly visited a district in the Kilimanjaro country every week for 5 months, preaching the faith of Islam. His ministrations were welcomed by the people, whom he entertained with feasts of rice, etc. In this zealous propaganda, it is noticeable that the preachers of Islam do not confine their attention to pagans only, but seek also to win converts from among the native Christians. Islam made its way into Nyasaland also from the east coast, having been introduced by the slave-raiding Arabs and their allies the Yaos, whose ancestors came from near the east coast where they had long since accepted Islam. It is said that an Arab is now seldom seen in Nyasaland, but the Yaos constitute one of the most powerful native tribes in Nyasaland and look upon Islam as their national faith. Though there appears to be no organized propaganda, Islam has spread very rapidly during the first decade of the 20th century, and that among some of the most intelligent tribes in the country. Islam has achieved a similar success among the Gala and the Somali. Mention has already been made of the Gala settlements in Abyssinia. These immigrants, who are divided into 7 principal clans, with the generic name of Wologala, were probably all heathen at the time of their incursion into the country, and a large part of them remain so to the present day. After settling in Abyssinia, they soon became naturalized there, and in many instances adopted the language, manners, and customs of the original inhabitants of the country. The story of their conversion is obscure. While some of them are said to have been forcibly baptized into the Christian faith, the absence of any political power in the hands of the Mohammedans precludes the possibility of any converts to Islam having been made in a similar fashion. In the 18th century, those in the south were said to be mostly Mohammedans, those to the east and west chiefly pagans. More recent information points to a further increase in the number of the followers of the Prophet, and in 1867, Munzinger prophesied that in a short time all the Gala tribes would be Mohammedan, and as they were said to be very fanatical, we may presume that they were by no means half-hearted or lukewarm in their adherence to this religion. The Gala freedman whom Doughty met at Khaybar certainly exhibited a remarkable degree of zeal for his own faith. He had been carried off from his home when a child and sold as a slave in Jeddah. When Doughty asked him whether no anger was left in his heart against those who had stolen him and sold his life to servitude in the ends of the earth. "Yet one thing," he answered, "has recompensed me, that I remained not in ignorance with the heathen. Oh, the wonderful providence of Allah! Whereby I am come to this country of the Apostle and to the knowledge of the religion. Oh, what sweetness is there in believing! Trust me, dear comrade, it is a thing above that which any heart may speak, and would God thou wert come to this heavenly knowledge, but the Lord will surely have a care of thee, that thou shouldst not perish without the religion. Ay, how good a thing it were to see thee a Moslem and become one with us, but I know that the time is in God's hand, the Lord's will be done." Among the Gala tribes of the true Gala country, the population is partly Mohammedan, some tribes having been converted about 1500 and partly heathen, with the exception of those tribes immediately bordering on Abyssinia, who in the latter part of the 19th century were forced by the king of that country to accept Christianity. Among the mountains, the Mohammedans are in a minority, but on the plains the missionaries of Islam have met with striking success, and their teaching found a rapidly increasing acceptance during the last century. Antonio Secchi, who visited the petty kingdom of Limu in 1878, gives an account of the conversion of Abba Baghibo, the father of the then reigning chieftain, by Mohammedans who for some years had been pushing their proselytizing efforts in this country in the guise of traders. His example was followed by the chiefs of the neighboring Gala kingdoms and by the officers of their courts. Part of the common people also were won over to the new faith, and it continued to make progress among them, but the greater part cling firmly to their ancient cult. These traders received a ready welcome at the courts of the Gala chiefs, inasmuch as they found them a market for the commercial products of the country and imported objects of foreign manufacture in exchange. As they made their journeys to the coast once a year only, or even once in 2 years, and lived all the rest of the time in the Gala country, they had plenty of opportunities, which they knew well how to avail themselves of, for the work of propagating Islam, and wherever they set their foot they were sure in a short space of time to gain a large number of proselytes. Islam here came in conflict with Christian missionaries from Europe, whose efforts, though winning for Christianity a few converts, have been crowned with very little success. Even the converts of Cardinal Massaja, after he was expelled from these parts, either embraced Islam or ended by believing neither in Christ nor in Allah. whereas the Muslim missionaries achieved a continuous success and pushed their way far to the south and crossed the Wabi River. The majority of the Gala tribes dwelling in the west of the Gala country were still heathen towards the end of the 19th century, but among the most westerly of them, viz. the Lega, the old nature worship appeared to be on the decline, and the growing influence of the Muslim missionaries made it probable that within a few years the Lega would all have entered into the pale of Islam. The northeast Africa of the present day presents indeed the spectacle of a remarkably energetic and zealous missionary activity on the part of the Mohammedans. Several hundreds of missionaries come from Arabia every year, and they have been even more successful in their labors among the Somali than among the Gala. The close proximity of the Somali country to Arabia must have caused it very early to have been the scene of Mohammedan missionary labors, but of these unfortunately little record seems to have survived. The people of Zayla were said by Ibn letter 1e25, a WQ a L in the second half of the 9th century, to be Christians, but in the first half of the 14th century, a Bulfida speaks of them as being Musulmans. The new faith was probably brought across the sea by Arab merchants or refugees. The Somalis of the north have a tradition of a certain Arab of noble birth who, compelled to flee his own country, crossed the sea to Adel, where he preached the faith of Islam among their forefathers. In the 15th century, a band of 44 Arabs came as missionaries from letter 1e25 a dr a m a wt, landing at Berbera on the Red Sea, and thence dispersed over the Somali country to preach Islam. One of them, Sheikh Ibrahim Abu Zarbe, made his way to the city of Harar about AD 1430 and gained many converts there, and his tomb is still honored in that city. A hill near Berbera is still called the Mount of Saints in memory of these missionaries, who are said to have sat there in solemn conclave before scattering far and wide to the work of conversion. Islam gradually became predominant throughout the whole of northeast Africa, but the growing power of the Emperor Menelik and his occupation of Harar in 1886 resulted in a certain number of conversions to Christianity. In order to complete this survey of Islam in Africa, it remains only to draw attention to the fact that this religion has also made its entrance into the extreme south of this continent, viz., in Cape Colony. These Mohammedans of the Cape are descendants of Malays, who were brought here by the Dutch either in the 17th or 18th century. They speak a corrupt form of the Boer dialect, with a considerable admixture of Arabic and some English and Malay words. A curious little book published in this dialect and written in Arabic characters was published in Constantinople in 1877 by the Turkish Minister of Education, to serve as a handbook of the principles of the Muslim faith. The thoroughly Dutch names that some of them bear, and the type of face observable in many of them, point to the probability that they have at some time received into their community some persons of Dutch birth, or at least that they have in their veins a considerable admixture of Dutch blood. They have also gained some converts from among the Hottentots. Very little notice has been taken of them by European travelers, or even by their coreligionists until recently. In 1819, Colebrook had drawn attention to the growth of Islam in some interesting notes he wrote on the Cape Colony. Mohammedanism is said to be gaining ground among the slaves and free people of color at the Cape. That is to say, more converts among Negroes and blacks of every description are made from paganism to the Muslimin than to the Christian religion, notwithstanding the zealous exertions of pious missionaries. One cause of this perversion is asserted to be a marked disinclination of slave owners to allow their slaves to be baptized, arising from some erroneous notions or overcharged apprehensions of the rights which a baptized slave acquires. Slaves are certainly impressed with the idea that such a disinclination subsists, and it is not an unfrequent answer of a slave, when asked his motives for turning Musliman, that some religion he must have, and he is not allowed to turn Christian. Prejudices in this respect are wearing away, and less discouragement is now given to the conversion of slaves than heretofore. Masters, it is affirmed, begin to find that their slaves serve not the worse for instruction received in religious duties. Missionaries who devote themselves especially to the religious instruction of slaves, and there is one in each of the principal towns, have increasing congregations, and hope that their labors are not unfruitful. But the Musliman priest, with less exertion, has a greater flock. During the last 50 years, the Muhammadans in Cape Colony have been visited by some zealous coreligionists from other countries, and more attention is now paid by them to education, and a deeper religious life has been stirred up among them, and they are said to carry on a zealous propaganda, especially among the colored people at the Cape, and to achieve a certain success. This proselytizing movement is especially strong in the western part of Cape Colony. It is said that there is a movement on foot for the founding of a college at Claremont, in the vicinity of Cape Town, which shall become a center for the propagation of Islam. One of the methods at present employed is the adoption of neglected or abandoned children who are brought up in the Muslim faith. Every year, some of them make the pilgrimage to Mecca, where a special sheikh has been appointed to look after them. The Indian coolies that come to work in the diamond fields of South Africa are also said to be propagandists of Islam. On account of its isolated position, 220 to 540 miles from the mainland, the island of Madagascar calls for separate mention. The only tribe that has adopted Islam is that of the Antemorona, occupying a part of the southeast coast. They undoubtedly owed their conversion to missionaries from Arabia, but the date at which this change of faith took place is entirely unknown. Tradition would carry it back to the very days of Mu letter 1E25, a D himself, but it is not until the 16th century that we get, in the works of Italian and Portuguese geographers, authentic mention of Mohammedans on the island. From the historical sketch given above it, may be seen that peaceful methods have largely characterized the Mohammedan missionary movement in Africa, and though Islam has often taken the sword as an instrument to further its spiritual conquests, such an appeal to violence and bloodshed has in most cases been preceded by the peaceful efforts of the missionary, and the preacher has followed the conqueror to complete the imperfect work of conversion. It is true that the success of Islam has been very largely facilitated in many parts of Africa by the worldly successes of Mohammedan adventurers, and the erection of Muhammadan states on the ruins of pagan kingdoms, and fire and bloodshed have often marked the course of a jihad, projected for the extermination of the infidel. The words of the young Arab from Bornu, whom Captain Burton met in the palace of the king of Abeokuta, doubtless, express the aspirations of many an African Mohammedan. Give those guns and powder to us, and we will soon Islamize these dogs. And they find an echo in the message that Mungo Park gives us as having been sent by the Muslim king of Futa Toro to his pagan neighbor. With this knife Abdulkader will condescend to shave the head of Damel, if Damel will embrace the Mohammedan faith. And with this other knife Abdulkader will cut the throat of Damel, if Damel refuses to embrace it. Take your choice. But much as Islam may have owed to the martial prowess of such fanatics as these, there is the overwhelming testimony of travelers and others to the peaceful missionary preaching, and quiet and persistent labors of the Muslim propagandist, which have done more for the rapid spread of Islam in modern Africa than any violent measures. By the latter, its opponents may indeed have been exterminated, but by the former chiefly have its converts been made, and the work of conversion may still be observed in progress in many regions of the coast and the interior. Wherever Islam has made its way, there is the Muhammadan missionary to be found bearing witness to its doctrines. The trader, be he Arab, Pool, or Mandingo, who combines proselytism with the sale of his merchandise, and whose very profession brings him into close and immediate contact with those he would convert, and disarms any possible suspicion of sinister motives. Such a man, when he enters a pagan village, soon attracts attention by his frequent ablutions and regularly recurring times of prayer and prostration, in which he appears to be conversing with some invisible being, and by his very assumption of intellectual and moral superiority, commands the respect and confidence of the heathen people, to whom at the same time he shows himself ready and willing to communicate his high privileges and knowledge. The letter 1E25 a J.I. or pilgrim who has returned from Mecca, full of enthusiasm for the spread of the faith, to which he devotes his whole energies, wandering about from place to place, supported by the alms of the faithful who bear witness to the truth in the midst of their pagan neighbors. The student who, in consequence of his knowledge of Islamic theology and law, receives honor as a man of learning. Sometimes, too, he practices medicine, or at least he is in great requisition as a writer of charms, texts from the Qur adjective an, which are sewn up in pieces of leather or cloth and tied on the arms or round the neck, and which he can turn to account as a means of adding to the number of his converts. For instance, when childless women or those who have lost their children in infancy apply for these charms, as a condition of success, the obligation is always imposed upon them of bringing up their future children as Mohammedans. These religious teachers, or marabouts, or alufas as they are variously termed, are held in the highest estimation. In some tribes of Western Africa, every village contains a lodge for their reception, and they are treated with the utmost deference and respect. In Darfur, they hold the highest rank after those who fill the offices of government. Among the Mandingos they rank still higher and receive honor next to the king, the subordinate chiefs being regarded as their inferiors in point of dignity. In those states in which the Qur adjective an is made the rule of government in all civil matters, their services are in great demand, in order to interpret its meaning. So sacred are the persons of these teachers esteemed, that they pass without molestation through the countries of chiefs, not only hostile to each other, but engaged in actual warfare. Such deference is not only paid to them in Mohammedan countries, but also in the pagan villages in which they establish their schools, where the people respect them as the instructors of their children and look upon them as the medium between themselves and heaven, either for securing a supply of their necessities or for warding off or removing calamities. Many of these teachers have studied in the mosques of Kairouan, Fas, Tripoli, and other centers of Muslim learning, but especially in the Mosque of Al-Azhar in Cairo. Students flock to it from all parts of the Muslim world, and among them is often to be found a contingent from Negro Africa, students from Darfur, Wad, and Bornu, and some who even make their way on foot from the far distant West Coast. When they have finished their courses of study in Muslim theology and jurisprudence, there are many of them who become missionaries among the heathen population of their native land. Schools are established by these missionaries in the towns they visit, which are frequented by the pagan as well as the Muslim children. They are taught to read the Qur adjective an and instructed in the doctrines and ceremonies of Islam. Having thus gained a footing, the Muhammadan missionary, by his superior knowledge and attainments, is not slow to obtain great influence over the people among whom he has come to live. In this, he is aided by the fact that his habits and manner of life are similar in many respects to their own, nor is he looked upon with suspicion, inasmuch as the trader has already prepared the way for him, and by intermarriage with the natives, being thus received into their social system, his influence becomes firmly rooted and permanent. And so, in the most natural manner, he gradually causes the knowledge of Islam to spread among them. His propagandist efforts are further facilitated by the fact that the deism which forms the background of the religious consciousness of many fetish worshippers may pass by an easy transition into the theism of Islam, together with some other aspects of their theology, while their general outlook upon life and several of their religious institutions are capable of taking on a Muslim coloring and of being transferred to the new system of faith without undergoing much modification. The arrival of the Mohammedan in a pagan country is also the beginning of the opening up of a more extensive trade, and of communication with great Mohammedan trading centers such as Jen, Segu, or Kano, and a share in the advantages of this material civilization is offered together with the religion of the Prophet. Thus, among the uncivilized Negro tribes, the missionary may be always sure of a ready audience. He can not only give them many truths regarding God and man, which make their way to the heart and elevate the intellect, but he can at once communicate the shibboleth of admission to a social and political communion, which is a passport for protection and assistance from the Atlantic to the Wall of China. Wherever a Moslem house can be found there, the Negro convert, who can repeat the dozen syllables of his creed, is sure of shelter, sustenance, and advice, and in his own country he finds himself at once a member of an influential, if not of a dominant caste. This seems the real secret of the success of the Moslem missionaries in West Africa. It is great and rapid as regards numbers, for the simple reason that the Moslem missionary, from the very first profession of the convert's belief, acts practically on those principles regarding the equality and brotherhood of all believers before God, which Islam shares with Christianity. And he does this, as a general rule, more speedily and decidedly than the Christian missionary, who generally feels bound to require good evidence of a converted heart before he gives the right hand of Christian fellowship, and who has always to contend with race prejudices not likely to die out in a single generation, where the white Christian has for generations been known as master, and the black heathen as slave. It is important, too, to note that neither his color nor his race in any way prejudice the Negro in the eyes of his new coreligionists. The progress of Islam in Negresstia has no doubt been materially advanced by this absence of any feeling of repulsion towards the Negro. Indeed, Islam seems never to have treated the Negro as an inferior, as has been unhappily too often the case in Christendom. This consideration goes partly to explain the success of Muslim as contrasted with Christian missions among the Negro peoples. It has frequently been pointed out that the Negro convert to Christianity is apt to feel that his European coreligionists belong to a stratum of civilization alien to his own habits of life, whereas he feels himself to be more at home in a Muslim society. This has been well stated by a modern observer in the following passage. Islam, despite its shortcomings, does not, from the Nigerian point of view, demand race suicide of the Nigerian as an accompaniment of conversion. It does not stipulate revolutionary changes in social life, impossible at the present stage of Nigerian development, nor does it undermine family or communal authority. Between the converter and converted there is no abyss. Both are equal, not in theory but in practice, before God. Both are African, sons of the soil. The doctrine of the brotherhood of man is carried out in practice. Conversion does not mean for the converted a break with his interests, his family, his social life, his respect for the authority of his natural rulers. No one can fail to be impressed with the carriage, the dignity of the Nigerian, indeed of the West African, Mohammedan. The whole bearing of the man suggests a consciousness of citizenship, a pride of race which seems to say, "We are different, thou and I, but we are men." The spread of Islam in southern Nigeria, which we are witnessing today, is mainly social in its action. It brings to those with whom it comes in contact a higher status, a loftier conception of man's place in the universe around him, release from the thraldom of 1,000 superstitious fears. According to Mohammedan tradition, Moses was a black man, as may be seen from the following passages in the Qur adjective an. Now draw thy hand close to thy side, it shall come forth white but unhurt. Another sign, Romans 20:23. Then drew he forth his hand, and lo, it was white to the beholders. The nobles of Pharaoh's people said, Verily this is an expert enchanter. Romans 7:105-6. The following story also, handed down to us from the golden period of the Abbasid dynasty, is interesting as evidence of Mohammedan feeling with regard to the Negro. Ibrahim, a brother of Harun al-Rashid and the son of a negress, had proclaimed himself caliph at Baghdad, but was defeated and forgiven by Alem Ejectivemun, who was then reigning, AD 819. He thus describes his interview with the caliph. Alem Ejectivemun said to me on my going to see him after having obtained pardon, Is it thou who art the Negro Khalifa? To which I replied, Commander of the faithful. I am he whom thou hast deigned to pardon, and it has been said by the slave of Banu adjective L letter 1E25S letter 1E25S. When men extol their worth, the slave of the family of letter 1E25 a S letter 1E25 a S can supply, by his verses, the defect of birth and fortune. Though I be a slave, my soul, through its noble nature, is free. Though my body be dark, my mind is fair. To this Alem Ejectivemun replied, Uncle, a jest of mine has put you in a serious mood. He then repeated these verses. Blackness of skin cannot degrade an ingenious mind or lessen the worth of the scholar and the wit. Let darkness claim the color of your body. I claim as mine your fair and candid soul. Thus, the converted Negro at once takes an equal place in the brotherhood of believers, neither his color, nor his race, nor any associations of the past standing in the way. It is doubtless the ready admission they receive that makes the pagan Negroes willing to enter into a religious society whose higher civilization demands that they should give up many of their old barbarous habits and customs. At the same time, the very fact that the acceptance of Islam does imply an advance in civilization, and is a very distinct step in the intellectual, moral, and material progress of a Negro tribe. helps very largely to explain the success of this faith. The forces arrayed on its side are so powerful and ascendant that the barbarism, ignorance, and superstition which it seeks to sweep away have little chance of making a lengthened resistance. What the civilization of Muslim Africa implies to the Negro convert is admirably expressed in the following words. The worst evils which, there is reason to believe, prevailed at one time over the whole of Africa, and which are still to be found in many parts of it, and those, too, not far from the Gold Coast and from our own settlements, cannibalism and human sacrifice and the burial of living infants, disappear at once and forever. Natives who have hitherto lived in a state of nakedness, or nearly so, begin to dress, and that neatly. Natives who have never washed before begin to wash, and that frequently. For ablutions are commanded in the sacred law, and it is an ordinance which does not involve too severe a strain on their natural instincts. The tribal organization tends to give place to something which has a wider basis. In other words, tribes coalesce into nations, and, with the increase of energy and intelligence, nations into empires. Many such instances could be adduced from the history of the Soudan and the adjoining countries during the last 100 years. If the warlike spirit is thus stimulated, the centers from which war springs are fewer in number and further apart. War is better organized and is under some form of restraint. Quarrels are not picked for nothing. There is less indiscriminate plundering and greater security for property and life. Elementary schools, like those described by Mungo Park a century ago, spring up, and even if they only teach their scholars to recite the Qur'an, they are worth something in themselves and may be a step to much more. The well-built and neatly kept mosque, with its call to prayer repeated 5 times a day, its Mecca-pointing niche, its imam and its weekly service, becomes the center of the village, instead of the ghastly fetish or juju house. The worship of one God, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, and compassionate, is an immeasurable advance upon anything which the native has been taught to worship before. The Arabic language, in which the Mussulman scriptures are always written, is a language of extraordinary copiousness and beauty. Once learned, it becomes a lingua franca to the tribes of half the continent, and serves as an introduction to literature, or rather, it is a literature in itself. It substitutes, moreover, a written code of law for the arbitrary caprice of a chieftain, a change which is, in itself, an immense advance in civilization. Manufactures and commerce spring up, not the dumb trading or the elementary bartering of raw products which we know from Herodotus to have existed from the earliest times in Africa, nor the cowrie shells, or gunpowder, or tobacco, or rum, which still serve as a chief medium of exchange all along the coast, but manufactures involving considerable skill and a commerce which is elaborately organized. And under their influence, and that of the more settled government which Islam brings in its train, there have arisen those great cities of Negroland whose very existence, when first they were described by European travelers, could not but be half discredited. I am far from saying that the religion is the sole cause of all this comparative prosperity. I only say it is consistent with it, and it encourages it. Climatic conditions and various other influences cooperate towards the result. But what has pagan Africa, even where the conditions are very similar, to compare with it? As regards the individual, it is admitted on all hands that Islam gives to its new Negro converts an energy, a dignity, a self-reliance, and a self-respect which is all too rarely found in their pagan or their Christian fellow countrymen. The words above quoted were written before the partition of the greater part of Africa among the governments of Christian Europe, England, France, and Germany. But the imposing character of Muslim civilization has not ceased to impress the Negro mind, or to operate as one of the influences favorable to the conversion of the African fetish worshippers. Brought suddenly into contact with European culture, these have received an impulse to advance in the path of civilization, but being unable to bridge over the gulf that separates them from their foreign rulers, they find in Islam a culture corresponding to their needs and capable of understanding their requirements and aspirations. So far, therefore, from the extension of European domination tending to hamper the activities of Muhammadan propagandists, it has to a very remarkable degree contributed towards the progress of Islam. The bringing of peace to countries formerly harassed by wars of extermination or the raids of slave hunters. the establishment of ordered methods of government and administration, and the increased facilities of communication by the making of roads and the building of railways, have given a great stimulus to trade and have enabled that active propagandist, the Muslim trader, to extend his influence in districts previously untrodden and traverse familiar ground with greater security. Further, the suppression of the slave trade has removed one of the great obstacles to the spread of Islam in pagan Africa, because it was to the interest of the Arab and other Mohammedan slave dealers not to narrow the field of their operations by admitting their possible victims into the brotherhood of Islam. Converts are now won from pagan tribes which, in the days of the slave trade, were untouched by missionary effort. To this result, the European governments have contributed by employing Mohammedans to fill the subordinate posts in the civil administration. Since among the Mohammedans alone were educated persons to be found, and distributing them throughout pagan districts, by employing Mohammedan teachers in the government schools, and by recruiting their armies from among Mohammedan tribes. They have thus added to the prestige of Islam in the eyes of the pagan Africans, a circumstance that the Muslims have not been slow to make use of, to the advantage of their own faith. So little truth is there in the statement that Islam makes progress only by force of arms, that on the contrary, the partition of Africa among the European powers, who have wrested the sword from the hands of the Muslim chiefs now under their control, has initiated a propaganda which seems likely to succeed where centuries of Muhammadan domination have failed. Chapter 12. The spread of Islam in the Malay Archipelago. The history of the Malay Archipelago during the last 600 years furnishes us with one of the most interesting chapters in the story of the spread of Islam by missionary efforts. During the whole of this period, we find evidences of a continuous activity on the part of the Muhammadan missionaries, in one or other at least of the East India Islands. In every instance, in the beginning, their work had to be carried on without any patronage or assistance from the rulers of the country, but solely by the force of persuasion, and in many cases in the face of severe opposition, especially on the part of the Spaniards. But in spite of all difficulties, and with varying success, they have prosecuted their efforts with untiring energy, perfecting their work, more especially in the present day, wherever it has been partial or insufficient. It is impossible to fix the precise date of the first introduction of Islam into the Malay Archipelago. It may have been carried thither by the Arab traders in the early centuries of the Hijra, long before we have any historical notices of such influences being at work. This supposition is rendered the more probable by the knowledge we have of the extensive commerce with the East carried on by the Arabs from very early times. In the 2nd century BC, the trade with Ceylon was wholly in their hands. At the beginning of the 7th century of the Christian era, the trade with China, through Ceylon, received a great impulse, so that in the middle of the 8th century Arab traders were to be found in great numbers in Canton, while from the 10th to the 15th century, until the arrival of the Portuguese, they were undisputed masters of the trade with the East. We may therefore conjecture with tolerable certainty that they must have established their commercial settlements on some of the islands of the Malay archipelago, as they did elsewhere, at a very early period. Though no mention is made of these islands in the works of the Arab geographers earlier than the 9th century, yet in the Chinese annals, under the date AD 674, an account is given of an Arab chief, who from later notices is conjectured to have been the head of an Arab settlement on the west coast of Sumatra. Missionaries must also, however, have come to the Malay archipelago from the south of India, judging from certain peculiarities of Muhammadan theology adopted by the islanders. Most of the Musulmans of the archipelago belong to the Shafi'iyya sect, which is at the present day predominant on the Coromandel and Malabar coasts, as was the case also about the middle of the 14th century when Ibn Battuta visited these parts. So when we consider that the Mohammedans of the neighboring countries belong to the letter 1E25 N-F-I-Y-Y-H sect, we can only explain the prevalence of Shafi'iyya teachings by assuming them to have been brought thither from the Malabar coast, the ports of which were frequented by merchants from Java, as well as from China, Yemen, and Persia. From India, too, or from Persia, must have come the Shi'ism, of which traces are still found in Java and Sumatra. From Ibn Battuta, we learn that the Mohammedan Sultan of Samudra had entered into friendly relations with the court of Delhi, And among the learned doctors of the law whom this devout prince especially favored, there were two of Persian origin, the one coming from Shiraz and the other from Ispahan. But long before this time, merchants from the Deccan, through whose hands passed the trade between the Musalman states of India and the Malay archipelago, had established themselves in large numbers in the trading ports of these islands, where they sowed the seed of the new religion. It is to the proselytizing efforts of these Arab and Indian merchants that the native Mohammedan population, which we find already in the earliest historical notices of Islam in these parts, owes its existence. Settling in the centers of commerce, they intermarried with the people of the land, and these heathen wives and the slaves of their households thus formed the nucleus of a Muslim community, which its members made every effort in their power to increase. The following description of the methods adopted by these merchant missionaries in the Philippine Islands gives a picture of what was no doubt the practice of many preceding generations of Mohammedan traders. The better to introduce their religion into the country, the Muhammadans adopted the language and many of the customs of the natives, married their women, purchased slaves in order to increase their personal importance, and succeeded finally in incorporating themselves among the chiefs who held the foremost rank in the state. Since they worked together with greater ability and harmony than the natives, they gradually increased their power more and more, as having numbers of slaves in their possession, they formed a kind of confederacy among themselves and established a sort of monarchy, which they made hereditary in one family. Though such a confederacy gave them great power, yet they felt the necessity of keeping on friendly terms with the old aristocracy, and of ensuring their freedom to those classes whose support they could not afford to dispense with. It must have been in some such way as this that the different Muhammadan settlements in the Malay archipelago laid a firm political and social basis for their proselytizing efforts. They did not come as conquerors, like the Spanish in the 16th century, or use the sword as an instrument of conversion. Nor did they arrogate to themselves the privileges of a superior and dominant race so as to degrade and oppress the original inhabitants. But coming simply in the guise of traders, they employed all their superior intelligence and civilization in the service of their religion, rather than as a means towards their personal aggrandizement and the amassing of wealth. With this general statement of the subsidiary means adopted by them, let us follow in detail their proselytizing efforts through the various islands in turn. Tradition represents Islam as having been introduced into Sumatra from Arabia, but there is no sound historical basis for such a belief, and all the evidence seems to point to India as the source from which the people of Sumatra derived their knowledge of the new faith. Active commercial relations had existed for centuries between India and the Malay archipelago, and the first missionaries to Sumatra were probably Indian traders. There is, however, no historical record of their labors, and the Malay chronicles ascribe the honor of being the first missionary to Aceh in the northwest of Sumatra to an Arab named Abd Allah Arif, who is said to have visited the island about the middle of the 12th century. One of his disciples, Burhan al-Din, is said to have carried the knowledge of the faith down the west coast as far as Priaman. Untrustworthy as this record is, it may yet possibly indicate the existence of some proselytizing activity about this period. For the Malay Chronicle of Aceh gives 1205 as the date of the accession of Juhan Shah, the traditionary founder of the Muhammadan dynasty. He is said to have been a stranger from the west, and to have come to these shores to preach the faith of the Prophet. He made many proselytes, married a wife from among the people of the country, and was hailed by them as their king under the half-Sanskrit, half-Arabic title of Sri Paduka Sultan. For some time, the new faith would in all probability have been confined to the ports at which Muhammadan merchants touched, and its progress inland would be slower, as here it would come up against the strong Hindu influences that had their center in the kingdom of Minangkabau. Marco Polo, who spent 5 months on the north coast of Sumatra in 1292, speaks of all the inhabitants being idolaters, except in the petty kingdom of Parlak on the northeast corner of the island, where, too, only the townspeople were Mohammedans, for this kingdom, you must know, is so much frequented by the Saracen merchants that they have converted the natives to the law of Mahomet. But the hill people were all idolaters and cannibals. Further, one of the Malay chronicles says that it was Sultan Ali Mughayat Shah, who reigned over Aceh from 1507 to 1522, who first set the example of embracing Islam, in which he was followed by his subjects. But it is not improbable that the honor of being the first Muslim ruler of the state has been here attributed as an added glory to the monarch, who founded the greatness of Aceh and began to extend its sway over the neighboring country, and that he rather effected a revival of, or imparted a fresh impulse to, the religious life of his subjects than gave to them their first knowledge of the faith of the Prophet. For Islam had certainly set firm foot in Sumatra long before his time. According to the traditionary account of the city of Samudra, the Sharif of Mecca sent a mission to convert the people of Sumatra. The leader of the party was a certain Sheikh Ismail. The first place on the island at which they touched, after leaving Malabar, was Passari, probably situated a little way down the west coast, the people of which were persuaded by their preaching to embrace Islam. They then proceeded northward to Lambri and then coasted round to the other side of the island and sailed as far down the east coast as Aru, nearly opposite Malacca, and in both of these places their efforts were crowned with a like success. At Aru, they made inquiries for Samudra, a city on the north coast of the island, which seems to have been the special object of their mission, and found that they had passed it. Accordingly, they retraced their course to Parlak, where Marco Polo had found a Mohammedan community a few years before, and having gained fresh converts here also, they went on to Samudra. This city and the kingdom of the same name had lately been founded by a certain Mara Silu, who was persuaded by Sheikh Ismail to embrace Islam, and took the name of al-Malik al-letter 1E63 li letter 1E25. He married the daughter of the king of Parlak, by whom he had 2 sons, and in order to have a principality to leave to each, he founded the Mohammedan city and kingdom of Pazay, also on the north coast. The king, al-Malik al-Zahir, whom Ibn Battuta found reigning in Samudra when he visited the island in 1345, was probably the elder of these 2 sons. This prince displayed all the state of Mohammedan royalty, and his dominions extended for many days' journey along the coast. He was a zealous and orthodox Muslim, fond of holding discussions with jurisconsults and theologians, and his court was frequented by poets and men of learning. Ibn Battuta gives us the names of 2 jurisconsults who had come thither from Persia, and also of a noble who had gone on an embassy to Delhi on behalf of the king, which shows that Sumatra was already in touch with several parts of the Muhammadan world. Al-Malik al-Zahir was also a great general, and made war on the heathen of the surrounding country until they submitted to his rule and paid tribute. Islam had undoubtedly by this time made great progress in Sumatra, and after having established itself along the coast, began to make its way inland. The mission of Sheikh Ismail and his party had borne fruit abundantly, for a Chinese traveler who visited the island in 1413 speaks of Lambri as having a population of 1,000 families, all of whom were Muslims and very good people, while the king and people of the kingdom of Aru were all of the same faith. It was either about the close of the same century or in the 15th century that the religion of the Prophet found adherents in the great kingdom of Minangkabau, whose territory at one time extended from one shore to another, and over a great part of the island, north and south of the equator. Though its power had by this time much declined, still, as an ancient stronghold of Hinduism, it presented great obstacles in the way of the progress of the new religion. Despite this fact, Islam eventually took firmer root among the subjects of this kingdom than among the majority of the inhabitants of the interior of the island. It is very remarkable that this, the most central people of the island, should have been more thoroughly converted than the inhabitants of so many other districts that were more accessible to foreign influences. To the present day, the inhabitants of the Batak country are still, for the most part, heathen. But Islam has gained a footing among them, e.g. some living on the borders of Aceh have been converted by their Mohammedan neighbors. Others dwelling in the mountains of the Rao country on the equator have likewise become Musulmans. On the east coast, also conversions of Bataks, who come much in contact with Malays, are not uncommon. The fanatical Padris, p. 372, made strenuous efforts in vain to force Islam upon the Bataks at the point of the sword, laying waste their country and putting many to death. But these violent methods did not win converts. When, however, the Dutch government suppressed the Padri rising and annexed the southern part of the Batak country, Islam began to spread by peaceful means. chiefly through the zealous efforts of the native subordinate officials of the new regime, who were all Muhammadan Malays, but also through the influence of the traders who wandered through the country, whose proselytizing activity was followed up by the letter 1E25, a JIS, and other recognized teachers of the faith. It is a remarkable fact that the Bataks, who for centuries had offered a pertinacious resistance to the entrance of Islam into their midst, though they were hemmed in between two fanatical Muhammadan populations, the Chinese on the north and the Malays on the south, have in recent years responded with enthusiasm to the peaceful efforts made for their conversion. An explanation would appear to be found in the breaking down of their exclusive national characteristics through the Dutch occupation and the conquest opening up their country to foreign influences, which implied the commencement of a new era in their cultural development, as well as in the skillful procedure of the exponents of the new faith, who knew how to accommodate their teachings to the existing beliefs of the Bataks and their deep-rooted superstitions. A considerable impulse seems to have been given to Muslim propaganda by the establishment of Christian missions among the Bataks in 1897, and they appear even to have paved the way for its success. Two Batak villages, the entire population of which had been baptized, are said to have gone over in a body to Islam shortly afterwards. In central Sumatra, there is still a large heathen population, though the majority of the inhabitants are Muslims. But these latter are very ignorant of their religion, with the exception of a few letter 1E25, a JIS, and religious teachers. Even among the people of Koranchi, who are for the most part zealous adherents of the faith, there are certain sections of the population who still worship the gods of their pagan ancestors. Efforts are, however, being made towards a religious revival, and the Muslim missionaries are making fresh conquests from among the heathen, especially along the west coast. In the district of Sipirak, a religious teacher attached to the mosque in the town of the same name, in a quarter of a century, converted the whole population of this district to Islam, with the exception of the Christians who were to be found there, mostly descendants of former slaves, and a later missionary movement in the first decade of the 20th century succeeded in winning over to Islam many of the Christians of this district, even some living in the center of the sphere of influence of the Christian mission. Islam is traditionally represented to have been introduced into Palembang about 1440 by Radin R, a letter 1E25M a T, of whose propagandist activity an account will be given below, p. 381. But Hindu influences appear to have been firmly rooted here, and the progress of the new faith was slow. Even up to the 19th century, the Muslims of Palembang were said to know little of their religion except the external observances of it, with the exception of the inhabitants of the capital who come into daily contact with Arabs. But in the first decade of the 20th century, there would appear to have been a revival of the religious life and a growing propaganda, as the colonial reports of the Dutch government draw attention to the continual spread of Islam among the heathen population of various districts of Palembang. It was from Java that Islam was first brought into the Lampang districts, which form the southern extremity of Sumatra, by a chieftain of these districts, named Minak Kamala Bumi. About the end of the 15th century, he crossed over the Strait of Sunda to the kingdom of Bantam on the west coast of Java, which had accepted the teachings of the Muslim missionaries a few years before the date of his visit. Here he, too, embraced Islam, and after making the pilgrimage to Mecca, spread the knowledge of his newly adopted faith among his fellow countrymen. This religion has made considerable progress among the Lampangs, and most of the villages have mosques in them, but the old superstitions still linger on in parts of the interior. In the early part of the 19th century, a religious revival was set on foot in Sumatra, which was not without its influence in promoting the further propagation of Islam. In 1803, Sumatran letter 1E25, a JIS, returned from Mecca to their native country. During their stay in the Holy City, they had been profoundly influenced by the Wahhabi movement for the reformation of Islam, and were now eager to introduce the same reforms among their fellow countrymen and to stir up in them a purer and more zealous religious life. Accordingly, they began to preach the strict monotheism of the Wahhabi sect, forbade prayers to saints, drinking and gambling, and all other practices contrary to the law of the Qur'an adjective an. They made a number of proselytes both from among their co-religionists and the heathen population. They later declared a jihad against the bad acts, and in the hands of unscrupulous and ambitious men, the movement lost its original character and degenerated into a savage and bloody war of conquest. In 1821, these so-called padres came into conflict with the Dutch government, and it was not until 1838 that their last stronghold was taken and their power broken. All the civilized Malays of the Malay Peninsula trace their origin to migrations from Sumatra, especially from Minangkabau, the famous kingdom mentioned above, which is said at one time to have been the most powerful on the island. Some of the chiefs of the interior states of the southern part of the Malay Peninsula still receive their investiture from this place. At what period these colonies from the heart of Sumatra settled in the interior of the peninsula is matter of conjecture, but Singapore and the southern extremity of the peninsula seem to have received a colony in the middle of the 12th century, by the descendants of which Malacca was founded about a century later. From its advantageous situation, in the highway of Eastern commerce, it soon became a large and flourishing city, and there is little doubt but that Islam was introduced by the Mohammedan merchants who settled here. The Malay Chronicle of Malacca assigns the conversion of this kingdom to the reign of a certain Sultan Mu letter 125, a D Shah, who came to the throne in 1276. He is said to have been reigning some years before a ship commanded by Sidi Abd al-Aziz came to Malacca from Jeddah, and the king was persuaded by the newcomers to change his faith and to give up his Malay name for one containing the name of the prophet. But the general character of this document makes its trustworthiness exceedingly doubtful, in spite of the likelihood that the date of so important an event would have been exactly noted, as was done in many parts of the archipelago, by a people who, proud of the event, would look upon it as opening a new epoch in their history. A Portuguese historian gives a much later date, namely 1384, in which year, he says, a Qadi came from Arabia and, having converted the king, gave him the name of Mu letter 125, a D after the prophet, adding Shah to it. In the Annals of Quetta, one of the northernmost of the states of the Malay Peninsula, we have a curious account of the introduction of Islam into this kingdom, about AD 1501, which, divested of certain miraculous incidents, is as follows. A learned Arab, by name Sheikh Abd Allah, having come to Quetta, visited the Raja and inquired what was the religion of the country. "My religion," replied the Raja, "and that of all my subjects is that which has been handed down to us by the people of old. We all worship idols. Then has your highness never heard of Islam, and of the Qur adjective a n which descended from God to Mu letter 125 a D, and has superseded all other religions, leaving them in the possession of the devil. I pray you then, if this be true," said the Raja, "to instruct and enlighten us in this new faith." In a transport of holy fervor at this request, Sheikh Abd Allah embraced the Raja and then instructed him in the creed. Persuaded by his teaching, the Raja sent for all his jars of spirits, to which he was much addicted, and with his own hands emptied them on the ground. After this, he had all the idols of the palace brought out. The idols of gold and silver and clay and wood were all heaped up in his presence, and were all broken and cut to pieces by Sheikh Abd Allah with his sword and with an axe, and the fragments consumed in the fire. The Sheikh asked the Raja to assemble all his women of the fort and palace. When they had all come into the presence of the Raja and the Sheikh, they were initiated into the doctrines of Islam. The Sheikh was mild and courteous in his demeanor, persuasive and soft in his language, so that he gained the hearts of the inmates of the palace. The Raja soon after sent for his 4 aged ministers, who, on entering the hall, were surprised at seeing a sheikh seated near the Raja. The Raja explained to them the object of the sheikh's coming, whereupon the 4 chiefs expressed their readiness to follow the example of His Highness, saying, "We hope that Sheikh Abd Allah will instruct us also." The latter, hearing these words, embraced the 4 ministers and said that he hoped that, to prove their sincerity, they would send for all the people to come to the audience hall, bringing with them all the idols that they were wont to worship and the idols that had been handed down by the men of former days. The request was complied with, and all the idols kept by the people were at that very time brought down, and they're destroyed and burnt to dust. No one was sorry at this demolition of their false gods, all were glad to enter the pale of Islam. Sheikh Abd Allah after this said to the 4 ministers, "What is the name of your prince?" They replied, His name is Pra Ong Mahawangsa. Let us change it for one in the language of Islam, said the sheikh. After some consultation, the name of the Raja was changed at his request to Sultan Muslaf al-Shah, because, the sheikh averred, it is a celebrated name and is found in the Qur adjective an. The Raja now built mosques wherever the population was considerable, and directed that to each there should be attached 44 of the inhabitants at least as a settled congregation, for a smaller number would have been few for the duties of religion. So mosques were erected, and great drums were attached to them to be beat to call the people to prayer on Fridays. Sheikh Abd Allah continued for some time to instruct the people in the religion of Islam. They flocked to him from all the coasts and districts of Quetta and its vicinity, and were initiated by him into its forms and ceremonies. The news of the conversion of the inhabitants of Quetta by Sheikh Abd Allah reached Atjeh, and the Sultan of that country and a certain Sheikh Nur al-Din, an Arab missionary who had come from Mecca, sent some books and a letter, which ran as follows. This letter is from the Sultan of Atjeh and Nur al-Din to our brother the Sultan of Quetta and Sheikh Abd Allah of Yemen, now in Quetta. We have sent 2 religious books, in order that the faith of Islam may be firmly established, and the people fully instructed in their duties and in the rights of the faith. A letter was sent in reply by the Raja and Sheikh Abd Allah, thanking the donors. So Sheikh Abd Allah redoubled his efforts, and erected additional small mosques in all the different villages for general convenience, and instructed the people in all the rules and observances of the faith. The Raja and his wife were constantly with the sheikh, learning to read the Qur adjective an. The royal pair searched also for some maiden of the lineage of the Rajas of the country, to be the sheikh's wife. But no one could be found who was willing to give his daughter thus in marriage, because the holy man was about to return to Baghdad, and only waited until he had sufficiently instructed some person to supply his place. Now at this time the Sultan had 3 sons, Raja Muazzam Shah, Raja Mu letter 1225 Adi Shah, and Raja Suleiman Shah. These names had been borrowed from the Qur adjective an by Sheikh Abd Allah and bestowed upon the princes, whom he exhorted to be patient and slow to anger in their intercourse with their slaves and the lower orders, and to regard with pity all the servants of God and the poor and needy. It must not be supposed that the labors of Sheikh Abd Allah were crowned with complete success, for we learn from the annals of Atjeh that a sultan of this country who conquered Quetta in 1649 set himself to more firmly establish the faith and destroy the houses of the liar or temples of idols. Thus a century and a half elapsed before idolatry was completely rooted out. We possess no other details of the history of the conversion of the Malays of the peninsula, but in many places the graves of the Arab missionaries who first preached the faith to them are honored by these people. Their long intercourse with the Arabs and the Muslims of the east coast of India has made them very rigid observers of their religious duties, and they have the reputation of being the most exemplary Mohammedans of the archipelago. At the same time, their constant contact with the Hindus, Buddhists, Christians, and pagans of their own country has made them liberal and tolerant. They are very strict in the keeping of the fast of Ramadan and in performing the pilgrimage to Mecca. The religious interests of the people are always considered at the same time as their temporal welfare. And when a village is found to contain more than 40 houses and is considered to be of a size that necessitates its organization and the appointment of the regular village officers, a public preacher is always included among the number, and a mosque is formally built and instituted. In the north, where the Malay states border on Siam, Islam has exercised considerable influence on the Siamese Buddhists. Those who have here been converted are called Samsams and speak a language that is a mixed jargon of the languages of the 2 people. Converts are also made from among the wild tribes of the peninsula. The history of the spread of Islam in Indochina is obscure. Arab and Persian merchants probably introduced their religion into the seaport towns from the 10th century onwards, but its most important expansion was due to the immigrations of Malays, which began at the close of the 14th century. We must now go back several centuries in order to follow out the history of the conversion of Java. The preaching and promulgation of the doctrines of Islam in this island were undoubtedly for a long time entirely the result of the labors of individual merchants or of the leaders of small colonies. For in Java, there was no central Muhammadan power to throw in its influence on the side of the new religion or enforce the acceptance of it by warlike means. On the contrary, the Muslim missionaries came in contact with a Hindu civilization that had thrust its roots deep into the life of the country and had raised the Javanese to a high level of culture and progress, expressing itself moreover in institutions and laws radically different to those of Arabia. Even up to the present day, the Mohammedan law has failed to establish itself absolutely, even where the authority of Islam is generally predominant, and there is still a constant struggle between the adherents of the old Malayan usages and the letter 1E25 Ajis, who, having made the pilgrimage to Mecca, return enthusiastic for a strict observance of Muslim law. Consequently, the work of conversion must have proceeded very slowly, and we can say with tolerable certainty that while part of the history of this proselytizing movement may be disentangled from legends and traditions, much of it must remain wholly unknown to us. In the Malay Chronicle, which purports to give us an account of the first preachers of the faith, what was undoubtedly the work of many generations and must have been carried on through many centuries, is compressed within the compass of a few years. And, as frequently happens in popular histories, a few well-known names gain the fame and credit that belongs of right to the patient labors of their unknown predecessors. Further, the quiet, unobtrusive labors of many of these missionaries would not be likely to attract the notice of the chronicler, whose attention would naturally be fixed rather on the doings of kings and princes, and of those who came in close relationship to them. But failing such larger knowledge, we must fain be content with the facts that have been handed down to us. In the following pages, therefore, it is proposed to give a brief sketch of the establishment of the Mohammedan religion in this island, as presented in the native chronicle, which, though full of contradictions and fables, has undoubtedly a historical foundation, as is attested by the inscriptions on the tombs of the chief personages mentioned and the remains of ancient cities, etc. The following account, therefore, may, in the want of any other authorities, be accepted as substantially correct. With the caution above mentioned, against ascribing too much efficacy to the proselytizing efforts of individuals. The first attempt to introduce Islam into Java was made by a native of the island about the close of the 12th century. The first king of Pajajaran, a state in the western part of the island, left 2 sons. Of these, the elder chose to follow the profession of a merchant and undertook a trading expedition to India, leaving the kingdom to his younger brother, who succeeded to the throne in the year 1190 with the title of Prabhu Mundingsari. In the course of his wanderings, the elder brother fell in with some Arab merchants, and was by them converted to Islam, taking the name of letter 1E25 Ajay I Parwa. On his return to his native country, he tried with the help of an Arab missionary to convert his brother and the royal family to his new faith. But, his efforts proving unsuccessful, he fled into the jungle for fear of the king and his unbelieving subjects, and we hear no more of him. In the latter half of the 14th century, a missionary movement, which was attended with greater success, was instituted by a certain Maulana Malik Ibrahim, who landed on the east coast of Java with some of his coreligionists, and established himself near the town of Gresik, opposite the island of Madra. He is said to have traced his descent to Zayn al-Abidin, a great-grandson of the Prophet, and to have been cousin of the Raja of Cherman. Here he occupied himself successfully in the work of conversion, and speedily gathered a small band of believers around him. Later on, he was joined by his cousin, the Raja of Cherman, who came in the hope of converting the Raja of the Hindu kingdom of Majapahit, and of forming an alliance with him by offering his daughter in marriage. On his arrival, he sent his son, letter 1E63 a D-I-Q-M-U letter 1E25 a M-M a D, to Majapahit to arrange an interview, while he busied himself in the building of a mosque and the conversion of the inhabitants. A meeting of the 2 princes took place accordingly, but before the favorable impression then produced could be followed up, a sickness broke out among the people of the Raja of Cherman, which carried off his daughter, 3 of his nephews who had accompanied him, and a great part of his retinue, whereupon he himself returned to his own kingdom. These misfortunes prejudiced the mind of the Raja of Majapahit against the new faith, which he said should have better protected its votaries, and the mission accordingly failed. Maulana Ibrahim, however, remained behind, in charge of the tombs of his kinsfolk and coreligionists, and himself died 21 years later, in 1419, and was buried at Gresik, where his tomb is still venerated as that of the first apostle of Islam to Java. A Chinese Musalman, who accompanied the envoy of the Emperor of China to Java in the capacity of interpreter. 6 years before the death of Maulana Ibrahim, i.e. in 1413, mentions the presence of his coreligionists in this island in his General Account of the Shores of the Ocean, where he says, "In this country there are 3 kinds of people. First, the Mohammedans, who have come from the West and have established themselves here. Their dress and food is clean and proper. Second, the Chinese who have run away and settled here. What they eat and use is also very fine, and many of them have adopted the Muhammadan religion and observe its precepts. The third kind are the natives, who are very ugly and uncouth. They go about with uncombed heads and naked feet, and believe devoutly in devils, theirs being one of the countries called devil countries in Buddhist books." We now approach the period in which the rule of the Mohammedans became predominant in the island, after their religion had been introduced into it for nearly a century. And here it will be necessary to enter a little more closely into the details of the history, in order to show that this was not the result of any fanatical movement stirred up by the Arabs, but rather of a revolution carried out by the natives of the country themselves, who, though they naturally gained strength from the bond of a common faith, were stirred up to unite in order to wrest the supreme power from the hands of their heathen fellow countrymen, not by the preaching of a religious war, but through the exhortations of an ambitious aspirant to the throne who had a wrong to avenge. The political condition of the island may be described as follows. The central and eastern provinces of the island, which were the most wealthy and populous and the furthest advanced in civilization, were under the sway of the Hindu kingdom of Majapahit. Further west were Cherubin and several other petty, independent princedoms, while the rest of the island, including all the districts at its western extremity, was subject to the king of Pajajaran. The king of Majapahit had married a daughter of the Prince of Champa, a small state in Cambodia, east of the Gulf of Siam. She being jealous of a favorite concubine of the king, he sent this concubine away to his son Arya Damar, governor of Palembang in Sumatra, where she gave birth to a son, Raden Pata, who was brought up as one of the governor's own children. This child, as we shall see, was destined in after years to work a terrible vengeance for the cruel treatment of his mother. Another daughter of the Prince of Champa had married an Arab who had come to Champa to preach the faith of Islam. From this union was born Raden R. a letter 1E25M a T, who was carefully brought up by his father in the Mohammedan religion and is still venerated by the Javanese as the chief apostle of Islam to their country. When he reached the age of 20, his parents sent him with letters and presents to his uncle, the king of Majapahit. On his way, he stayed for 2 months at Palembang as the guest of Arya Damar, whom he almost persuaded to become a Musalman, only he dared not openly profess Islam for fear of the people who were strongly attached to their ancient superstitions. Continuing his journey, Raden R. a letter 1E25M a T came to Gresik, where an Arab missionary, Sheikh Maulana Jumada, LKUBR letter 1E1 Macron, hailed him as the promised apostle of Islam to East Java and foretold that the fall of paganism was at hand, and that his labors would be crowned by the conversion of many to the faith. At Majapahit, he was very kindly received by the king and the princess of Champa. Although the king was unwilling himself to become a convert to Islam, yet he conceived such an attachment and respect for Raden R. a letter 1E25M a T that he made him governor over 3,000 families at Ampel, on the east coast, a little south of Gresik, allowed him the free exercise of his religion, and gave him permission to make converts. Here, after some time, he gained over most of those placed under him to Islam. Ampel was now the chief seat of Islam in Java, and the fame of the ruler who was so zealously working for the propagation of his religion spread far and wide. Hereupon a certain Maulana, IS letter 1E25, a Q came to Ampel to assist him in the work of conversion, and was assigned the task of spreading the faith in the kingdom of Balambangan, in the extreme eastern extremity of the island. Here he cured the daughter of the king, who was grievously sick, and the grateful father gave her to him in marriage. She ardently embraced the faith of Islam, and her father allowed himself to receive instruction in the same, But when the Maulana urged him to openly profess it, as he had promised to do, if his daughter were cured, he drove him from his kingdom and gave orders that the child that was soon to be born of his daughter should be killed. But the mother secretly sent the infant away to Gresik, to a rich Mohammedan widow who brought him up with all a mother's care and educated him until he was 12 years old, when she entrusted him to Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T. He, after learning the history of the child, gave him the name of Radin Paku, and in course of time gave him also his daughter in marriage. Radin Paku afterwards built a mosque at Jiri, to the southwest of Gresik, where he converted thousands to the faith. His influence became so great that after the death of Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T, the king of Majapahit made him governor of Ampel and Gresik. Meanwhile, several missions were instituted from Gresik. Two sons of Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T established themselves at different parts of the northeast coast and made themselves famous by their religious zeal and the conversion of many of the inhabitants of those parts. Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T also sent a missionary, by name Sheikh Khalifa letter 1E25USAYN, across to the neighboring island of Madra, where he built a mosque and won over many to the faith. We must now return to Arya Damar, the governor of Palembang, CP 380. He appears to have brought up his children in the religion which he himself feared openly to profess, and he now sent Radin Pada, when he had reached the age of 20, together with his foster brother, Radin letter 1E25USAYN, who was 2 years younger, to Java, where they landed at Gresik. Radin Pada, aware of his extraction and enraged at the cruel treatment his mother had received, refused to accompany his foster brother to Majapahit, but stayed with Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T at Ampel while Radin letter 1E25USAYN went on to the capital, where he was well received and placed in charge of a district, and afterwards made general of the army. Meanwhile, Radin Pada married a granddaughter of Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T, and formed an establishment in a place of great natural strength called Bintara, in the center of a marshy country, to the west of Gresik. As soon as the king of Majapahit heard of this new settlement, he sent Radin letter 1E25USAYN to persuade his brother to come to the capital and pay homage. This Radin letter 1E25USAYN prevailed upon him to do, and he went to the court, where his likeness to the king was at once recognized, and where he was kindly received and formally appointed governor of Bintara. Still burning for revenge and bent on the destruction of his father's kingdom, he returned to Ampel, where he revealed his plans to Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T. The latter endeavored to moderate his anger, reminding him that he had never received anything but kindness at the hands of the king of Majapahit, his father, and that while the prince was so just and so beloved, his religion forbade him to make war upon or in any way to injure him. However, unpersuaded by these exhortations, as the sequel shows, Radin Pada returned to Bintara, which was now daily increasing in importance and population, while great numbers of people in the surrounding country were being converted to Islam. He had formed a plan of building a great mosque, but shortly after the work had been commenced, news arrived of the severe illness of Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T. He hastened to Ampel, where he found the chief missionaries of Islam gathered round the bed of him they looked upon as their leader. Among them were the two sons of Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T mentioned above, p. 382, Radin Paku of Jiri, and 5 others. A few days afterwards, Radin R. a letter 1E25M a T breathed his last, and the only remaining obstacle to Radin Pada's revengeful schemes was thus removed. The 8 chiefs accompanied him back to Bintara, where they assisted in the completion of the mosque, and bound themselves by a solemn oath to assist him in his attempt against Majapahit. All the Mohammedan princes joined this confederacy, with the exception of Radin letter 1E25USAYN, who with all his followers remained true to his master, and refused to throw in his lot with his rebellious coreligionists. A lengthy campaign followed, into the details of which we need not enter, but in 1478, after a desperate battle which lasted 7 days, Majapahit fell, and the Hindu supremacy in eastern Java was replaced by a Mohammedan power. A short time after, Radin letter 1E25USAYN was besieged with his followers in a fortified place, compelled to surrender and brought to Ampel, where he was kindly received by his brother. A large number of those who remained faithful to the old Hindu religion fled in 1481 to the island of Bali, where the worship of Siva is still the prevailing religion. Others seem to have formed small kingdoms under the leadership of princes of the House of Majapahit, which remained heathen for some time after the fall of the great Hindu capital. Even under Muslim chiefs, the population of central Java long remained heathen, and the progress of Islam southward from the early centers of missionary effort on the north coast was the work of centuries. Even to the present day, the influence of their old Hindu faith is strikingly manifest in the religious notions of the Muslim population of central Java. One remarkable evidence of the deep roots that Hinduism had struck in this part of the island is the fact that it was not until 1768 that the authority of the Hindu law books, particularly the Code of Manu, gave way before a code of laws more in accordance with the spirit of Muslim legislation. Islam was introduced into the eastern parts of the island some years later, probably in the beginning of the following century, through the missionary activity of Sheikh Nur al-Din Ibrahim of Cherubin. He won for himself a great reputation by curing a woman afflicted with leprosy, with the result that thousands came to him to be instructed in the tenets of the new faith. At first, the neighboring chiefs tried to set themselves against the movement, but finding that their opposition was of no avail, they suffered themselves to be carried along with the tide, and many of them became converts to Islam. Sheikh Nur al-Din Ibrahim of Cherubin sent his son, Maulana letter 1225 A.S. A.N. al-Din, to preach the faith of Islam in Bantam, the most westerly province of the island, and a dependency of the heathen kingdom of Pajajaran. Here his efforts were attended with considerable success, among the converts being a body of ascetics, 800 in number. It is especially mentioned in the annals of this part of the country that the young prince won over those whom he converted to Islam solely by the gentle means of persuasion and not by the sword. He afterwards went with his father on a pilgrimage to Mecca, and on his return extended his power over the neighboring coast of Sumatra without ever having to draw the sword, and winning converts to the faith by peaceful methods alone. But the progress of Islam in the west of Java seems to have been much slower than in the east. A long struggle ensued between the worshippers of Siva and the followers of the Prophet, and it was probably not until the middle of the 16th century that the Hindu kingdom of Pajajaran, which at one period of the history of Java seems to have exercised suzerainty over the princedoms in the western part of the island, came to an end, while other smaller heathen communities survived to a much later period, some even to the present day. The history of one of these, the so-called Bajuis, is of especial interest. They are the descendants of the adherents of the old religion, who after the fall of Pajajaran fled into the woods and the recesses of the mountains, where they might uninterruptedly carry out the observances of their ancestral faith. In later times, when they submitted to the rule of the Musalman Sultan of Bantam, they were allowed to continue in the exercise of their religion, on condition that no increase should be allowed in the numbers of those who professed this idolatrous faith. And strange to say, they still observe this custom, although the Dutch rule has been so long established in Java and sets them free from the necessity of obedience to this ancient agreement. They strictly limit their number to 40 households, and when the community increases beyond this limit, one family or more has to leave this inner circle and settle among the Muhammadan population in one of the surrounding villages. But though the work of conversion in the west of Java proceeded more slowly than in the other parts of the island, yet, owing largely to the fact that Hinduism had not taken such deep root among the people here as in the center of the island, the victory of Islam over the heathen worship, which it supplanted, was more complete than in the districts which came more immediately under the rule of the Rajas of Majapahit. The Mohammedan law is here a living force, and the civilization brought into the country from Arabia has interwoven itself with the government and the life of the people. And it has been remarked that at the present day the Mohammedans of the west of Java, who study their religion at all or have performed the pilgrimage to Mecca, form as a rule the most intelligent and prosperous part of the population. We have already seen that large sections of the Javanese remained heathen for centuries after the establishment of Mohammedan kingdoms in the island. At the present day, the whole population of Java, with some trifling exceptions, is Mohammedan, and though many superstitions and customs have survived among them from the days of their pagan ancestors, still the tendency is continually in the direction of the guidance of thought and conduct in accordance with the teaching of Islam. This long work of conversion has proceeded peacefully and gradually, and the growth of Muslim states in this island belongs rather to its political than to its religious history, since the progress of the religion has been achieved by the work rather of missionaries than of princes. While the Musulmans of Java were plotting against the Hindu government and taking the rule of the country into their own hands by force, a revolution of a wholly peaceful character was being carried on in other parts of the archipelago through the preaching of the Muslim missionaries who were slowly but surely achieving success in their proselytizing efforts. Let us first turn our attention to the history of this propagandist movement in the Malacca Islands. The trade in cloves must have brought the Moluccas into contact with the islanders of the western half of the archipelago from very early times, and the converted Javanese and other Malays who came into these islands to trade spread their faith among the inhabitants of the coast. The companions of Magellan brought back a curious story of the way in which these men introduced their religious doctrines among the Moluccans. The kings of these islands, a few years before the arrival of the Spaniards, began to believe in the immortality of the soul, induced by no other argument but that they had seen a very beautiful little bird that never settled on the earth nor on anything that was of the earth. And the Mahometans, who traded as merchants in those islands, told them that this little bird was born in paradise, and that paradise is the place where rest the souls of those that are dead. And for this reason, these Sainers joined the sect of Mahomet, because it promises many marvelous things of this place of the souls. Islam seems first to have begun to make progress here in the 15th century. A heathen king of Tidor yielded to the persuasions of an Arab named Sheikh Mansur and embraced Islam together with many of his subjects. The heathen name of the king, Tijayirli Lajadu, was changed to that of Jamal al-Din, while his eldest son was called Mansur after their Arab teacher. It was the latter prince who entertained the Spanish expedition that reached Tidor in 1521, shortly after the ill-fated death of Magellan. Pigafetta, the historian of this expedition, calls him Raya Sultan Mazar and says that he was more than 55 years old, and that not 50 years had passed since the Mohammedans came to live in these islands. Islam seems to have gained a footing on the neighboring island of Ternate a little earlier. The Portuguese, who came to this island the same year as the Spaniards reached Tidor, were informed by the inhabitants that it had been introduced a little more than 80 years. According to the Portuguese account, also the Sultan of Ternate was the first of the Moluccan chieftains who became a Muslim. The legend of the introduction of Islam into this island tells how a merchant, named Dadu Mullah letter 1225 USAYN, excited the curiosity of the people by reading the Qur adjective, a n aloud in their presence. They tried to imitate the characters written in the book, but could not read them, so they asked the merchant how it was that he could read them, while they could not. He replied that they must first believe in God and his apostle. Whereupon they expressed their willingness to accept his teaching and became converted to the faith. The Sultan of Ternate, who occupied the foremost place among the independent rulers in these islands, is said to have made a journey to Gresik, in Java, in order to embrace the Mohammedan faith there in 1495. He was assisted in his propagandist efforts by a certain Paddy Puta, who had made the journey from Hidu in Amboina to Java in order to learn the doctrines of the new faith, and on his return spread the knowledge of Islam among the people of Amboina. Islam, however, seems at first to have made but slow progress, and to have met with considerable opposition from those islanders who clung zealously to their old superstitions and mythology, so that the old idolatry continued for some time crudely mixed up with the teachings of the Qur adjective, an, and keeping the minds of the people in a perpetual state of incertitude. The Portuguese conquest also made the progress of Islam slower than it would otherwise have been. They drove out the Qadi, whom they found instructing the people in the doctrines of Mu letter 1225, a D, and spread Christianity among the heathen population with some considerable, though short-lived success. For when the Moluccans took advantage of the attention of the Portuguese being occupied with their own domestic troubles in the latter half of the 16th century to try to shake off their power, they instituted a fierce persecution against the Christians, many of whom suffered martyrdom, and others recanted, so that Christianity lost all the ground it had gained. And from this time onwards, the opposition to the political domination of the Christians secured a readier welcome for the Muslim teachers who came in increasing numbers from the West. The Dutch completed the destruction of Christianity in the Moluccas by driving out the Spanish and Portuguese from these islands in the 17th century, whereupon the Jesuit fathers carried off the few remaining Christians of Ternate with them to the Philippines. From these islands, Islam spread into the rest of the Moluccas, though for some time the conversions were confined to the inhabitants of the coast. Most of the converts came from among the Malays, who compose the whole population of the smaller islands, but inhabit the coastlands only of the larger ones, the interior being inhabited by Ulfers. But converts in later times were drawn from among the latter also. Even so early as 1521, there was a Mohammedan king of Jailolo, a kingdom on the western side of the northern limb of the island of Halmahera. In modern times, the existence of certain regulations, devised for the benefit of the state religion, has facilitated to some extent the progress of the Mohammedan religion among the Ulfers of the mainland, e.g., if any one of them is discovered to have had illicit intercourse with a Mohammedan girl, he must marry her and become a Muslim. Any of the Ulfer women who marry Muhammadans must embrace the faith of their husbands. Offenses against the law may be atoned for by conversion to Islam. And in filling up any vacancy that may happen to occur among the chiefs, less regard is paid to the lawful claims of a candidate than to his readiness to become a Musalman. Similarly, Islam in Borneo is mostly confined to the coast, although it had gained a footing in the island as early as the beginning of the 16th century. About this time, it was adopted by the people of Banjarmasin, a kingdom on the southern side, which had been tributary to the Hindu kingdom of Majapahit until its overthrow in 1478. They owed their conversion to one of the Mohammedan states that rose on the ruins of the latter. The story is that the people of Banjarmasin asked for assistance towards the suppression of a revolt, and that it was given on condition that they adopted the new religion, whereupon a number of Mohammedans came over from Java, suppressed the revolt, and effected the work of conversion. On the northwest coast, the Spaniards found a Mohammedan king at Brunei when they reached this place in 1521. A little later, 1550, it was introduced into the kingdom of Sukadana, in the western part of the island, by Arabs coming from Palembang in Sumatra. The reigning king refused to abandon the faith of his fathers, but during the 40 years that elapsed before his death, in 1590, the new religion appears to have made considerable progress. His successor became a Musalman and married the daughter of a prince of a neighboring island, in which apparently Islam had been long established. During his reign, a traveler who visited the island in 1600 speaks of Mohammedanism as being a common religion along the coast. The inhabitants of the interior, however, he tells us, were all idolaters, as indeed they remain for the most part to the present day. The progress of Islam in the kingdom of Sukadana seems now to have drawn the attention of the center of the Mohammedan world to this distant spot. And in the reign of the next prince, a certain Sheikh Shams al-Din came from Mecca, bringing with him a present of a copy of the Qur'an adjective, a-n, and a large hyacinth ring, together with a letter in which this defender of the faith received the honorable title of Sultan Mu letter 1E25, a mm, a d letter 1E63, a f I al-Din. In the latter part of the 18th century, one of the inland tribes, called the Idans, dwelling in the interior of North Borneo, is said to have looked upon the Mohammedans of the coast with very great respect, as having a religion which they themselves had not yet got. Dalrymple, who obtained his information on the Idans of Borneo during his visit to Sulu from 1761 to 1764, tells us that they entertain a just regret of their own ignorance and a mean idea of themselves on that account. For, when they come into the houses or vessels of the Mahometans, they pay them the utmost veneration as superior intelligences who know their Creator. They will not sit down where the Mahometans sleep, nor will they put their fingers into the same chunam or beetle box, but receive a portion with the utmost humility. and in every instance denote, with the most abject attitudes and gesture, the veneration they entertain for a God unknown, in the respect they pay to those who have a knowledge of him. These people appear since that time to have embraced the Mohammedan faith, one of the numerous instances of the powerful impression that Islam produces upon tribes that are low down in the scale of civilization. From time to time, other accessions have been gained in the persons of the numerous colonists, Arabs, Bugis, and Malays, as well as Chinese, who have had settlements here since the 7th century, and of the slaves introduced into the island from different countries, so that at the present day, the Mohammedans of Borneo are a very mixed race. Many of these foreigners were still heathen when they first came to Borneo, and of a higher civilization than the Dayaks whom they conquered or drove into the interior, where they mostly still remain heathen, except in the western part of the island, in which from time to time small tribes of Dayaks embrace Islam. When the pagan Dayaks change their faith, it is more commonly the case that they yield to the persuasions of the Mohammedan rather than to those of the Christian missionary. Or, having first embraced Christianity, they then pass over to Islam, and the Mohammedans are making zealous efforts to win converts both from among the heathen and the Christian Dayaks. In the island of Celebes, we find a similar slow growth of the Muhammadan religion, taking its rise among the people of the coast and slowly making its way into the interior. Only the more civilized portion of the inhabitants has, however, adopted Islam. This is mainly divided into two tribes, the Macassars and the Bugis, who inhabit the southwest peninsula, the latter, however, also forming a large proportion of the coast population on the other peninsulas. The interior of the island, except in the southwest peninsula, where nearly all the inhabitants are Mohammedan, is still heathen and is populated chiefly by the Ulfurs, a race low in the scale of civilization, who also form the majority of the inhabitants of the north, the east, and the southeast peninsulas. At the extremity of the first of these peninsulas, in Minahassa, they have in large numbers been converted to Christianity. The Mohammedans did not make their way hither until after the Portuguese had gained a firm footing in this part of the island, and the Ulfurs whom they converted to Roman Catholicism were turned into Protestants by the Dutch, whose missionaries have labored in Minahassa with very considerable success. But Islam is slowly making its way among the heathen tribes of Ulfurs in different parts of the island, both in the districts directly administered by the Dutch government and those under the rule of native chiefs. When the Portuguese first visited the island about 1540, they found only a few Mohammedan strangers in Goa, the capital of the Macassar kingdom, the natives being still unconverted, and it was not until the beginning of the 17th century that Islam began to be generally adopted among them. The history of the movement is especially interesting, as we have here one of the few cases in which Christianity and Islam have been competing for the allegiance of heathen people. One of the incidents in this contest is thus admirably told by an old compiler. The discovery of so considerable a country was looked upon by the Portuguese as a matter of great consequence, and measures were taken to secure the affections of those whom it was not found easy to conquer, but, on the other hand, capable of being obliged or rendered useful as their allies by good usage. The people were much braver, and withal had much better sense than most of the Indians, and therefore, after a little conversation with the Europeans, they began, in general, to discern that there was no sense or meaning in their own religion. And the few of them who had been made Christians by the care of Don Antonio Galvano, governor of the Moluccas, were not so thoroughly instructed themselves as to be able to teach them a new faith. The whole people, in general, however, disclaimed their old superstitions and became deists at once. But not satisfied with this, they determined to send, at the same time, to Malacca and to Achin to desire from the one, Christian priests, and from the other, doctors of the Mohammedan law, resolving to embrace the religion of those teachers who came first among them. The Portuguese have hitherto been esteemed zealous enough for their religion, but it seems that Don Ruiz Pereira, who was then governor of Malacca, was a little deficient in his concern for the faith, since he made a great and very unnecessary delay in sending the priests that were desired. On the other hand, the Queen of Achin, being a furious Mohammedan, no sooner received an account of this disposition in the people of the island of Celebes than she immediately dispatched a vessel full of doctors of the law, who in a short time established their religion effectually among the inhabitants. Some time after came the Christian priests and inveighed bitterly against the law of Mohammed, but to no purpose. The people of Celebes had made their choice, and there was no possibility of bringing them to alter it. One of the kings of the island, indeed, who had before embraced Christianity, persisted in the faith, and most of his subjects were converted to it. But still, the bulk of the people of Celebes continued Mohammedans and are so to this day, and the greatest zealots for their religion of any in the Indies. This event is said to have occurred in the year 1603. The frequent references to it in contemporary literature make it impossible to doubt the genuineness of the story. In the little principality of Tallo, to the north of Goa, with which it has always been confederated, is still to be seen the tomb of one of the most famous missionaries to the Macassars, by name Khatib Tungal. The prince of this state, after his conversion, proved himself a most zealous champion of the new faith, and it was through his influence that it was generally adopted by all the tribes speaking the Macassar language. The sequel of the movement is not of so peaceful a character. The Macassars were carried away by their zeal for their newly adopted faith to make an attempt to force it on their neighbors the Bugis. The king of Goa made an offer to the king of Boni to consider him in all respects as an equal if he would worship the one true God. The latter consulted his people on the matter, who said, "We have not yet fought, we have not yet been conquered." They tried the issue of a battle and were defeated. The king accordingly became a Mohammedan and began on his own account to attempt by force to impose his own belief on his subjects and on the smaller states, his neighbors. Strange to say, the people applied for help to the king of Macassar, who sent ambassadors to demand from the king of Boni an answer to the following questions: whether the king, in his persecution, was instigated by a particular revelation from the prophet, or whether he paid obedience to some ancient custom, or followed his own personal pleasure. If for the first reason, the king of Goa requested information. If for the second, he would lend his cordial cooperation. If for the third, the king of Boni must desist, for those whom he presumed to oppress were the friends of Goa. The king of Boni made no reply, and the Macassars, having marched a great army into the country, defeated him in 3 successive battles, forced him to fly the country, and reduced Boni into a province. After 30 years of subjection, the people of Boni, with the assistance of the Dutch, revolted against the Macassars, and assumed the headship of the tribes of Celebes in the place of their former masters. The propagation of Islam certainly seems to have been gradual and slow among the Bugis, but when they had once adopted the new religion, it seems to have stirred them up to action, as it did the Arabs, though this newly awakened energy in either case turned in rather different directions, and to have made them what they are now, at once the bravest men and the most enterprising merchants and navigators of the archipelago. In their trading vessels, they make their way to all parts of the archipelago, from the coast of New Guinea to Singapore, and their numerous settlements, in the establishment of which the Bugis have particularly distinguished themselves, have introduced Islam into many a heathen island. E.g., one of their colonies is to be found in a state that extends over a considerable part of the south coast of Flores, where, intermingling with the native population, which formerly consisted partly of Roman Catholics, they have succeeded in converting all the inhabitants of this state to Islam. In their native island of Celebes, also the Bugis have combined proselytizing efforts with their commercial enterprises. And in the little kingdom of Balong Mongandu in the northern peninsula, they have succeeded, in the course of the present century, in winning over to Islam a Christian population whose conversion dates from the end of the 17th century. The first Christian king of Balong Mongandu was Jacobus Manopo, 1689–1709, in whose reign Christianity spread rapidly, through the influence of the Dutch East India Company and the preaching of the Dutch clergy. His successors were all Christian until 1844, when the reigning Raja, Jacobus Manuel Manopo, embraced Islam. His conversion was the crown of a series of proselytizing efforts that had been in progress since the beginning of the century. For it was about this time that the zealous efforts of some Mohammedan traders, Bugis and others, won over some converts to Islam in one of the coast towns of the southern kingdom, Mongandu. From this same town, 2 trader missionaries, Letter 1225 a K.I.M. Bagus and Imam Tuwaiko by name, set out to spread their faith throughout the rest of this kingdom. They made a beginning with the conversion of some slaves and native women whom they married, and these little by little persuaded their friends and relatives to embrace the new faith. From Mongandu, Islam spread into the northern kingdom Balang. Here, in 1830, the whole population was either Christian or heathen, with the exception of 2 or 3 Mohammedan settlers. But the zealous preachers of Islam, the Bugis, and the Arabs who assisted them in their missionary labors soon achieved a widespread success. The Christians, whose knowledge of the doctrines of their religion was very slight and whose faith was weak, were ill prepared with the weapons of controversy to meet the attacks of the rival creed. Despised by the Dutch government, neglected, and well-nigh abandoned by the authorities of the Church, they began to look on these foreigners, some of whom married and settled among them, as their friends. As the work of conversion progressed, the visits of these Bugis and Arabs, at first rare, became more frequent, and their influence in the country very greatly increased, so much so that about 1832 an Arab married a daughter of the king, Cornelius Manopo, who was himself a Christian. Many of the chiefs, and some of the most powerful among them about the same time, abandoned Christianity and embraced Islam. In this way, Islam had gained a firm footing in his kingdom before Raja Jacobus, Manuel Manopo, became a Muslim in 1844. This prince had made repeated applications to the Dutch authorities at Manado to appoint a successor to the Christian schoolmaster, Jacobus Bastian, whose death had been a great loss to the Christian community. But to no purpose, and learning from the resident at Manado that the Dutch government was quite indifferent as to whether the people of his state were Christians or Muhammadans, so long as they were loyal, openly declared himself a Musulman and tried every means to bring his subjects over to the same faith. An Arab missionary took advantage of the occurrence of a terrible earthquake in the following year to prophesy the destruction of Balang Mongandu, unless the people speedily became converted to Islam. Many in their terror hastened to follow this advice, and the Raja and his nobles lent their support to the missionaries and Arab merchants, whose methods of dealing with the dilatory were not always of the gentlest. Nearly half the population, however, still remains heathen, but the progress of Islam among them, though slow, is continuous and sure. The neighboring island of Sambawa, likewise, probably received its knowledge of this faith from Celebes, through the preaching of missionaries from Macassar, between 1540 and 1550. All the more civilized inhabitants are true believers and are said to be stricter in the performance of their religious duties than any of the neighboring Muhammadan peoples. This is largely due to a revivalist movement set on foot by a certain letter 1825, a J.I. Ali, after the disastrous eruption of Mount Tambora in 1815. The fearful suffering that ensued thereon being made use of to stir up the people to a more strict observance of the precepts of their religion and the leading of a more devout life. At the present time, Islam still continues to win over fresh converts in this island. The Sassaks of the neighboring island of Lombok also owed their conversion to the preaching of the Bugis, who form a large colony here, having either crossed over the strait from Sambawa or come directly from Celebes. At any rate, the conversion appears to have taken place in a peaceable manner. The population of Lombok falls into 2 distinct divisions, the Sassaks and the Balinese. The first of these, consisting of the Mohammedan Sassaks, the original inhabitants of the island, far outnumbers the second. But about the middle of the 18th century, they came under the rule of the Balinese, and soon found their island overrun by swarms of the Hindu neighbors. The rule of the Balinese was very oppressive, and they made efforts, though with little success, to bring their Muslim subjects over to Hinduism. The Sassaks tried in vain to shake off the yoke of their oppressors, and more than once appealed to the Dutch government, before the expedition of 1894 brought peace to the island and established an orderly administration under Dutch rule. The new government brought with it a large number of native Mohammedan officials, who throw in their influence on the side of their own faith, and it is thus expected that one of the results of the Dutch conquest of Lombok will be to give a great impetus to Islam in this island. In the Philippine Islands, we find a struggle between Christianity and Islam for the allegiance of the inhabitants, somewhat similar in character to that in Celebes, but more stern and enduring, entangling the Spaniards and the Muslims in a fierce and bloody conflict, even up to the 19th century. It is uncertain when Islam first reached these islands. The traditionary annals of Mindanao represent Islam as having been introduced from Johor, in the Malay Peninsula, by a certain Sharif Kabangsuan, who settled with a number of followers in the island and married there. He is said to have refused to land until the men who came to meet him on his arrival promised to embrace Islam, and these early records give the impression that the landing of Kabangsuan and the conversion of the people of Mindanao at first proceeded quite peacefully. But after he had established his power, he began to conquer the neighboring chiefs and tribes, and they accepted his religion in submitting to his authority. The Spaniards who discovered them in 1521 found the population of the northern islands to be rude and simple pagans, while Mindanao and the Sulu Islands were occupied by more civilized Mohammedan tribes. The latter, up to the close of the 19th century, successfully resisted for the most part all the efforts of the Christians towards conquest and conversion, so that the Spanish missionaries despaired of ever effecting their conversion. The success of Islam as compared with Christianity has been due in a great measure to the different form under which these two faiths were presented to the natives. The adoption of the latter implied the loss of all political freedom and national independence, and hence came to be regarded as a badge of slavery. The methods adopted by the Spaniards for the propagation of their religion were calculated to make it unpopular from the beginning. Their violence and intolerance were in strong contrast to the conciliatory behavior of the Mohammedan missionaries, who learned the language of the people, adopted their customs, intermarried with them, and melting into the mass of the people, neither arrogated to themselves the exclusive rights of a privileged race nor condemned the natives to the level of a degraded caste. The Spaniards, on the other hand, were ignorant of the language, habits, and manners of the natives. Their intemperance and above all their avarice and rapacity brought their religion into odium, while its propagation was intended to serve as an instrument of their political advancement. It is not difficult, therefore, to understand the opposition offered by the natives to the introduction of Christianity, which indeed only became the religion of the people in those parts in which the inhabitants were weak enough, or the islands small enough, to enable the Spaniards to effect a total subjugation. The native Christians, after their conversion, had to be forced to perform their religious duties through fear of punishment, and were treated exactly like schoolchildren. Up to the time of the American occupation of the Philippine Islands, the independent Muhammadan Kingdom of Mindanao was a refuge for those who wished to escape from the hated Christian government. The island of Sulu also, though nominally a Spanish possession since 1878, formed another center of Mohammedan opposition to Christianity, Spanish-knowing renegades even being found here. We have no certain historical evidence as to how long the inhabitants of the Sulu Islands had been Mohammedan before the arrival of the Spaniards. The Annals of Sulu give the name of Sharif Karim al-Makdum as the first missionary of Islam in these islands. He is said to have been an Arab who went to Malacca about the middle of the 14th century and converted Sultan Mu Letter 1225 Adi Shah and the people of Malacca to Islam. Continuing his journey eastward, he reached Sulu about the year 1380 and settled in Biwansa, the old capital of Sulu, where the people built a mosque for him, and many of the chiefs accepted his teachings. He is said to have visited almost every island of the archipelago and to have made converts in many places. His grave is said to be on the island of Sibutu. The next missionary is said to have been Abu Bakr, who is also stated to have been an Arab, and to have commenced his missionary labors in Malacca and to have made his way to Palembang and Brunei and reached Sulu about 1450. He built mosques and carried on a successful propaganda. The Muslim king of Biwansa, Raja Bajinda, gave him his daughter in marriage and appointed him his heir, and Abu Bakr is credited with having organized the government and legislation of Sulu on orthodox Muslim lines as far as local custom would allow. Though so long converted, the people of Sulu are far from being rigid Mohammedans. Indeed, the influence of the numerous Christian slaves that they carried off from the Philippines in their predatory excursions used to be so great that it was even asserted that they would long ere this have become professed Christians, but from the prescience that such a change, by investing a predominating influence in the priesthood, would inevitably undermine their own authority and pave the way to the transfer of their dominions to the Spanish yoke, an occurrence which fatal experience has too forcibly instructed all the surrounding nations that unwarily embrace the Christian persuasion. Further, the aggressive behavior of the Spanish priests who established a mission in Sulu created in the mind of the people a violent antipathy to the foreign religion. Since the American occupation of the Philippines, the influence of Islam has been considerably restricted and is now confined to the island of Palawan, the south coast of Mindanao, and the archipelago of Sulu. But it is said to be seeking to extend its propaganda among the northern islands and to have made a beginning of missionary activity even in Manila. Certain conditions are said to favor its success, especially the fact that the Filipinos are prejudiced against Christianity on account of the abuses that led them to take up arms against the Spanish friars. As has been already mentioned, Islam has been most favorably received by the more civilized races of the Malay archipelago and has taken but little root among the lower races. Such are the Papuans of New Guinea and the islands to the northwest of it, viz. Waigiu, Misul, Waigama, and Salawati. These islands, together with the peninsula of Anan on the northwest of New Guinea, were in the 16th century subject to the Sultan of Batchian, one of the kings of the Moluccas. Through the influence of the Mohammedan rulers of Batchian, the Papuan chiefs of these islands adopted Islam, and though the mass of the people in the interior have remained heathen up to the present day, the inhabitants of the coast are Mohammedans, largely no doubt owing to the influence of settlers from the Moluccas. In New Guinea itself, very few of the Papuans seem to have become Mohammedans. Islam was introduced into the west coast, probably in the peninsula of Anan, by Muhammadan merchants, who propagated their religion among the inhabitants as early as 1606. But it appears to have made very little progress during the centuries that have elapsed since then, and the Papuans have shown as much reluctance to become Muhammadans as to accept the teachings of the Christian missionaries, who have labored among them without much success since 1855. The Muhammadans of the neighboring islands have been accused of holding the Papuans in too great contempt to make efforts to spread Islam among them. The name of one missionary, however, is found, a certain Imam Dikir. Dhikr, who came from one of the islands on the southeast of Ceram about 1856 and introduced Islam into the little island of Adi, south of the peninsula of Anan. After fulfilling his mission, he returned to his own home, resisting the importunities of the inhabitants to settle among them. Muhammadan traders from Ceram and Goram are reported to have made a number of converts from among the heathen during the first decade of the 20th century. Similar efforts are being made to convert the Papuans of the neighboring K Islands. In the middle of the 19th century, there were said to be hardly any Mohammedans on these islands, with the exception of the descendants of immigrants from the Banda Islands. Some time before, missionaries from Ceram had succeeded in making some converts, but the precepts of the Qur adjective an were very little observed, both forbidden meats and intoxicating liquors being indulged in. The women, however, were said to be stricter in their adherence to their faith than the men, so that when their husbands wished to indulge in swine's flesh, they had to do so in secret, their wives not allowing it to be brought into the house. But in 1887, it was noted that there had been a revival of religious life among the K Islanders, and the number of Mohammedans was daily increasing. Arab merchants from Madura, Java, and Bali proved themselves zealous propagandists of Islam and left no means untried to win converts, sometimes enforcing their arguments by threats and violence, and at other times by bribes. As a rule, new converts were said to get 200 florins worth of presents, while chiefs received as much as 1,000 florins. At the close of the 19th century, about 8,000 of the K Islanders were said to be Mohammedan out of a total population of 23,000. The above sketch of the spread of Islam from west to east through the Malay archipelago comprises but a small part of the history of the missionary work of Islam in these islands. Many of the facts of this history are wholly unrecorded, and what can be gleaned from native chronicles and the works of European travelers, officials, and missionaries is necessarily fragmentary and incomplete. But there is evidence enough to show the existence of peaceful missionary efforts to spread the faith of Islam during the last 600 years. Sometimes indeed the sword has been drawn in support of the cause of religion, but preaching and persuasion, rather than force and violence, have been the main characteristics of this missionary movement. The marvelous success that has been achieved has been largely the work of traders, who won their way to the hearts of the natives by learning their language, adopting their manners and customs, and began quietly and gradually to spread the knowledge of their religion by first converting the native women they married and the persons associated with them in their business relations. Instead of holding themselves apart in proud isolation, they gradually melted into the mass of the population, employing all their superiority of intelligence and civilization for the work of conversion and making such skillful compromises in the doctrines and practices of their faith as were needed to recommend it to the people they wished to attract. In fact, as Buckle said of them, the Mahometan missionaries are very judicious. Beside the traders, there have been numbers of what may be called professional missionaries, theologians, preachers, jurisconsults, and pilgrims. The latter have, in recent years, been especially active in the work of proselytizing, in stirring up a more vigorous and consistent religious life among their fellow countrymen, and in purging away the lingering remains of heathen habits and beliefs. The number of those who make the pilgrimage to Mecca from all parts of the archipelago is constantly on the increase, and there is in consequence a proportionate growth of Mohammedan influence and Mohammedan thought. Up to the middle of the 19th century, the Dutch government tried to put obstacles in the way of the pilgrims and passed an order that no one should be allowed to make the pilgrimage to the Holy City without a passport, for which he had to pay 110 florins. And anyone who evaded this order was on his return compelled to pay a fine of double that amount. Accordingly, it is not surprising to find that in 1852 the number of pilgrims was so low as 70, but in the same year this order was rescinded, and since then there has been a steady increase. The average number of pilgrims during the last decade of the 19th century was 7,000. During the first decade of the 20th, 7,300. But the numbers vary considerably from year to year, the largest recorded number from the Dutch Indies being 14,234 in 1910. Such an increase is no doubt largely due to the increased facilities of communication between Mecca and the Malay archipelago. But, as a Christian missionary has observed, this by no means diminishes the importance of the fact, especially as the Hajis, whose numbers have grown so rapidly, have by no means lost in quality what they gained in quantity. On the contrary, there are now amongst them many more thoroughly acquainted with the doctrines of Islam and wholly imbued with Moslem fanaticism and hatred against the unbelievers than there formerly were. The reports of the Dutch government and of Christian missionaries bear unanimous testimony to the influence and the proselytizing zeal of these pilgrims who return to their homes as at once reformers and missionaries. Beside the pilgrims who content themselves with merely visiting the sacred places and performing the due ceremonies, and those who make a longer stay in order to complete their theological studies, there is a large colony of Malays in Mecca at the present time, who have taken up their residence permanently in the sacred city. These are in constant communication with their fellow countrymen in their native land, and their efforts have been largely effectual in purging Mohammedanism in the Malay archipelago from the contamination of heathen customs and modes of thought that have survived from an earlier period. A large number of religious books is also printed in Mecca in the various languages spoken by the Malay Mohammedans and carried to all parts of the archipelago. Indeed, Mecca has been well said to have more influence on the religious life of these islands than on Turkey, India, or Bukhara. As might be anticipated from a consideration of these facts, there has been of recent years a very great awakening of missionary activity in the Malay archipelago, and the returned pilgrims, whether as merchants or religious teachers, become preachers of Islam wherever they come in contact with a heathen population. The religious orders, moreover, have extended their organization to the Malay archipelago, even the youngest of them, the Sanusiya, finding adherents in the most distant islands, one of the signs of its influence being the adoption of the name Sanusi by many Malays, when in Mecca they changed their native for Arabic names. The Dutch government has been accused by Christian missionaries of favoring the spread of Islam. However this may have been, it is certain that the work of the Muslim missionaries is facilitated by the fact that Malay, which is spoken by hardly any but Mohammedans, has been adopted as the official language of the Dutch government, except in Java. And as the Dutch civil servants are everywhere attended by a crowd of Mohammedan subordinate officials, political agents, clerks, interpreters, and traders, they carry Islam with them into every place they visit. All persons that have to do business with the government are obliged to learn the Malay language, and they seldom learn it without at the same time becoming Musulmans. In this way, the most influential people embrace Islam, and the rest soon follow their example. Thus, Islam is at the present time rapidly driving out heathenism from the Malay archipelago. Chapter 13. Conclusion. To the modern Christian world, missionary work implies missionary societies, paid agents, subscriptions, reports, and journals. And missionary enterprise without a regularly constituted and continuous organization seems a misnomer. The ecclesiastical constitution of the Christian Church has, from the very beginning of its history, made provision for the propagation of Christian teaching among unbelievers. Its missionaries have been in most cases regularly ordained priests or monks. The monastic orders, from the Benedictines downwards, and the missionary societies of more modern times have devoted themselves with special and concentrated attention to the furthering of a department of Christian work that, from the first, has been recognized to be one of the prime duties of the Church. But in Islam, the absence of any kind of priesthood or any ecclesiastical organization, whatever has caused the missionary energy of the Muslims to exhibit itself in forms very different to those that appear in the history of Christian missions. There are no missionary societies, no specially trained agents, very little continuity of effort. The only exception appears to be found in the religious orders of Islam, whose organization resembles to some extent that of the monastic orders of Christendom. But even here the absence of the priestly ideal, of any theory of the separateness of the religious teacher from the common body of believers, or of the necessity of a special consecration and authorization for the performance of religious functions, makes the fundamental difference in the two systems stand out as clearly as elsewhere. Whatever disadvantages may be entailed by this want of a priestly class, specially set apart for the work of propagating the faith, are compensated for by the consequent feeling of responsibility resting on the individual believer. There being no intermediary between the Muslim and his God, the responsibility of his personal salvation rests upon himself alone. Consequently, he becomes, as a rule, much more strict and careful in the performance of his religious duties. He takes more trouble to learn the doctrines and observances of his faith, and thus becoming deeply impressed with the importance of them to himself, is more likely to become an exponent of the missionary character of his creed in the presence of the unbeliever. The would-be proselytizer has not to refer his convert to some authorized religious teacher of his creed who may formally receive the neophyte into the body of the Church, nor need he dread ecclesiastical censure for committing the sin of Korah. Accordingly, however great an exaggeration it may be to say, as has been said so often, that every Mohammedan is a missionary, still it is true that every Mohammedan may be one, and few truly devout Muslims, living in daily contact with unbelievers, neglect the precept of their prophet. Summon them to the way of thy Lord with wisdom and with kindly warning. Thus it is that, side by side with the professional propagandists, the religious teachers who have devoted all their time and energies to missionary work, the annals of the propagation of the Muslim faith contain the record of men and women of all ranks of society, from the sovereign to the peasant, and of all trades and professions, who have labored for the spread of their faith, the Muslim trader, unlike his Christian brother, showing himself especially active in such work. In a list of Indian missionaries published in the Journal of a Religious and Philanthropic Society of Lahore, we find the names of schoolmasters, government clerks in the canal and opium departments, traders, including a dealer in camel carts, an editor of a newspaper, a bookbinder, and a workman in a printing establishment. These men devote the hours of leisure left them after the completion of the day's labor to the preaching of their religion in the streets and bazaars of Indian cities, seeking to win converts both from among Christians and Hindus, whose religious beliefs they controvert and attack. It is interesting to note that the propagation of Islam has not been the work of men only, but that Muslim women have also taken their part in this pious task. Several of the Mongol princes owed their conversion to the influence of a Muslim wife, and the same was probably the case with many of the pagan Turks when they had carried their raids into Muhammadan countries. The Sanusiya missionaries who came to work among the Tubu, to the north of Lake Chad, opened schools for girls and took advantage of the powerful influence exercised by the women among these tribes, as among their neighbors, the Berbers, in their efforts to win them over to Islam. In German East Africa, the pagan natives who leave their homes for 6 months or more to work on the railways or plantations are converted by the Mohammedan women with whom they contract temporary alliances. These women refuse to have anything to do with an uncircumcised kafir, and to escape the disgrace attaching to such an appellation, their husbands become circumcised and thus receive an entry into Muslim society. The progress of Islam in Abyssinia during the first half of the last century has been said to be in large measure due to the efforts of Mohammedan women, especially the wives of Christian princes, who had to pretend a conversion to Christianity on the occasion of their marriage, but brought up their children in the tenets of Islam and worked in every possible way for the advancement of that faith. On the western frontier of Abyssinia, there is a pagan tribe called the Borans. Some of these men who had enlisted in a Negro regiment under the Anglo-Egyptian government of the Sudan were converted to Islam by the wives of the black soldiers while the battalion was returning to Khartoum. The Tatar women of Kazan are said to be especially zealous as propagandists of Islam. The professed devotee, because she happens to be a woman, is not thereby debarred from taking her place with the male saint in the company of the preachers of the faith. The legend of the holy women, descended from Ali, who are said to have flown through the air from K-A-R-B-A-L adjective to Lahore, and there, by the influence of their devout lives of prayer and fasting, to have won the first converts from Hinduism to Islam, could hardly have originated if the influence of such holy women were a thing quite unknown. One of the most venerated tombs in Cairo is that of Nafisa, the great-granddaughter of letter 1E25 A.S.A.N., the martyred son of Ali, whose theological learning excited the admiration even of her great contemporary, Imam al-Shafi'i, and whose piety and austerities raised her to the dignity of a saint. It is related of her that when she settled in Egypt, she happened to have as her neighbors a family of dhimmis whose daughter was so grievously afflicted that she could not move her limbs, but had to lie on her back all day. The parents of the poor girl had to go one day to the market and ask their pious Muslim neighbor to look after their daughter during their absence. Nafisa, filled with love and pity, undertook this work of mercy, and when the parents of the sick girl were gone, she lifted up her soul in prayer to God on behalf of the helpless invalid. Scarcely was her prayer ended than the sick girl regained the use of her limbs and was able to go to meet her parents on their return. Filled with gratitude, the whole family became converts to the religion of their benefactor. Even the Muslim prisoner will, on occasion, embrace the opportunity of preaching his faith to his captors or to his fellow prisoners. The first introduction of Islam into Eastern Europe was the work of a Muslim jurisconsult who was taken prisoner, probably in one of the wars between the Byzantine Empire and its Mohammedan neighbors, and was brought to the country of the Pechenegs in the beginning of the 11th century. He set before many of them the teachings of Islam, and they embraced the faith with sincerity, so that it began to be spread among this people. But the other Pechenegs who had not accepted the Muslim religion took umbrage at the conduct of their fellow countrymen and finally came to blows with them. The Muslims, who numbered about 12,000, successfully withstood the attack of the unbelievers, though they were more than double their number, and the remnant of the defeated party embraced the religion of the victors. Before the close of the 11th century, the whole nation had become Mohammedan, and had among them men learned in Muslim theology and jurisprudence. In the reign of the Emperor Jahangir, 1605–1628, there was a certain Sunni theologian, named Sheikh a letter 1E25M Adi Mujaddid, who especially distinguished himself by the energy with which he controverted the doctrines of the Shias. The latter, being at this time in favor at court, succeeded in having him imprisoned on some frivolous charge. During the 2 years that he was kept in prison, he converted to Islam several hundred idolaters who were his companions in the same prison. In more recent times, an Indian Maulavi, who had been sentenced to transportation for life to the Andaman Islands by the British government, because he had taken an active part in the Wahhabi conspiracy of 1864, converted many of the convicts before his death. In Central Africa, an Arab chief condemned to death by the Belgians spent his last hours in trying to convert to Islam the Christian missionary who had been sent to bring him the consolations of religion. Such being the missionary zeal of the Muslims, that they are ready to speak in season and out of season. As Doughty, with fine insight, says, their talk is continually, without hypocrisy, of religion, which is of genial devout remembrance to them. Let us now consider some of the causes that have contributed to their success. Foremost among these is the simplicity of the Muslim creed. There is no God but God. Mu letter 1225, a M, a D, is the apostle of God. Assent to these two simple doctrines is all that is demanded of the convert, and the whole history of Muslim dogmatics fails to present any attempt on the part of ecclesiastical assemblies to force on the mass of believers any symbol couched in more elaborate and complex terms. This simple creed demands no great trial of faith, arouses as a rule no particular intellectual difficulties, and is within the compass of the meanest intelligence. Unencumbered with theological subtleties, it may be expounded by any, even the most unversed in theological expression. The first half of it enunciates a doctrine that is almost universally accepted by men as a necessary postulate, while the second half is based on a theory of man's relationship to God that is almost equally widespread, viz., that at intervals in the world's history God grants some revelation of himself to men through the mouthpiece of inspired prophets. This, the rationalistic character of the Muslim creed, and the advantage it reaps therefrom in its missionary efforts, have nowhere been more admirably brought out than in the following sentences of Professor Montet. Islam is a religion that is essentially rationalistic in the widest sense of this term, considered etymologically and historically. The definition of rationalism as a system that bases religious beliefs on principles furnished by the reason applies to it exactly. It is true that Mu letter 1225, a M, a D, who was an enthusiast and possessed, too, the ardor of faith and the fire of conviction, that precious quality he transmitted to so many of his disciples, brought forward his reform as a revelation. But this kind of revelation is only one form of exposition, and his religion has all the marks of a collection of doctrines founded on the data of reason. To believers, the Mohammedan creed is summed up in belief in the unity of God and in the mission of his prophet, and to ourselves who coldly analyze his doctrines, to belief in God and a future life. These two dogmas, the minimum of religious belief, statements that to the religious man rest on the firm basis of reason, sum up the whole doctrinal teaching of the Qur'an adjective an. The simplicity and the clearness of this teaching are certainly among the most obvious forces at work in the religion and the missionary activity of Islam. It cannot be denied that many doctrines and systems of theology, and also many superstitions, from the worship of saints to the use of rosaries and amulets, have become grafted on to the main trunk of the Muslim creed. But in spite of the rich development, in every sense of the term, of the teachings of the Prophet, the Qur'an adjective an has invariably kept its place as the fundamental starting point, and the dogma of the unity of God has always been proclaimed therein with a grandeur, a majesty, an invariable purity, and with a note of sure conviction, which it is hard to find surpassed outside the pale of Islam. This fidelity to the fundamental dogma of the religion, the elemental simplicity of the formula in which it is enunciated, the proof that it gains from the fervid conviction of the missionaries who propagate it, are so many causes to explain the success of Mohammedan missionary efforts. A creed so precise, so stripped of all theological complexities, and consequently so accessible to the ordinary understanding, might be expected to possess, and does, indeed, possess a marvelous power of winning its way into the consciences of men. Bishop Lefroy considers that the secret of the extraordinary power for conquest and advance which Islam has in its best ages evinced is to be found in its recognition of the existence of God rather than the unity of God. Not so much that God is one as that God is, that his existence is the ultimate fact of the universe, that his will is supreme, his sovereignty absolute, his power limitless. The conviction that, amidst all the chaos and confusion and disorders of the world which so fearfully obscure it, there is nevertheless an ultimate will, resistless, supreme, and that man is called to be a minister of that will, to promulgate it, to compel, if necessary by very simple and elementary means indeed, obedience to that will. This it was which welded the Mohammedan hosts into so invincible an engine of conquest, which inspired them with a spirit of military subordination and discipline, as well as with a contempt of death, such as has probably never been surpassed in any system. This it is which, so far as it is still in any true sense operative amongst Mohammedans, gives at once that backbone of character, that firmness of determination and strength of will, and also that uncomplaining patience and submission in the presence of the bitterest misfortune, which characterize and adorn the best adherents of the creed. When the convert has accepted and learned this simple creed, he is then to be instructed in the 5 practical duties of his religion. 1. Recital of the creed. 2. Observance of the 5 appointed times of prayer. 3. Payment of the legal alms. 4. Fasting during the month of Ramadan. And 5. The pilgrimage to Mecca. The observance of this last duty has often been objected to as a strange survival of idolatry in the midst of the monotheism of the Prophet's teaching. But it must be borne in mind that to him it connected itself with Abraham, whose religion it was his mission to restore. But above all, and herein is its supreme importance in the missionary history of Islam, it ordains a yearly gathering of believers, of all nations and languages, brought together from all parts of the world, to pray in that sacred place towards which their faces are set in every hour of private worship in their distant homes. No fetch of religious genius could have conceived a better expedient for impressing on the minds of the faithful a sense of their common life and of their brotherhood in the bonds of faith. Here, in a supreme act of common worship, the Negro of the west coast of Africa meets the Chinaman from the distant east. The courtly and polished Ottoman recognizes his brother Muslim in the wild islander from the farthest end of the Malayan Sea. At the same time, throughout the whole Muhammadan world, the hearts of believers are lifted up in sympathy with their more fortunate brethren gathered together in the sacred city. As in their own homes, they celebrate the festival of Eid al-Adha letter 1E25 letter 1E1 Makron, or, as it is called in Turkey and Egypt, the Feast of Bayram. Their visit to the sacred city has been to many Muslims the experience that has stirred them up to strive in the path of God. And in the preceding pages, constant reference has been made to the active part taken by the letter 1E25, a JIS in missionary work. Besides the institution of the pilgrimage, the payment of the legal alms is another duty that continually reminds the Muslim that the faithful are brothers. A religious theory that is very strikingly realized in Mohammedan society and seldom fails to express itself in acts of kindness towards the new convert. Whatever be his race, color, or antecedents, he is received into the brotherhood of believers and takes his place as an equal among equals. It is not, however, true, as some European writers have maintained, that if an unbeliever is the slave of a Muslim, his conversion to Islam procures for him his manumission. For, according to Mohammedan law, the conversion of a slave does not affect the prior state of bondage, and the condition of the Muslim slave has varied much according to the character of his master. But freedom is in many instances the reward of conversion, and devout minds have even recognized in enslavement God's guidance to the true faith, as the Negroes from the Upper Nile countries, whom Doughty met in Arabia. In those Africans, there is no resentment that they have been made slaves, even though cruel men-stealers rent them from their parentage. The patrons who paid their price have adopted them into their households, the males are circumcised, and that which enfranchises their souls, even in the long passion of homesickness, God has visited them in their mishap. They can say, it was his grace, since they be thereby entered into the saving religion. This, therefore, they think is the better country, where they are the Lord's free men, a land of more civil life, the soil of the 2 sanctuaries, the land of Mohammed. For such they do give God thanks that their bodies were sometimes sold into slavery. Very effective also, both in winning and retaining, is the ordinance of the daily prayers 5 times a day. Montesquieu has well said, Une religion chargée de beaucoup de pratiques attachées, plus à elle qu'une autre qui elle est moins. En tant beaucoup aux choses dont on est continuellement occupé. The religion of the Muslim is continually present with him, and in the daily prayer manifests itself in a solemn and impressive ritual, which cannot leave either the worshipper or the spectator unaffected. Said B. Letter 1225 a S. a N., an Alexandrian Jew, who embraced Islam in the year 1298, speaks of the sight of the Friday prayer in a mosque as a determining factor in his own conversion. During a severe illness, he had had a vision in which a voice bade him declare himself a Muslim. And when I entered the mosque, he goes on, and saw the Muslims standing in rows like angels, I heard a voice speaking within me, "This is the community whose coming was announced by the prophets, on whom be blessings and peace." And when the preacher came forth clad in his black robe, a deep feeling of awe fell upon me. And when he closed his sermon with the words, "Verily God enjoineth justice and kindness, and the giving of gifts to kinsfolk, and he forbiddeth wickedness and wrong and oppression. He warneth you, haply ye will be mindful." And when the prayer began, I was mightily uplifted, for the rows of the Muslims appeared to me like rows of angels, to whose prostrations and genuflections God Almighty was revealing himself, and I heard a voice within me saying, "If God spake twice unto the people of Israel throughout the ages, verily he speaketh unto this community in every time of prayer." And I was convinced in my mind that I had been created to be a Muslim. If Renan could say, "G ni sways jamais entre dans une musque sans une vive emotion, le dur sans uncertain regret de n'erder pas musulman," it can be readily understood how the sight of the Muslim trader at prayer, his frequent prostrations, his absorbed and silent worship of the unseen, would impress the heathen African, endued with that strong sense of the mysterious such as generally accompanies a low stage of civilization. Curiosity would naturally prompt inquiry, and the knowledge of Islam thus imparted might sometimes win over a convert who might have turned aside had it been offered unsought, as a free gift. Of the fast during the month of Ramadan, it need only be said that it is a piece of standing evidence against the theory that Islam is a religious system that attracts by pandering to the self-indulgence of men. As Carlyle has said, his religion is not an easy one. With rigorous fasts, libations, strict complex formulas, prayers 5 times a day, and abstinence from wine, it did not succeed by being an easy religion. Bound up with these and other ritual observances, but not encumbered or obscured by them, the articles of the Muslim creed are incessantly finding outward manifestation in the life of the believer, and thus, becoming inextricably interwoven with the routine of his daily life, make the individual Musulman an exponent and teacher of his creed far more than is the case with the adherents of most other religions. Couched in such short and simple language, his creed makes but little demand upon the intellect, and the definiteness, positiveness, and minuteness of the ritual leave the believer in no doubt as to what he has to do, and these duties performed, he has the satisfaction of feeling that he has fulfilled all the precepts of the law. In this union of rationalism and ritualism, we may find, to a great extent, the secret of the power that Islam has exercised over the minds of men. If you would win the great masses, give them the truth in rounded form, neat and clear, in visible and tangible guise. Many other circumstances might be adduced that have contributed towards the missionary success of Islam, circumstances peculiar to particular times and countries. Among these may be mentioned the advantage that Muhammadan missionary work derives from the fact of its being so largely in the hands of traders, especially in Africa and other uncivilized countries where the people are naturally suspicious of the foreigner. For, in the case of the trader, his well-known and harmless avocation secures to him an immunity from any such feelings of suspicion, while his knowledge of men and manners, his commercial savoir-faire, gain for him a ready reception and remove that feeling of constraint which might naturally arise in the presence of the stranger. He labors under no such disadvantages as hamper the professed missionary, who is liable to be suspected of some sinister motive, not only by people whose range of experience and mental horizon are limited, and to whom the idea of any man enduring the perils of a long journey and laying aside every mundane occupation for the sole purpose of gaining proselytes is inexplicable, but also by more civilized men of the world, who are very prone to doubt the sincerity of the paid missionary agent. The circumstances are very different when Islam has not to appear as a suppliant in a foreign country, but stands forth proudly as the religion of the ruling race. In the preceding pages, it has been shown that the theory of the Muslim faith enjoins toleration and freedom of religious life for all those followers of other faiths who pay tribute in return for protection. And though the pages of Mohammedan history are stained with the blood of many cruel persecutions, still, on the whole, unbelievers have enjoyed under Mohammedan rule a measure of toleration, the like of which is not to be found in Europe until quite modern times. Forcible conversion was forbidden in accordance with the precepts of the "Let there be no compulsion in religion," Romans 2:257. Wilt thou compel men to become believers? No soul can believe but by the permission of God. X 99:100. The very existence of so many Christian sects and communities in countries that have been for centuries under Mohammedan rule is an abiding testimony to the toleration they have enjoyed, and shows that the persecutions they have from time to time been called upon to endure at the hands of bigots and fanatics have been excited by some special and local circumstances rather than inspired by a settled principle of intolerance. At such times of persecution, the pressure of circumstances has driven many unbelievers to become, outwardly at least, Mohammedans, and many instances might be given of individuals who, on particular occasions, have been harassed into submission to the religion of the Qur'an adjective an. But such oppression is wholly without the sanction of Mohammedan law, either religious or civil. The passages in the Qur'an adjective an that forbid forced conversion and enjoin preaching as the sole legitimate method of spreading the faith have already been quoted above. Introduction, pp. 5-6, and the same doctrine is upheld by the decisions of the Muhammadan doctors. When Moses Maimonides, who under the fanatical rule of the Almohads had feigned conversion to Islam, fled to Egypt and there openly declared himself to be a Jew, a Muslim jurisconsult from Spain denounced him for his apostasy and demanded that the extreme penalty of the law should be inflicted on him for this offense. But the case was quashed by Al-Qadi al-Fadl Abd al-Letter 125 Im B. Ali, one of the most famous of Muslim judges and the prime minister of the great Saladin, who authoritatively declared that a man who had been converted to Islam by force could not be rightly considered to be a Muslim. In the same spirit, when Ghazan 1295-1304 discovered that the Buddhist monks who had become Mohammedans at the beginning of his reign, when their temples had been destroyed, only made a pretense of being converted, he granted permission to all those who so wished to return to Tibet, where among their Buddhist fellow countrymen they would be free once more to follow their own faith. Tavernier tells us a similar story of some Jews of Ispahan who were so grievously persecuted by the governor that either by force or cunning he caused them to turn Mahometans. But the king, Shah Abbas Roman II, 1640–1667, understanding that only power and fear had constrained them to turn, suffered them to resume their own religion and to live in quiet. A story of a much earlier traveler in Persia, in 1478, shows how even in those turbulent times a Mohammedan governor set himself to severely crush an outburst of fanaticism of the same character. A rich Armenian merchant of the city of Tabriz was sitting in his shop one day when a letter 1E25 a J.I., with a reputation for sanctity, coming up to him, importuned him to become a Musalman and abandon his Christian faith. When the merchant expressed his intention of remaining steadfast in his religion and offered the fellow alms with the hope of getting rid of him, he replied that what he wanted was not his alms, but his conversion. And at length, enraged at the persistent refusal of the merchant, suddenly snatched a sword out of the hand of a bystander and struck the merchant a mortal blow on the head and then ran away. When the governor of the city heard the news, he was very angry and ordered the murderer to be pursued and captured. The culprit having been brought into his presence, the governor stabbed him to death with his own hand and ordered his body to be cast forth to be devoured by dogs, saying, "What? Is this the way in which the religion of Mu letter 1E25 a MMAD spreads?" At nightfall, the common people took up the body and buried it, whereupon the governor, enraged at this contempt of his order, gave up the place for 3 or 4 hours to be sacked by his soldiers and afterwards imposed a fine as a further penalty, Also he called the son of the merchant to him, and comforted him, and caressed him with good and kindly words. Even the mad al-letter 1E25 AKIM, 996 1020, whose persecutions caused many Jews and Christians to abandon their own faith and become Musulmans, afterwards allowed these unwilling converts to return again to their own religion and rebuild their ruined places of worship. Neglected as the Eastern Christians have been by their Christian brethren in the West, unarmed for the most part and utterly defenseless, it would have been easy for any of the powerful rulers of Islam to have utterly rooted out their Christian subjects or banished them from their dominions, as the Spaniards did the Moors, or the English the Jews for nearly 4 centuries. It would have been perfectly possible for Salim I, in 1514, or Ibrahim, in 1646, to have put into execution the barbarous notion they conceived of exterminating their Christian subjects, just as the former had massacred 40,000 Shias with the aim of establishing uniformity of religious belief among his Mohammedan subjects. The muftis who turned the minds of their masters from such a cruel purpose did so as the exponents of Muslim law and Muslim tolerance. Still, though the principle that found so much favor in Germany in the 17th century, cuius regio ius religio, was never adopted by any Mohammedan potentate, it is obvious that the fact of Islam being the state religion could not fail to have had some influence in increasing the number of its adherents. Persons on whom their religious faith sat lightly would be readily influenced by considerations of worldly advantage, and ambition and self-interest would take the place of more laudable motives for conversion. St. Augustine made a similar complaint in the 5th century, that many entered the Christian church merely because they hoped to gain some temporal advantage thereby. Quam multi non querent isum, nisi ut illis facit bene secundum tempus. Alius negodium habet, querit intercessionum clericorum. Alius prematura petentier, fugit ad ecclesiam. Alius pro si vult interveniri apud eum apud quem parum vale, illes sic, impleter quodity talibus ecclesia. Moreover, to the barbarous and uncivilized tribes that saw the glory and majesty of the empire of the Arabs in the heyday of its power, Islam must have appeared as imposing and have exercised as powerful a fascination as the Christian faith when presented to the barbarians of northern Europe, when they found Christianity in the empire. Christianity refined and complex, imperious and pompous. Christianity enthroned by the side of kings, and sometimes paramount above them. Added to this must often have been the slow, persistent influence of daily contact with Muslim life and thought, such as led even a Nestorian writer of the 12th century to add words of blessing to the mention of the name of the Prophet and the early caliphs, and to pray for the mercy of God on the Caliph Umar b. Abd al-Aziz. In modern times, Christian missionaries complain that the system of public instruction in Egypt under the British occupation, according to which Christian boys are often compelled to sit and listen to the Qur'an and din, religious teaching, being taught to their Muslim companions when there is no room where they can be separated, tends to give the Mohammedans a preponderating influence over their Christian fellow students. One of the most active of the followers of the late Mufti Mu letter 1E25, Adi Abda, was originally a Coptic medical student, who had been won over to Islam through the influence of the religious instruction he had heard given in school hours. But the recital of such motives as little accounts for all cases of conversion in the one religion as in the other, and they should not make us lose sight of other factors in the missionary life of Islam, whose influence has been of a more distinctly religious character. Foremost among these is the influence of the devout lives of the followers of Islam. Strange as it may appear to a generation accustomed to look upon Islam as a cloak for all kinds of vice, it is nevertheless true that in earlier times many Christians who have come into contact with a living Muslim society have been profoundly impressed by the virtues exhibited therein. If these could so strike the traveler and the stranger, they would no doubt have some influence of attraction on the unbeliever who came in daily contact with them. Ricoldus de Monte Crucis, a Dominican missionary who visited the East at the close of the 13th century, thus breaks out in praise of the Muslims among whom he had labored. Obstupuimus, quamodo in lege tant perfidi potrent opera tant perfectionis inveniri. Referamus igiter hic, breviter opera perfectionis seris norum. Quis enim non obstupiscat, si diligenter considerit, quanto in ipsis serisnis solicitudo ad studium, devotio in oration, misericordia ad paupers, reverentia ad nomen Deat prophetas et loca sancta, gravitas in moribus, affabilitas ad extraneos, concordia et amor ad seos. William Petty of Newburgh, in similar manner, towards the end of the 12th century, praised the sobriety of the Saracens as the outcome of the teaching of their prophet and as inspiring them with a sense of moral superiority over the Christians. Gulosos viro ac ebriosos, orbi terrarum graves abominatis, sobrietatem docuit, ciborum delicias sugalavit, vini usum, praeterquem possis surdisc debis solemnibus, interdixit. Inde est, quod cum serisni in fluxu libidinum disue, ut dictum est seductoris indulgentia probenter esse spursissimi. Nostris, pro dolor in frugalitate superiors esse videnter, nobisque, pro pudor commissationem et ebrietatem swords improperant. Denique malleus Christiani neminis saladinus anti annos aliquat, cum nostrorum mors explorans, audis et quod pluribus in prandio furculis uterenter, dixis furter, tales terra sancta indignos esse. Unde constat, quod luxus nostrorum conspectus agerenos, de frugalitate glorians, contra nos incitet animec tanquem dicens. Deus dereliquit crapulatos istos, persequemer et comprehendemus, quia non est qui erapiet. The literature of the Crusades is rich in such appreciations of Muslim virtues, while the Ottoman Turks in the early days of their rule in Europe received many a tribute of praise from Christian lips, as has already been shown in a former chapter. At the present day, there are two chief factors, beyond such of the above mentioned as still hold good, that make for missionary activity in the Muslim world. The first of these is the revival of religious life, which dates from the Wahhabi Reformation at the end of the 18th century. Though this new departure has long lost all political significance outside the confines of Najd, as a religious revival, its influence is felt throughout Africa, India, and the Malay archipelago even to the present day, and has given birth to numerous movements which take rank among the most powerful influences in the Islamic world. In the preceding pages, it has already been shown how closely connected many of the modern Muslim missions are with this widespread revival. The fervid zeal it has stirred up, the new life it has infused into existing religious institutions, the impetus it has given to theological study, and to the organization of devotional exercises, have all served to awake and keep alive the innate proselytizing spirit of Islam. Side by side with this reform movement is another of an entirely different character, for, to mention one point of difference only, while the former is strongly opposed to European civilization, the latter is rather in sympathy with modern thought and offers a presentment of Islam in accordance therewith, viz., the pan-Islamic movement, which seeks to bind all the nations of the Muslim world in a common bond of sympathy. Though in no way so significant as the other, still this trend of thought gives a powerful stimulus to missionary labors. The effort to realize in actual life the Muslim ideal of the brotherhood of all believers reacts on collateral ideals of the faith, and the sense of a vast unity and of a common life running through the nations inspirits the hearts of the faithful and makes them bold to speak in the presence of the unbelievers. What further influence these two movements will have on the missionary life of Islam, the future only can show. But their very activity at the present day is a proof that Islam is not dead. The spiritual energy of Islam is not, as has been so often maintained, commensurate with its political power. On the contrary, the loss of political power and worldly prosperity has served to bring to the front the finer spiritual qualities, which are the truest incentives to missionary work. Islam has learned the uses of adversity, and so far from a decline in worldly prosperity being a presage of the decay of this faith, it is significant that those very Muslim countries that have been longest under Christian rule show themselves most active in the work of proselytizing. The Indian and Malay Mohammedans display a zeal and enthusiasm for the spread of the faith, which one looks for in vain in Turkey or Morocco. Appendix I. Letter of al-Hashimi, inviting al-Kindi to embrace Islam. The following is the text of al-Hashimi's letter inviting al-Kindi to embrace Islam. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. I have begun this letter with the salutation of peace and blessing after the fashion of my Lord and the Lord of the prophets, MU letter 1225 a MM a D, the apostle of God, may the peace and mercy of God be upon him. For those trustworthy, righteous, and truthful persons who have handed down to us the traditions of our prophet, peace be upon him, have related this tradition concerning him that such was his habit, and that whenever he began to converse with men, he would commence with the salutation of peace and blessing, and made no distinction of dhimmis and illiterate, between Muslims and polytheists, saying, I am sent to be kind and considerate to all men, and not to deal roughly or harshly with them, and quoting the words of God, Verily God is kind and merciful to believers. Likewise, I have observed that those of our caliphs that I have met followed the footsteps of their prophet in courtesy, nobility, graciousness, and beneficence, and made no distinctions in this matter, and preferred none before another. So I have followed this excellent way, and have begun my letter with the salutation of peace and blessing, that I be blamed of none who sees my letter. I have been guided therein by my affection towards you because my Lord and Prophet, MU letter 1225 a MM a D, may the peace and mercy of God be upon him, used to say that love of kinsmen is true piety and religion. So I have written this to you in obedience to the apostle of God, may the peace and mercy of God be upon him. Feeling bound to show gratitude for the services you have done us, and because of the love and affection and inclination that you show towards us, and because of the favor of my Lord and cousin the commander of the faithful, may God assist him, towards you and his trust in you and his praise of you. So in all sincerity desiring for you what I desire for myself, my family, and my parents, I will set forth the religion that we hold, and that God has approved of for us and for all creatures, and for which he has promised a good reward in the end and safety from punishment when unto him we shall return. So I have sought to gain for you what I would gain for myself. And seeing your high moral life, vast learning, nobility of character, your virtuous behavior, lofty qualities, and your extensive influence over your coreligionists, I have had compassion on you lest you should continue in your present faith. Therefore I have determined to set before you what the favor of God has revealed to us, and to expound unto you our faith with good and gentle speech, following the commandment of God. Dispute not with the people of the book except in the best way. Romans 29:45. So I will discuss with you only in words well chosen, good and mild. Perchance you may be aroused and return to the true path, and incline unto the words of the Most High God which he has sent down to the last of the prophets, and Lord of the children of Adam, our prophet MU letter 1225 a MM a D, the peace and blessing of God be upon him. I have not despaired of success, but had hope of it for you from God who showeth the right path to whomsoever he willeth, and I have prayed that he may make me an instrument to this end. God in his perfect book says, Verily the religion before God is Islam, Romans 3:17, and again confirming his first saying, And whoso desireth any other religion than Islam, it shall by no means therefore be accepted from him, and in the next world he shall be among the lost, Romans 3:79, and again he confirms it decisively when he says, O believers, fear God as he deserveth to be feared, and die not without having become Muslims, Romans 3:97. And you know, may God deliver you from the ignorance of unbelief, and open your heart to the light of faith, that I am one over whom many years have passed, and I have sounded the depths of other faiths, and weighed them, and studied many of their books, especially your books. Here he enumerates the chief books of the Old and New Testaments, and explains how he has studied the various Christian sects. I have met with many monks, famous for their austerities and vast knowledge, have visited many churches and monasteries, and have attended their prayers. I have observed their extraordinary diligence, their kneeling and prostrations, and touching the ground with their cheeks and beating it with their foreheads and humble bearing throughout their prayers, especially on Sunday and Friday nights, and on their festivals when they keep watch all night standing on their feet praising and glorifying God and confessing him, and when they spend the whole day standing in prayer, continually repeating the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. And in the days of their retreats, which they call Holy Week, when they stand barefooted in sackcloth and ashes, with much weeping and shedding of tears continually, and wailing with strange cries. I have seen also their sacrifices, with what cleanliness they keep the bread for it, and the long prayers they recite with great humility when they elevate it over the altar in the well-known church at Jerusalem with those cups full of wine. And I have observed also the meditations of the monks in their cells during their 6 fasts, i.e., the 4 greater and the 2 less, etc. On all such occasions, I have been present and observant of the people. Also, I have visited their metropolitans and bishops, renowned for their learning and their devotion to the Christian faith and extreme austerity in the world, and have discussed with them impartially, seeking for the truth, laying aside all contentiousness, ostentation of learning and imperiousness in altercation and bitterness and pride of race. I have given them opportunity to maintain their arguments and speak out their minds without interruption or browbeating, as is done by the vulgar and illiterate and foolish persons among our coreligionists who have no principle to work up to or reasons on which to rest, or religious feeling or good manners to restrain them from rudeness. Their speech is but browbeating and proud altercation, and they have no knowledge or arguments except taking advantage of the rule of the government. Whenever I have held discussions with them and asked them to speak freely as their reason, their creed, and their conclusion prompted, they have spoken openly and without deception of any kind, and their inward feelings have been laid bare to me as plainly as their outward appearance. So I have written at such length to you, may God show you the better way. After long consideration and profound inquiry and investigation, so that none may suspect that I am ignorant of the things whereof I write, and that all into whose hands this letter may come, may know that I have an accurate knowledge of the Christian faith. So now may God shower his blessings upon you. With this knowledge of your religion and so long-standing an affection for you, I invite you to accept the religion that God has chosen for me and I for myself, assuring you entrance into paradise and deliverance from hell. And it is this: you shall worship the one God, the only God, the eternal, he begetteth not, neither is he begotten, who hath no consort and no son, and there is none like unto him. This is the attribute wherewith God has denominated himself, for none of his creatures could know him better than he himself. I have invited you to the worship of this the one God, whose attribute is such, and in this my letter I have added nothing to that wherewith he has denominated himself, high and exalted be his name above what they associate with him. This is the religion of your father and our father, Abraham, may the blessings of God rest upon him. For he was a letter 1E25, a NIF and Muslim. Then I invite you, may God have you in his keeping, to bear witness and acknowledge the prophetic mission of my Lord and the Lord of the sons of Adam, and the chosen one of the God of all worlds and the seal of the prophets, MU letter 1E25, a MM a D, sent by God with glad tidings and warnings to all mankind. He it is who hath sent his apostle with the guidance and a religion of the truth, that he may make it victorious over every other religion, albeit they who assign partners to God be averse from it. Romans 9:33. So he invited all men from the east and from the west, from land and sea, from mountain and from plain, with compassion and pity and good words, with kindly manners and gentleness. Then all these people accepted his invitation, bearing witness that he is the apostle of God, the creator of the worlds, to those who are willing to give heed to admonition. All gave willing assent when they beheld the truth and faithfulness of his words, and sincerity of his purpose, and the clear argument and plain proof that he brought, namely the book that was sent down to him from God, the like of which cannot be produced by men or jinns. Say, assuredly, if mankind and the jinns should conspire to produce the like of this Qur adjective an, they could not produce its like, though the one should help the other. Romans 17:91, and this is sufficient proof of his mission. So he invited men to the worship of the one God, the only God, the self-sufficing, and they entered into his religion and accepted his authority without being forced and without unwillingness, but rather humbly acknowledging him and soliciting the light of his guidance, and in his name becoming victorious over those who denied his divine mission and rejected his message and scornfully entreated him. So God set them up in these cities and subjected to them the necks of the nations of men, except those who hearkened to them and accepted their religion and bore witness to their faith, whereby their blood, their property, and their honor were safe, and they were exempt from humbly paying jizya. He then enumerates the various ordinances of Islam, such as the 5 daily prayers, the fast of Ramadan, jihad, expounds the doctrine of the resurrection of the dead and the last judgment, and recounts the joys of paradise and the pains of hell. So I have admonished you. If you believe in this faith and accept whatever is read to you from the revealed word of God, then you will profit from my admonition and my writing to you. But if you refuse and continue in your unbelief and error and contend against the truth, I shall have my reward, having fulfilled the commandment, and the truth will judge you. He then enumerates various religious duties and privileges of the Muslim, and concludes, So now in this my letter I have read to you the words of the great and high God, which are the words of the truth, whose promises cannot fail, and in whose words there is no deceit. Then give up your unbelief and error, of which God disapproves and which calls for punishment, and speak no more of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, these words that you yourself admit to be so confusing. And give up the worship of the cross, which brings loss and no profit, for I wish you to turn away from it, since your learning and nobility of soul are degraded thereby. For the great and high God says, Verily, God will not forgive the union of other gods with himself, but other than this will he forgive to whom he pleaseth, and whoso uniteth gods with God hath devised a great wickedness. Romans 4:51. And again, Surely now are they infidels who say, God is the Messiah, son of Mary. For the Messiah said, O children of Israel, worship God, my Lord and your Lord. Verily, those who join other gods with God, God doth exclude from paradise, and there abode the fire, and for the wicked no helpers. They surely are infidels who say, God is a third of three. For there is no God but one God, and if they refrain not from what they say, a grievous chastisement shall assuredly befall such of them as believe not. Will they not therefore turn unto God and ask pardon of him, since God is forgiving, merciful? The Messiah, son of Mary, is but an apostle. Other apostles have flourished before him, and his mother was a just person. They both ate food. V 76:9. Then leave this path of error and this long and stubborn clinging to your religion and those burdensome and wearisome fasts which are a constant trouble to you and are of no use or profit and produce nothing but weariness of body and torment of soul. Embrace this faith and take this, the right and easy path, the true faith, the ample law and the way that God has chosen for his favored ones, and to which he has invited the people of all religions, that he may show his kindness and favor to them by guiding them into the true path by means of his guidance, and fill up the measure of his goodness unto men. So I have advised you and paid the debt of friendship and sincere love, for I have desired to take you to myself, that you and I may be of the same opinion and the same faith, for I have found my Lord saying in his perfect book, Verily the unbelievers among the people of the book and among the polytheists shall go into the fire of hell to abide therein forever. Of all creatures they are the worst, but they verily who believe and do the things that are right, these of all creatures are the best. Their recompense with their Lord shall be gardens of Eden, neath which the rivers flow, in which they shall abide forevermore. God is well pleased with them, and they with him. This for him who feareth his Lord. XCVI 5:8. Ye are the best folk that hath been raised up for mankind. Ye enjoin what is just, and ye forbid what is evil, and ye believe in God, and if the people of the book had believed, it had surely been better for them. Believers there are among them, but most of them are disobedient. Romans 3:106. So I have had compassion upon you, lest you might be among the people of hell who are the worst of all creatures. And I have hoped that by the grace of God you may become one of the true believers with whom God is well pleased, and they with him, and they are the best of all creatures. And I have hoped that you will join yourself to that religion, which is the best of the religions raised up for men. But if you refuse and persist in your obstinacy, contentiousness, and ignorance, your infidelity and error, and if you reject my words and refuse the sincere advice I have offered you, without looking for any thanks or reward, then write whatever you wish to say about your religion, all that you hold to be true and established by strong proof, without any fear or apprehension, without curtailment of your proofs or concealment of your beliefs. For I purpose only to listen patiently to your arguments, and to yield to and acknowledge all that is convincing therein, submitting willingly without refusing or rejecting or fear, in order that I may compare your account and mine. You are free to set forth your case. Bring forward no plea that fear prevented you from making your arguments complete, and that you had to put a bridle on your tongue, so that you could not freely express your arguments. So now you are free to bring forward all your arguments, that you may not accuse me of pride, injustice, or partiality, for that is far from me. Therefore bring forward all the arguments you wish, and say whatever you please and speak your mind freely. Now that you are safe and free to say whatever you please, appoint some arbitrator who will impartially judge between us and lean only towards the truth and be free from the empery of passion. And that arbitrator shall be reason, whereby God makes us responsible for our own rewards and punishments. Herein I have dealt justly with you and have given you full security, and am ready to accept whatever decision reason may give for me or against me. For there is no compulsion in religion. Romans 2:257, and I have only invited you to accept our faith willingly and of your own accord, and have pointed out the hideousness of your present belief. Peace be with you, and the mercy and blessings of God. There can be very little doubt, but that this document has come down to us in an imperfect condition and has suffered mutilation at the hands of Christian copyists. The almost entire absence of any refutation of such distinctively Christian doctrines as that of the Blessed Trinity, and the references to such attacks to be found in Al-Kindi's reply, certainly indicate the excision of such passages as might have given offense to Christian readers. Appendix II. Controversial literature between Muslims and the followers of other faiths. Although Islam has had no organized system of propaganda, no tract societies or similar agencies of missionary work, there has been no lack of reasoned presentments of the faith to unbelievers, particularly to Christians and Jews. Of these it is not proposed to give a detailed account here, but it is of importance to draw attention to their existence, if only to remove the widespread misconception that mass conversion is the prevailing characteristic of the spread of Islam, and that individual conviction has formed no part of the propagandist schemes of the Muslim missionary. The beginnings of Muhammadan controversy against unbelievers are to be found in the Qur adjective, an itself. But from the 9th century of the Christian era begins a long series of systematic treatises of Mohammedan apologetics, which has been actively continued to the present day. The number of such works directed against the Christian faith has been far more numerous than the Christian refutations of Islam, and some of the ablest of Muslim thinkers have employed their pens in their composition, e.g. Abu Yusuf b. Is letter 1E25, Aq al-Kindi, A.D. 813-873, al-Masudi, ob A.D. 958, Ibn letter 1E25 A.Z.M., A.D. 994-1064, Al-Ghazali, ob A.D. 1111, etc. It is interesting also to note that several renegades have written apologies for their change of faith and in defense of the Muslim creed, e.g. Ibn Jazla in the 11th century. Yusuf al-Labnani and Sheikh Ziyad by a letter 1E25 y letter 1E1 Makron in the 13th, Abd Allah b. Abd Allah in the 15th, Darwesh Ali in the 16th, a letter 1E25 M. a D. b. Abd Allah, an Englishman born at Cambridge in the 17th century, etc. These latter were all Christians before their conversion, but Jewish renegades also, though fewer in number, have been among the apologists of Islam. In India, besides many Muhammadan books written against the Christian religion, there is an enormous number of controversial works against Hinduism. As to whether the Mohammedans have been equally active in other heathen countries, I have no information. The reader will find a vast store of information on Muslim controversial literature in the following writings: Moritz Steinschneider, Polmisch und apologetische Literatur in arabischer Sprache, zwischen Muslimen, Christen und Juden. Leipzig, 1877, Ignaz Goldziher, Über Muhammadanische Polmik gegen al-Kitab, ZDMG Volume 32, p. 341 ff. 1878, Martin Schreiner, Zur Geschichte der Polmik zwischen Juden und Muhammadanern, ZDMG Volume 42, p. 591 ff. 1888, W. A. Shed, Islam and the Oriental Churches, pp. 252-3, Karl Güterbach, Der Islam in Licht der Byzantinischen Polmik, Berlin, 1912. Appendix III. Muslim Missionary Societies. The formation of societies for carrying on a propaganda in an organized and systematic manner is a recent development in the missionary history of Islam, as indeed it is comparatively recent in the history of Christian missions. Such Muslim missionary societies would appear to have been formed in conscious imitation of similar organizations in the Christian world, and are not in themselves the most characteristic expressions of the missionary spirit in Islam. In the Western world, there is very little to note. No attempt seems to have been made to form such a society before the latter half of the 19th century, and the earliest efforts were attended with little success. When H.M. Stanley in 1875 urged in the English press the sending of a Christian mission to King Mudesa of Uganda, the widespread attention paid to his appeal led to the formation of a missionary society in Constantinople for the propagation of Islam in that country. But no Muhammadan missionaries were ever sent to Uganda, and the outbreak of the Russo-Turkish War in 1878 diverted the attention of the Turks from any such enterprise. A similar failure to establish organized missionary effort was manifested when the Anglo-Egyptian government of the Sudan marked out zones of influence for various Christian missionary societies in districts the natives of which were heathen. Some Muslims of Cairo claimed that a part of the territory should be allotted to the followers of Islam. Whereupon the government replied that all they had to do was to send the missionaries, and the same facilities would be afforded to them as to the Christian missionaries. But the necessary organization was lacking, and the matter was allowed to drop. In 1910, Sheikh Rashid, the editor of Al-Manar, founded a missionary society in Cairo, the object of which is to establish a college, entitled Dar al-Dawa W.A. Adjective el-Irshad, for the training of missionaries and apologists for Islam, who are to be sent primarily into heathen and Christian lands, but also into those Muhammadan countries in which attempts are being made to induce the Mohammedans to abandon their faith. But it is in India that there has been the greatest expansion of such organizations. One of the best organized of these is probably the Anjuman Letter 1E25 IM Ayati Islam of Lahore, but propagandist work forms only a small part of the wide field of its activities, and it cannot therefore be described as a missionary society, pure and simple. The original purpose for which the Anjuman Letter 1E25 I Islam of Ajmer was founded was to answer the objections urged against Islam by the members of the Arya Samaj. But it included among its objects the preaching of Islam and the providing of food and clothing to new converts. The Anjuman Wazi Islam, as its name denotes, concentrated its efforts on the preaching of Islam, and while Maulavi Baka Letter 1E25 USAYN Khan P. 283 was its secretary, published lists of the converts gained, as did also the Anjuman Islam and the Anjuman Tablighi Islam, which aimed at the conversion of the Hindu untouchables, established in Letter 1E25 a YD, a R, a B, a D, Deccan. But it does not appear that either of these societies continues to exist. Among the societies that have been established in the 20th century are the Madrasa Ilahiyat at Kanpur, for the training of missionaries and the publication of tracts in defense of Islam and in refutation of attacks made upon it, and the Anjuman Ishat wa Talimai Islam at Badala in the Punjab, with similar objects. But the largest of these organizations is the Anjuman Hidayat al-Islam of Delhi, to which as many as 24 other societies in various parts of India are affiliated. This Anjuman sends out missionaries to preach the doctrines of Islam and to hold controversies with non-Muslims, and publishes controversial literature, especially in refutation of the attacks made by the members of the Arya Samaj.